Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, guys, to the FIDE Grand Swiss 2023. And it is a very exciting day. Today, I am Sarvanan, obviously, very famous international master, chess trainer, book collector, and whatnot. So, here I am with Sarvanan. I'll be doing commentary with him for rest of the days, and he'll be joining us. But, Sarah, what is your feeling about this event? I mean, so much hype of this event is happening, but can you tell us your opinion here?
Good evening, all. Thank you for such a warm welcome. Um, this is what to say. It's an amazing chess tournament. I mean, look at the top board pairing, first of all. 2750 plus playing at 2650 plus. So it's an inhumanly strong tournament. Honestly, for me, the main element of this tournament is the Indian participation. What our superstars are going to do. We have all our superstars, and also SL Narayanan has joined that spotlight with his excellent finish in Doha, Qatar Masters. So in every way, this is going to be an amazing tournament, and we are at the start on the very first day. I'm really excited, honestly.
Wow, wonderful, Sarah. And exactly as you said, the Indian guys, we have actually, let me just show you here what we have. This is a very nice thumbnail prepared by Abhidaya, and we have your top six rated Indians and top six women rated over here who are playing. We also have the top forces. So, a lot of people here. Then next, I want to show you the details of the event. It is from 23rd November to 6th, 23rd October to 6th November. It's a long event. It's at Villa Marina in Isle of Man. Uh, then we go to this slide. But Sarvanan, were you aware of this time control?
Okay. Actually, I'm not.
It's a long game actually. Even I was not aware, but it is 100 minutes for the first 40 moves, then 50 minutes for the next 20 moves, and then another 15 minutes for the rest of the game. That's for men's. And for women's, they don't have the 15 minutes for the rest of the game. Honestly, I really don't know why. Why is it so different here? But okay.
We should have checked this before agreeing to make the commentary first.
Yeah, so yeah, I should check that. Maybe tomorrow we'll do my homework. Going to this one, look at the prize money. First place is $80,000.
Wow.
That's huge. But one moment, I'm just checking if everything is fine in the chat. Hi, everyone in the chat. I hope that you are able to hear us well. A lot of settings there. So let me know if I have made any blunder. But this is the prize money $80,000. Please do calculate and let us know in Indian rupees as well. Okay, this is women's prize fund. That's $25,000 first prize. And here is an important one. Who is going to qualify for the candidates?
Yeah, more than the money, I think the top two seats of I Love Man
Hmm.
going for the candidates is going to be the main focus. I think more than the money part, see, especially you take youngsters like
Hmm.
Alireza Firoja, Gukesh, Arjun, Pragg. Okay, Pragg has already qualified.
Yeah.
Nihal. For all of them, I think the dangling carrot is the top two going to the candidates.
Hmm.
I think that is the most exciting part of this whole talk.
So true. I mean, and it's so huge, right? We have seen it in World Cup when Prague was so close to getting qualified for the candidates. It was so exciting. So I think, but look at this. We have about 2,720 players, and if you see below 2,400, there are only two players.
Exactly. That's what I said. This is an inhumanly strong tournament. Every day, you need not search for exciting clashes. See, that's a very big difference between a Swiss tournament and a round robin tournament. In round robin, draws are inevitable. In Swiss, fighting is the norm. So this is going to be one hell of a well fought tournament. We can tell in the beginning itself.
Absolutely, so true. And here we have women's section about 2500. They have 7 players. It's also very strong. And guys, it's a very long event. This is the schedule. So every day at 7 p.m. be with us on ChessBase India, where I and Sarvanan will be doing the commentary. And 31st October, just don't be there. It's a rest day. Okay, let's go to our main screen here. We have the whole setup. The games start at 7:15. I no maybe I mean there is a delay, Sarvanan, for this
Yeah.
anti-cheating measures, and we'll also have the bars. We have a very nice feature where we have totally 20 Indians playing. So what I'm going to try is to have all the evaluation what's happening in all their games to bring it over here.
Before you go there, I have
Yeah.
something personal to say.
Yes,
I was
please.
actually disappointed that, Humpy is not there in this tournament representing India, but two girls, basically. One, Vaishali, who is inching closer to becoming the third Grandmaster of India among women,
Yes.
and our own national champion, uh,
Divya, no? No.
Divya Deshmukh.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Divya Deshmukh. See the way she played in the last few months, Abu Dhabi, and then Tata Steel Rapid and Blitz, and then at Qatar. I have very high hopes for Vaishali and Divya. So, we need not look only at Harika and the women tournament. We have these two very exciting future of women chess also playing in this tournament. So, a lot to look forward.
Yes, so true. I mean, we have such a young, like the youth there. Vantika is also there. Savitha is there. But Sarvanand, what do you think about, Vaishali and Pragg playing in the same tournament? Because right now in Qatar, Vaishali made this Grandmaster norm. I think she had one less thing to worry about. Pragg was not playing. And I'm sure that Pragg would be also able to help her. I mean, come on, that would be so amazing.
Yeah, they have two sections. So, the open section and the women's section. So, Vaishali is fighting for a candidate place in the women's section. Is the rule same for the women's section also? Do the top two qualify for the women
Yes,
candidates
yes,
also? Yeah,
absolutely.
so obviously, he will definitely be helping her. As I said, a lot to look forward, and it's an exciting event. It's in a way, it's very irritating that there is 15 minutes delay. I would love to get the next second when they played actually.
Totally agree with you. Totally agree. But what is your current, what to say, like, about anti-cheating measures? What is your opinion? Where do you stand about this delay? And
See, honestly, we don't know what is happening because cheaters haven't been. If there is cheaters in the top, we don't know. No one has
hmm.
been exposed and all that. So I think it is better to be safe than sorry. So I think the anti-cheating measures are very much fine in my opinion.
Yeah, I think delays definitely a must. How much ever we don't like it the most, because but then it is a must what to do. And yeah, is there anything like if I have to ask you one game which you are very excited about today? Let me show you the pairing, by the way, so that one second there. Also, let me get you on the camera. Yeah,
So
and
did you see that the very first round has brought Tanya against Harika?
exactly. How, like, I was like, how mean is that? Out of 6 women players, they are playing each other. But this is the pairing for the open section which we have. First, first game, Sarich versus Caruana, which seems like the most exciting game for you over here.
Well, I am a fan of Caruana, so definitely the top board I would be definitely keeping an eye. But of course, apart from that, all Indian games I would love to see. For example, Anish Giri is playing Raunak Sadhwani.
Yeah.
Anish is a guy whom I like a lot as a person as well as chess player. Raunak is one of our the top climbing stars right now, so that will be a wonderful game. For example, Aryan Chopra is playing Pragnananda. Among Indian, I mean, if you say in open pairings, I think this Indian pairing is something to look forward to. You know this, right? Aryan Chopra's specialty is calculation.
Mm-hmm.
So I would be extremely happy today if there is a Sicilian on the board, but I am very
Oh.
sure that Pragg will not allow a calculating game on the board. See, these are the nuances
Ah.
I'm looking forward to observe and enjoy in this tournament.
Wow, wow. And this, the knowledge of every player will really help you to also understand that who is avoiding what, and then we are getting to hear that from you. So, yeah.
And did you see that there is one more minute point?
Mm-hmm.
Vidit is playing Erwin Lamy.
Yeah.
So both were at the same time, they were the seconds of Anishgiri. So there is some psychological, battle going on there.
Yeah.
So, these are
Here,
all
here
games to
it
look
will be
forward
a
to.
question to Anish. Whom are you supporting? Because both are good friends, so that would be cool. And Arjun is. What did you see the Qatar last day? It was really a big
Oh,
heartbreak. Yeah, I mean,
real heartbreak. There is this view in Indian chess that when it comes to calculation, Arjun Erigaisi is one of the best, and probably he is as good as anyone in the world right now when it comes to sheer calculation. So it was doubly heartbreaking that it was he who hung a full roof.
yeah, it was pretty, like, it was really something which that night, I'm sure it would have been a very difficult night for him. But that's why I'm very, very keen to, sometimes there are these moments when you lose things, but then it is meant to give you something later, much, much more. So, very looking forward to his tournament as well. And we also have this interesting pairing, Leon versus Van Forest.
Yeah, two youngsters. Leon Mendonca is a very good upcoming talent. He is coached by my friend Vishnu Prasanna, Grandmaster, who is also the coach of Gukesh. So, of course, him playing against another, very big talent of the world among youngsters, Van Forest. That's going to be a clash of the youngsters for today, I think.
Yeah, and Nihal here is playing with Ituri Zara. So all games super exciting. If we can check the women's pairing here, we still have 3 minutes to go for the round to begin. So let me just take you to these are the women's pairings.
So comparatively, I think among women's pairing today, it is a bit of a traditional tournament, first round where, the favorites are playing upcoming players, something like that. So women pairing, you can call out a lot of favorites to win probably,
Mm-hmm.
unlike the open section. But of course, women pairing for us, the most important game to look forward
Yeah.
is Tanya versus
Tanya,
Harika.
and this is also very interesting pairing Polina versus Eileen Rubers, because Eileen is like really an upcoming player now, of course, very, very established. But Polina also very strong. So I think these two youngsters match would be very interesting that way.
The way Polina played at the World Cup, yeah, I mean, I've been following her a lot actually. Fantastic player once again. Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, guys, that is the whole scenario. And we will be starting, like, I mean, they will be starting in 2 minutes. I will also be checking right now what's up in the chat.
Before that, I'll tell you something which I missed
Yeah.
telling in that moment.
Yes.
So you were telling, right, Tanya versus Harika, this is going to be a lot of fun for us. You know, there is this old director of 1960s, 70s, 80s named Peter Mel Brooks. Sorry. So he was known as one of the best when it came to comedy. So they asked
Oh.
him a very tough question. How do you define humor?
Mm-hmm.
He said, look, I cannot define humor. I cannot define comedy. But one thing I can tell you, one man's tragedy is always another man's comedy. Of course, we're going to real fun looking at Tanya versus Harika.
Wow, I think that was a nice example, and I cannot deny that sometimes there are these videos on YouTube where they have this somebody falls and it's in a fun manner, and then you basically laugh. It's meant for that way, and I do have that. Like whenever I fall, I feel like laughing. So so that's my problem there. But oh, by the way, we have Panagiptis who says hello from Greece, live or 15 minutes back. This will be 15 minutes delay, guys. I think it will. The games will start now. It's from their side. It will be from the tournament organizers itself, which is great. And let me know in the chat which is the game which you guys are looking forward to, very excited to, and what do you think? Who is going to be the candidatian? Maybe we call it candidatian, right? Or we can start calling it that way.
Already people have expressed their preference for Tanya versus Harika.
Uh-huh.
So we promise that definitely we will go there. And I
Okay.
think the games would have started right now.
Yeah, maybe I'm just refreshing. Not yet, but let me see. Aditya says game started. Aditya, maybe 10 seconds or something because I don't see your on leeches. But I'm sure it will begin in a moment.
Yeah, chat.
Just hold.
Basically, all the prominent Indians are playing. So, except for Vishy Anand, everyone else is there playing. So, you will find all your favorite players playing in Isle of Man right now.
Yeah, maybe women's games have started, but still Tanya and Harika. Okay, Tanya is white. Okay, the games have started. D4 by Tanya. I think Tanya is playing after a long time, right? A classical event. So that would also be very interesting.
Wasn't she there at the Asian Games as part of the team? Oh, she wasn't there.
No,
Yeah.
no. Yeah. It's, I think after Olympiad, I don't know which classical tournament she played. I don't remember much, but at least not much because she has been doing a lot of commentary and all. So yeah, here she starts with D4 and Harika goes D5. So let me also check if men's games have started, but doesn't seem so. So let's go from here. So Tanya versus Harika. What do you predict?
Harika is a player who
Hmm.
comes well armed for every game. So she came up with this memorable quote in 2022. You were there when we were all there at the Tata Steel Rapid. So she said, I didn't get this position in preparation. I asked her, you prepare for 5 minutes. She said, I prepare even for 1 minute games. I love preparing. So definitely, whenever there is Harika on the board, you can always expect a theoretical variation. That is her specialty.
Yeah, her theory is very strong. I agree, and also we have enjoyed her many games, in speed chess as well. So no, this is a game to watch for sure. Tanya goes knight f3. Can I also check Vaishali's game because she needs 30 points? How much realistic can it be to gain 30 points in one event according to you?
Very much possible, but of course, you have to score very heavy, like 80% or so, and you have to keep playing at the same level, even with stronger players. See, generally, when it comes to such a tournament like the candidate qualifier and all that, people don't bother about ELOs, right?
Hmm.
So, this is not a tournament she should aim for the ELO, but
Hmm.
the best thing is play your chess, keep improving, ELO will follow. So, ELO
Yeah.
is like a dog with a tail. It follows you wherever you goes. As long as you go to good places, it's fine.
Nice. So this is Vaishali's position. She's playing with Olivia Kiolbasa, who's an international master 2375, and we are having Italian on the board.
Olivia Kielbasa did a fantastic job in Chennai Olympiad. If I remember, she started with 9 out of 9 or so.
Oh, is she
So
the
she caught
one?
our attention there, Olivia Kielbasa, the top board gold medal. And then she was invited for Tata Steel Rapid 2022, if you remember. You're there. So
Oh,
Olivia Kielbasa is from Poland and fantastic player who burst into the scene with the Olympiad, Chennai Olympiad.
amazing, amazing information. So already first round we see it's like you're playing against strong opponents.
See, that's the point. When you play global events like this, there are almost no weaker players or weaklings. You have
Hmm.
to earn your point on a daily basis. See, it's an exciting tournament. It's a fantastic tournament just to sit and follow.
Lovely. So tell me, which game should we go for? I think the men's game broadcast is yet to begin. Until then, we can check out
Women
all our
players,
talents.
yeah,
Yes, we'll go to
yeah,
Savitha's
absolutely.
game next. She's
Yeah.
playing with Marshall Efroimsky.
Savitha is a young talent we are having. So Savitha comes from the long stable of Grandmaster R.B. Ramesh, one of his proteges. Savitha and Divya have a unique style. they play for tactics and they are not afraid to get into complicated positions. So Savitha is always capable of creating upsets against any opponent. So she's one of the most dangerous players in the women's circuit today.
I agree. Her confidence is seen on the board and even off the board. Like whenever I've seen her, also while talking, when she's been in the interviews or streams, she's so confident, and her aggressive play that also says a lot many times. So yeah, you're so right. G6 here, Knight C3,
See the
Bishop
point. See the
G7.
point. See the
Yeah.
point. A seasoned grandmaster, a seasoned player would have gone for c4 against accelerated dragon, but she goes for knight c3. I am very, very sure that she wants to get into a regular dragon and she wants to attack on the king side. This is Savitha Shri. As we are talking, the proof comes out from the moves that they make.
That is so cool. If we get to see Savita's, aggressive style here today against the dragon is the perfect time. So knight f6, bishop c4, she goes for castle, and she goes f3. So we're still not sure whether it's going to be dragon or accelerated dragon, right?
It has gone into dragon Yugoslav, just as I predicted.
No, but here after f3, if she plays a5, aren't we still in the accelerated territory? Bishop b3, a4. There is
Yeah. See, it is up to black to
Wonderful.
accept to play d6 and get into Yugoslav, or to play a5, or there is even a move like d5 here. So this is a highly theoretical portion still. So that's what basically the excitement is starting right now.
So let's see what Marcel will play here. Going to the next game, Vantika Agarwal is playing with the white pieces against Miriurat Kamalidenova. I've said it right. WGM 2351. And look at her time. She's having 1 hour 34 minutes against Vantika. What is this position? Shall I take you through the game?
Sure, let's do that. So it's King's Indian with a classical setup. Bishop e2, Bishop e3 setup. Okay. So black is going for c5, means primarily she is fine with the Benoni against the classical King's Indian. Yeah, this is simple Benoni. Black wants to get into a Benoni.
Okay.
In a Benoni like this, the bishop e3 is not a well-placed piece. So actually, I have a suspicion that by Benoni standards, black might have already equalized. But the problem is Benoni equality is different from rest of the chess equality. So that's
Benoni equality is different. That's very interesting. But my question is, where should this bishop be then? If you're saying if it is not the best placed here, has it been prematurely developed, or was there any other square you would suggest?
See, if you are playing bishop e3 early, then it was probably not an idea to allow the Benoni, as far as I know. For example, for c5, maybe white could have taken dc5. I don't know this variation fully. I can check it up as we talk.
Okay.
And definitely after c5, d5, e6, in that position, after ed5, cd5, if you're going to go into a regular Benoni, you have to be very careful about the line you choose. Okay. So right now, let's say after n3, ed5, there are some games with e cross d5, but c cross d5 is fine. But overall, even though it has been played before and all that, somehow I'm not very comfortable with this. See, for example, b5 is complex. Instead of b5, bg4 would have been a much, much better alternative in my opinion, for example. And bg4 has already been played by Gukesh, Vayaho Pons, Adiban, Van Forest and all. Curiously, b5 is a move played by Van Forest in the past. So, among youngsters, among the younger generation of the current lot, Van Forest is probably the best theoretician. Him and Vincent came out.
Best, yeah.
So, if someone is playing b5 in this position, that means b5 is very much playable. So, not surprising to see that if you see Vantika is taking that time.
Here she played e5.
She did. Okay.
Yeah, she played e5. D takes e5 happened. And then she took the c5 pawn.
Yeah.
Rook went to
we
e8.
actually have a game in the same position between Aronian as white and Theodorou as black. So this has all been played already territory.
Yeah, and both
one
are prepared,
fun part
no?
is
Both are
all must be all prepared. Both are well prepared. See, the point is, this famous quote, right? If God plays God in the Benoni, maybe white will win. But below that, we all have our chances with black pieces. It's something like that. White is always going to be better in such positions.
Got it.
I mean, look at the
Nice.
center, look at white's pieces and all that. But the point is, what happens in a practical game is very important. Long ago, I had a conversation with Niaz Murshid, Grandmaster. He told me a very curious thing about the Benoni. He says, till you reach 2200, 2300, it's fine to play the Benoni. But after that, please don't play it with black pieces anymore because you are going to be get crushed. You're going to get crushed. But once you reach 2550, you can start playing the Benoni again with black pieces. I said, what's the logic? What do you mean? He says, at some level, if your tactics is very good, it's a very unsettling opening with black pieces. So, even though white might have a lot of pluses in his side in this position, there are a lot of unsettling elements. That's the point of playing
Yeah,
such a wild.
now I understand, like once you're explaining, because the bar is always going to show this, slight favorism towards white, but basically don't trust the bar.
Yeah. See, whenever you are looking at a Benoni, you should always remember this quote by John Nunn. If God plays God in the Benoni, white will win. But otherwise, at a lesser level, humans always have chances with black pieces.
Wow, that's
But fantastic fighting game, huh? This is going to be.
yeah, I
This is
know,
going to
and
be very,
amazing
very tight.
preparation by both the sides. If this is the first round, and already we know, it's going to be one of the toughest events we are watching. To qualify to two candidates is going to be deserving here because it's so hard. It's so hard here.
Definitely. I mean, this is one of the prime tournaments of the world and so much at stake. And that is one more thing I would say. I have an appreciation for Kamalidenova to go for such a very sharp line in such a strong tournament against a stronger player. See,
Yeah.
today everyone is well prepared thanks to chessable courses. So somewhere in some chessable course, this position will be plus minus somewhere, I'm very sure. So it takes courage to play such a position. So I'm really appreciative of Black here, actually.
Yeah, and she does have 1 hour 34 minutes still on the clock while Vantika is thinking they are playing one of the most interesting openings and the game we should keep a watch there. I think we covered everybody, yeah, in all Indian play games in the women's section. Shall we just have a quick look at the men's section? Guys, if you can also help me because
Hey, we haven't looked at Divya, Amruta.
oh, yeah. Okay,
Divya,
okay. One second.
Divya,
And
my
also the
favorite.
men's games have somehow not yet started. Okay, there we have the Divya versus. Oh, she's playing with Trisha Kanayamarala. And that's Sicilian again. Knight c3. But Divya goes knight c3. She's prepared. She plays it quickly. d6 and f4. Grand Prix. She's like in Grand Swiss. I'll play Grand Prix.
So Divya's opponent is from Ireland. Divya also is one of the best prepared players in the circuit today. And one enigmatic thing about Divya is Divya has not revealed who her second is, who her coach is. So, Divya has a kind of what to say, a mystery right now when it comes to opening preparation. See, for example, Vincent Kema's coach is Peter Lico, so we know that the preparation is going to be very solid. For example, I'm telling.
Yes.
So when you don't know who the second of a player is, you start wondering as to what the style she is coming to. So this is a bit of a surprise. She is giving us a Grand Prix attack today.
Yeah, it's like toughness because sometimes when you know the second, you're also watching his games. You're also watching what he played, his openings at least. I mean, it gives such a great idea there. But this is interesting. Keep guessing, yeah.
But this game is going to be a little slow in developing, definitely. Yeah. Okay, the men's section
Oh,
has still
yeah.
not
It's
started.
but let's look at also Tanya's game, and I also while we look at that, I'll try to get women's sections, the bars, which we will have because the women's games have started. Knight f3 c6 played by Harika, c4, e6, knight c3, d takes c4.
So now I can boast myself. See, I told you a very, very sharp variation grabbing a pawn. I'm not at all surprised that Harika is going for this. Um, Definitely, she has come well armed for the move. Surprisingly, it looks like she has not taken any time, but some time she has taken in the beginning of the game. I don't know. Whatever. Tanya is taking her time. See, she took her time to play knight c3. She took her time to play g3 and all that. So definitely in this game, Tanya might be playing by her general preparation, whereas Harika has come particularly prepared for this game.
Hmm. Yeah, and actually, after you, if you've not played, very often in comparison to, generally back-to-back tournaments or something, how much do you think the opening preparation, however you do at your place, but to recollect it, to memorize it, how much do you think it impacts?
You see, honestly speaking, just not opening preparation, everything. See, you're talking about opening preparation. So let us say you take a month before the tournament and you prepare all your openings and come for a tournament.
Okay.
Still, playing on a regular basis is very important for a chess player. According to Vishy Anand, more than 2 weeks is not ideal for a chess player not to play.
Ah,
Okay, this was
two
it. When he told
weeks.
this, 2 weeks. When he told this was a time when only there were classical tournaments.
Yeah.
Now, of course, you can play a title Tuesday every weekend. Okay,
Only
but
Gukesh can follow still the classical tournament thing.
exactly. See, but the point is,
Hmm.
when you play classical tournaments repeatedly, you get certain habits, you get certain competitive instincts, the sense of danger, all this. All those things go away when you don't play chess on a regular basis. So, definitely for Tanya, she's a fantastic compare today. She's one of the best commentators in the world today. So she is doing very well that way. But somewhere, playing regularly is very important if you want to stay in the competitive league. I know I'm a little committing when I'm saying this, but this is what I very strongly feel, to be honest.
No, I do agree. Like even after you play after a long time, blunders happen and all of this. It's just that essence, yeah. It changes when you've not played much. So yeah,
Exactly.
A4 by Tanya and Harika is thinking here. I think we finally let's go to Vaishali's game because yeah, we left here. So it's going to be a slow game, yeah, Vaishali's game. So in women's section, I think the most interesting and a fast-paced game which is going on is Vantika's and Savitha's may happen after Bishop C4, Castle F3, Queen B6 played by her opponent. She did not
Oh
go
my.
for D6 or A5, but is she behind this B2 guy?
Queen B6, I have not seen that. I always used to think that if at all you don't want to do this, basically you should be going for A5 or even D5. So Queen B6 is something we have to look it up what she is doing.
Okay.
Um,
By the way,
how much
Sarvanan,
time?
let me just tell you, we have a hi by somebody from Isle of Man.
Okay, who's that? Do we
Any
know him?
guesses? Only one chance.
Okay, give me a second. So from Isle of Man, we have a
An
high.
Indian from Isle of Man. That's the hint I can give you.
I think mostly I don't know him or her then,
you
or do
know,
I
you
know him?
know him very well. You know him very well.
I know him very well.
And oh my god! And he's saying, "Sarvanan, come on."
Is it our man? Oh my God.
Yeah, it's Sagar. It's Sagar saying hi, Sagar. We're really enjoying. At some point, if you can do say a hi to us, and you can join even for 2 minutes. Of course, I don't know how the setup is over there, but Sarwan is sharing some amazing stories and insights. So I'm just loving to hear all of it.
But it's very mean of Sagar to do this. Someone who should be sitting with us with camera in hand is coming and cheekily saying hi in challenge chat. That's just cheeky actually.
He's
Or in
saying, I
heaven,
just walked inside the playing hall before, and I can tell you guys that I am in heaven.
of course you'll be in heaven. But Sagar, I always thought that heaven for you is somewhere where Amrita is, isn't it?
Look at him. He's also trying to put the kerosene there. But, Saravanan, I'm in heaven here as well, listening to your stories right now.
Of course I won't believe you. Anyway, Sagar, tell us more about the heaven then.
Yes, please. Yes, please. And what Rakshit, are they going to start on leeches? Do you have any idea? If you can give some update, that would be really amazing. And we also have Benjamin who says he stayed in Stuttgart. Oh no, maybe he's talking with somebody, I don't know, but I don't even know where Stuttgart is, by the way.
Stuttgart is in Germany. Is he talking about some German tournament? But Sagar is telling Anish against Raunak is tricky. You are
Okay,
lucky, Sagar. You're
so
probably seeing the game. You're not
I
looking
will
at it.
try to, if it is not coming here, no, on leeches, maybe let me also side by side try to get on chess.com there.
By the way,
Um,
I was wrong about this move Queen Basic. This is
yeah,
the main of this position,
okay.
and it has been played by such illustrious players like So Wesley, Gadir Guzinov, and all.
Mm-hmm.
So Queen Basics is very much a current theoretical line, even played in 2023 itself. So we are looking at another very important theoretical battle between Savitha Shri and her opponent.
So tell me something. If I like basically if I go bishop b3 because it's one of the natural moves, should be the main line then. But any tactic for one, two, any discourse here?
Yeah, actually, it's a tactical melee after this. The main line goes knight e4 here
Okay.
after bishop e3. Bishop e3 is the main move for which knight e4 is the main move.
Mm-hmm.
And very curiously, Raunak Sadhwani has played this with white pieces. This very position against Dreev in June 2012.
Ah.
So now the main move for white is knight d5.
Oh.
So basically, white takes off the attack on d4, the fourth attack on d4 with knight d5.
Yeah.
But of course, black has to give a check here with queen f5 and c3. So here the game starts. Basically, white has sacrificed a pawn here in return for obviously development. And of course, the e7 pawn might be hanging too.
Hmm.
If you
Hmm.
remove the knight on c6, then the e7 pawn might hang. So this is basically a very complicated position we are looking at. And here, black has to choose between knight c5 and knight f6.
Okay. So
So for
Marcel
all the
looks
moves have been
prepared,
played.
right? But for Queen B6, Savita is taking quite a lot of time. In fact, if I see, she has been thinking for 15 minutes at Queen B6 at this position over here. So, do you think she would be aware of the theory or is she trying to? What do you think?
Is she trying to do the old pro trick? That's what you wanted to ask. So what the old pros do is they may know the variation, but they will sit and think for some time to kind of put the opponents in doubt that whether they know the variation at all. Now, I'm very sure Savita will be knowing this because this is the main line, as I told, after bishop c4, if black doesn't want to play d6. So I am assuming that she is trying to recollect as to where she should go.
Okay.
See, after all, the whole accelerator dragon itself might have been a surprise. We don't know about Black's repertoire here. So she might be just recalling, in my guess.
Okay, got it. Okay, while Savita is thinking, I am going to bring the boards of the men's section also, so I will do some work. Tell me, Sarvanan, which game should I just right now go to for women's section while I bring the men's section also?
By the way, Sagar Shah is doing a very nasty thing. He's telling us
Oh,
Aronian has a new idea against Warmerdam. Vidit
okay.
versus Karan Lamy is a great game and all that. He is really teasing all of us. We are not able to see the game.
Sagar, I'm getting it. Sagar is also teasing Miki. Amrita, what are you doing here? What the hell? How slow? OBS handler. Yeah, there we have Vantika's game, by the way, on the screen. And guys, I'm just bringing the men's section as well for you.
Okay, this is going to be very interesting. Vantika. It's a typical Benoni. If you see, there are so many elements here in this position. See, for example, if you take the center, the d5 pawn is very strong, and if black allows the white pawn to go to e4, it becomes super strong. That is one. And the second is black has a bishop pair, but it doesn't come out easily yet. Yeah. So as I said, fundamentally white is better, but it all depends on how the game is going to pan out after this. Still no game from the men's section, right?
Yeah. No. I have.
This is
I am just.
surprising.
I have. Yeah. For leeches, no. Actually, very surprising because leeches. I mean, I don't know. Anyway, I'm just done here. 1 second.
I'm looking in the other sites also. No site is carrying the
No.
live yet.
Ah.
It's carrying. I'm getting it at chess24.com,
Okay.
the live broadcast. So why are we not getting it in
Transition.
the?
No, I'm
Are
just.
we looking?
I got this. I got this. 1 second.
Yeah, sure.
This one. Yeah.
You got it. Yeah, sure. So
So I will go to yeah, this is the first board right now, but can I should we start with maybe Anish Giri, or would you want to start with first board?
yeah, Anish Giri. Let's go with Anish Giri. So shall we see the game from the beginning?
Yes.
Anish versus Ronak.
So Anish white, Ronak black. Anish plays knight f3, d5, d4, knight f6, bishop f4,
Of
c5
course.
there, e3, knight c6, h3. Tell me when to stop if you have any story to add. Bishop d3 is played, but tell me something. Can black not go c4 here and kick this bishop away?
Yeah, but then you will be committing a center too soon.
Mm-hmm.
White has a way to play queen b6 here. White has a way to play bishop d6 here. There are many alternatives here. As you know, the
Okay.
London is basically growing on a daily basis.
Hmm.
I want to see. Okay, so he has gone for knight c6 first.
Knight
So
c6.
no,
No,
bishop,
he
as I
went
said,
bishop
bishop d6.
d6. D
Bishop
takes
d6.
c5 was played.
Yeah, you know this famous game, right? Dominguez played bishop d6 followed by bishop c5 and then played bd6. So three moves, all fine
Oh,
in the modern chess. Even if you waste three tempi,
oh
the
my.
idea is to get a acceptable position. So it's a very normal thing to do in the London.
Okay. So no, so he went bishop d6. Actually, this has happened. Bishop takes c5, castle, and bishop d6. Wow, man,
Yeah, you
that's
will.
and
It was
knight
basically an
c3.
original idea by Lanier Dominguez from
Okay.
US, the Cuban grandmaster who is now set with the US. So the point is that by removing the dark square bishops, black will kind of start controlling the e5 square. You know, London basically it's not an opening anymore where you get an advantage. You get an original position to play. So people are not yet tired of the original positions they are getting. So that is why the London is very much in the foreground of theory today.
Hmm. Nice. Gukesh also plays quite a lot, as we know. So I think London in general, when people started playing after COVID, also somehow it became easier to when you're starting to play, London seemed easier.
Yeah,
Though it is
that's
the
how the
most complex one. I mean, it's the most complex one, but because you don't at that point of time, it's not understood, right? That those complexities are at every level. They're different kind of complexities.
yeah, it's still evolving. It's still a fresh opening in terms of what to say. The concepts have still not been established very correctly. I'm
Mm-hmm.
sorry, very clearly. It is still an evolving opening. So basically, London and Italian today are openings where there are a lot of, things are still developing in a very fast pace. That's why the strongest of grandmasters keep playing them.
Okay. Cool. So
So you
now,
got
Sarvanand, we do have leeches back. The games are there. Everything is activated. So I'll also get the bars. But this is the current position.
let's go for all our Indians.
Yes.
Let's go
After
for all our
Anish,
Indians.
we can check
Okay.
Gukesh's game. Gukesh is black here. And e4, c5, knight f3, knight c6, d4, cd4, knight d4. And Gukesh goes e6 over here. And for knight c3, he's going queen c7. Is he going to go for time enough
Gukesh can
setup?
go for anything. There is this very funny story. When Gukesh was a boy, this is about 4 years ago,
Uh-huh.
2019. So Gukesh and his dad are about to leave for a tournament. And there are 3-4 days before they leave. And the boy gets bored in one day. They are boarding the flight in 3 days. He calls Vishnu Prasanna and asks, Sir, I want to play the Sveshnikov in this tournament. Remember, they have only 48 hours to go. Vishnu Prashna just laughs and says, go ahead and play whatever you want. He actually goes and scores 1.5 out of 2 in 2 games without knowing any theory.
Wow.
So, when you can do that as a 11-year-old and a 12-year-old, certain aspects in your personality develop, and that aspect is
Hmm.
to play any opening without any fear. So that's Gukesh for you. Okay, now
Yeah,
it has
to play
translated
any
into your
opening
chess
without any
championship.
fear is amazing actually. Gukesh, here he
Exactly.
castled after Queen E1. So Queen E1, Queen G3 used to be very popular, right? Earlier. How is it now in this era?
Yeah, this is basically I mean, as far as I know, no one would have checked this for a long time because everyone discarded it as a draw.
Hmm.
Very surprising. You know who is the first player? I'm going to give you a shock now. You know who is the first player who showed a complete draw analyzing this position? Just make a guess.
This one. Give me
Yes.
a hint. Like, is he a old man or is he?
It's very, I don't want to call him an old man. Let us say my first hero, Gary Kasparov. Gary
Okay.
Kasparov wrote a
Wouldn't
book
have
on
guessed.
Sicilian scavenging. Gary Kasparov wrote a book on Sicilian scavenging in 1986.
Okay.
In that, he had given an analysis, lengthy analysis here, but okay, that comes after King H1 generally.
Hmm.
So something like knight d4, bd4, e5, and all will come. Okay,
Which
that is not
happened?
possible right
Hmm.
now.
Hmm.
Here, b5 comes basically. A3 is almost forced. Now
Okay.
bishop b7, e5,
This is a
de5, bishop.
position. By the way, currently we are at bishop b7 position in Gukesh's game.
Not
Here,
bad, huh? Remembering something after 1986, written in
yeah.
1986.
And
So,
here you are saying e5, yeah?
yeah, e5 and Kasparov had kind of dismissed that this question is very difficult to play for anything with black pieces. That's what he had
Oh.
suggested very long ago. But I'm very sure, modern theory would have gone a lot here, unless I can check it right away as to where modern theory is in this position.
Even recently in Qatar also a game happened with Queen E1, Queen G3. I don't remember the players, but because there I was quite surprised to see that the king did not go on H1. Like, it used to be such a natural thing to do earlier.
Amrita, currently what happens is every coach in the world follows all the top 100 grandmasters in the world,
Mm-hmm.
what they are doing on a daily basis on their openings. The moment someone plays Queen E1, Queen G3, immediately the rest of the 99 grandmasters will analyze where he wanted to go with this. So you told, right? I saw someone playing Queen G3. I'm not surprised. Now
Ah.
we will not be surprised if another 4 or 5 games happen in this very position because everyone would try to find out what is that small edge that White got in the analysis, why he played it for the first time. This is how
Oh.
opening theory develops nowadays.
Wow, very interesting. Very nice. Yeah, so E5, do you want me to check in the chess base or make a, let me know
I'm
if I
checking.
should
I'm
check.
checking.
Ah, you're
I'm
checking.
checking.
That's cool.
Yeah, I'm checking.
Oh,
So
people were trying
94.
to guess who had told you, and in fact, Fabian did guess Caspi. He says Caspi.
Well done. Well done, Fabian. Yeah, okay. This is a position which is being played recently. Murali Karthikeyan played it just weeks ago.
With
Very
whom?
surprising. Murali Karthikeyan played it recently against, let me get the name.
Was it Qatar Open? No, no.
Yeah, must be Qatar Open. I'm just getting the
Hmm.
name. Just give me a second. Yeah, he played it against Lee Kwang Liam. It's not at Qatar
Ah,
Open.
then no
It's at
Qatar.
okay. It's at an online tournament at chess.com.
Mm-hmm.
So if you see a mainline tournament where it has been played in a serious tournament recently, I'm just checking online. Just give
James
me a second.
says, I met Gary at my old job when he played Vichy at WTC World Championship. Or what? He said chess is all maths.
What?
Nice. Wow. This guy, James, who is in the chat, he has met Gary Kasparov in his old job where he had played Vichy at, I believe that is World Championship. What?
Okay.
WTC should be World Championship.
Surprisingly or not surprisingly, this has been played more in blitz actually. This question, not in serious games much.
Okay.
It has been
But
played
in
a lot
Qatar,
on.
it did happen. I will find out tomorrow. But in Qatar, it did happen in some game. I'm not
Uh-huh.
remembering the name. I don't know if the people, anybody in the chat will remember. But yes, it did happen.
Oh, you did? If you're so sure, I can check here.
And guys, by the way, let me tell you that we are having one of the toughest tournament happening there. Two from men's and two from women's are going to qualify for candidates at the end of this event. It ends on 5th November, so a lot of suspense until that point. I'm having International Master Sarvanan with me for commentary, and he has this amazing knowledge of treasure of stories there, so which he's bringing up one by one here. So also guys, let me tell you, please don't forget to like and subscribe in case you have not subscribed. We have 14,15,274 subscribers, and also a very good news is that on Help Chess we have got a very big believer who contributed 50,000 rupees just a one day ago. Tanya Johar, thank you so much, very kind of you to support the Indian chess.
Shall we look at the next superstar of India's game?
Yes.
Rather, those who are playing against each other.
Pragnananda.
Pragg versus Aryan Chopra. I want to have now.
So D4, D5, C4, C6. Knight
Remember,
F3,
I told you, Amrita, he will not play a Sicilian. Remember, I told you?
Ah, right.
Yes.
You're right. That is why he goes D4. Nice.
So, for those who are joining late, we were talking in the beginning of the session, the commentary that Aryan Chopra's speciality is his calculation. He's an extremely tactical player who calculates well. So, I was predicting that Pragg will keep things simple here. So, that's what I think is happening. So, it's a Slav. Is it a semi-Slav or a Slav? Oh, it's a G3 Slav.
What is the difference between semi-Slav and Slav?
So, if you go back one more before, so see, simply speaking, semi-Slav is one where black maintains the pawn on e6. Slav is when you take dc. So, if you play knight c3 right now,
okay.
So the pure Slav is d cross e4. If you don't do that, if you play e6 instead, that's a semi-Slav.
Ah, nice.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. So he plays g3 here and bishop g4.
It's kind of offbeat g3 because generally you go for knight c3 or e3 in those positions. So g3 is kind of an offbeat line. But okay, at the end of the day, you're going to get some kind of queen's pawn opening, a solid opening.
And look at the time because guys, this tournament, the time control is 100 minutes. So you will see Pragnanda having 1 hour 40 minutes and Aryan also similar. Because initially I was like, what? They've not made so many moves to, gain time from 1 hour 30 minutes to reach here. But now I remember. So bishop f5, he goes back.
I can't help but telling this. When I started playing chess, the time control was, remember there were no electronic clocks in 1980s when I started playing. So the time control was 2.5 hours 40 minutes.
Yeah, 2.5 hours. Wow, man, that's huge. And how much was the increment after 40 moves?
I told you there was no electronic clocks. There was
right. You would have directly 1 hour finish or something like that.
No, you adjourn the game. You write down your sealed move, the 41st move, keep it in an envelope and continue the next day morning.
But have you played adjournment also? You've played in adjournment?
Of course I have done. I have enjoyed. These are things which have vanished over a period of years. But, adjournment analysis, that part of chess is amazing actually.
Yeah.
There are so many stories and so many lovely things to talk about adjournment also.
Lovely.
But anyway. So,
and then you had to give the move, you had to give the move in the envelope.
Yeah, right. Envelope secretly. So the one who seals the move basically knows what he has sealed. So the opponent has to analyze all the alternate. But the disadvantage for the one who seals is he has to find the move and do it immediately. Sometimes, you don't feel like doing it. You try to put it to your opponent and all that. A lot of psychology in those things also. They were completely different times in life. Yeah.
So cool. And now we have the bullet era. Like at that point, I don't think it would have been imagined at all. But this is the position we are at, Pragnanda versus Aryan Chopra, and the queens are challenged. Do you think this will go into the end game?
Okay, Pragg is not going to take queen b6 hopefully. So knight c3, e3 is a normal way to go. This is a kind of question where both will hesitate to exchange the queens, because you exchange the queen immediately, the rook on the a file gets open out straight away. And the pawn on b3 is actually not such a weak pawn, because very difficult to attack it at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So it's going to be kind of a cat and mouse game. White will play knight c3 mostly. So I'm looking at knight c3, knight c6, e3 probably.
E3, but black will also go e6, no? One question, you don't have time to, yeah, it would be a big blunder. Maybe we can ask the first question to the chat here. Guys, can white play knight d5? Black to play. Where there's so many options, no? Not one, actually. But guys, what is the best move here for black to play?
This is a tricky one.
Sarvana, you can ask any position you think, there's a nice move which can be found. You can ask the questions. So,
this is one of those questions look so simple, but just with one move, so much complications come in, right?
actually, first I thought, okay, this is not coming, this is the reason, but then I realized that I had completely blundered in general. And if I want to show you, this is what the chat is thinking here. Queen b3 is the move many of them want to play. And then we do have these bishop e4 and queen a5 and knight d5 and all those possibilities. Do you know the theory, or like, are you aware of this, or are you right now thinking on the board, or you know?
I'm just trying to work it out here right now.
Okay. So what's your calculation? Oops,
my calculation would be something tells me black is doing fine here. Knight d5 seems a little wrong. Can't I just play queen into b3? I'm not winning a piece here.
Queen takes b3, but there is no knight c7, yeah, intermediate.
Yeah,
you
knight
have
c7,
king
I
a,
go a,
and you win the, yeah, that's the simplest takes, and then knight d5. This is possible. Yeah, you do actually. So there are a number of ways to win the piece on d5. One is queen b3, and the other one is, I think somebody had suggested queen a5 check as well, where he's winning the piece and attacking the rook. But what I'm keen to see is somebody also suggested bishop e4, but their queen was hanging on b6 here. I think, guys, you missed that. Okay, so knight d5, a blunder in all senses. So that's not possible. Oops.
So shall we go for the Aronian game, which our Mr. Sagar Shah was eloquenting so much?
Where is it? Which board? Yeah, 7th. Found it.
7th board.
I'll quickly take through the opening. That's English opening. e4, bishop c5. Oh, what is this? Knight e5 here. Auto changing. 1 second. Knight. No, the leeches is refreshing, so it's going back again and again. Knight takes e5 is played. You want to go d4, yeah? If takes. So he went queen e7. And then Max Warmerdam went knight takes c6.
Warmerdam is another very young theoretician. Kind of, all these guys, Erwin Lamy, Anish Giri, Warmerdam, Van Forest.
All Netherlands, Dutch people, no?
All Dutch team. They probably work with each other to a certain extent, and they all keep coming up with a lot of original ideas. A very, very original bunch of very creative players, all from Netherlands.
Yeah, I think, recently when we had been to Netherlands, it was such an amazing vibe. There was this Levito chess week, the tournament was happening, and they had this VIP room, and sometime this Lubo Levick, and then there was Timon and Pickett. Everybody used to analyze these games. It was beautiful. They just didn't look at the engines at all. It was all so much that old times, as you say. So it was so great. I think this must have something to do with the chess culture, how it has evolved in Netherlands.
I mean, Lubojevic, originally from Yugoslavia, one of the best commentators in the world. He was the original greatest storytellers, according to Vishy Anand. One of the most colorful player of the 80s. I mean, if you guys want to have some fun chat, go and check the games of Lobojevic with white pieces against the Sicilian. Very, very colorful bunch of players. A very colorful player, Lobojevic. Shall we have the opening of this from the
Yes,
beginning, if you don't mind?
yes.
I'm
Just
curious as
just
to
give
how
me
they
a
got into
moment.
this mess at all.
I'm just bringing the bars. Just a moment, yeah. 1 second.
Yeah, sure.
I'll get
Yeah, sure.
opening in. So from here, from first move, c4, e5, knight c3, knight f6, knight f3, knight c6, e4 was played, and then bishop went to c5. Max took on e5.
Okay.
Queen went to e7. Do we trust the bar here? Because he says the main move is knight takes e5, d4, and over here bishop to b4,
See,
allowing
rest
the
assured,
e5.
both the players would have tested their bars while preparing. So,
So that would be
curious to
done.
see where the new idea came from. See, knight e5, all this has been played before already. So, knight into e5, as you said, e5, now d4.
Acha, should I go back to that variation?
That is basically the main line there.
Okay,
After knight e5, d4 is the main line there.
got it. So he went
So,
queen e7 and he didn't take much
yeah,
time. So Aronian must be prepared for sure.
yeah, Queen E7 has been played, but not among any strong players before. No player above 2500 has played Queen E7 before. So Queen E7 is the new move that Sagar Shah was telling us and teasing us.
Oh.
So Levan Aronian's Queen E7 is probably, from what we have seen, is the move of the day. You know, the joke is Queen E7, the chess engines consider already White's position is completely better.
Exactly.
Yeah. So Levan Aronian in action again.
Yeah, he took here on c6 and d takes c6 was played. White just defends his e4 pawn with d3 and Aronian calmly develops bishop e6. I mean, the bar is still favoring white like anything, but is he
You know,
planning
Amrita,
long
that
castle?
you
Yeah.
said calmly he develops Bishop E6. You know, whenever I think of Aronian, I think of a New in Chess magazine's cover. The headline given for Aronian was Levan Aronian and the art of slow motion swindling. So I'm not at all surprised that he follows it calmly with Bishop E6 because his concepts are much deeper than what probably we are seeing in front of the eyes. I'm sorry, I interrupted you. You're telling after
Nice.
that?
No, nice. No, I'm asking you whether does he intend long castle? You think?
Of course. Of course. See, the thing is, again, black's compensation comes from the undeveloped white pieces. He is not afraid of the pan phalanx in the center, e4, d3, and c4.
Okay.
Obviously, after triple O, the pressure is on the dark square, d4 square. So, in the long run, the game is going to be centered on the white king side. That's what I feel.
Oh, wow. So he went bishop e2. Okay, white went bishop e2. I don't know if I should trust a move there, but the computer suggests a move for white. The best move could be queen, developing maybe queen to f3. But look at this. That's why I didn't trust the computer.
That's the point. When super grandmasters are preparing such variations with Queen E7 and all that, they kind of try to understand, let us say over the board, what will the opponent think as a normal move and an unnatural. Bishop E2 is a normal move, Queen F3 is a natural move. So an opponent who is shocked with a move like Queen E7 will not naturally play a move like Queen F3. Yeah.
Yes.
So that is the psychology behind boldly sacrificing pawns like this.
Aha, nice. That is very important actually because clearly it shows bishop e2 was played long castle by Aronian. His moves are going towards natural moves now for himself. Like if he has prepared queen e7, the follow up was so smooth there. Knight g4 now and f2 under attack. So white takes on g4, bishop takes g4, and Max is thinking. He's down to 1 hour 14 minutes, and let's not forget the game has started since 25. No, when he had 1 hour 40 minutes.
Yeah, so that means that Aronian's preparation probably has made some effect on Warmerdam, Max Warmerdam. So, see, now we have a definite compensation for the pawn sacrifice, which is double bishop here. You know, at the most basic level of chess, this was the theory found by Zigbert Tarash about 70 years ago. At the most basic level of chess is gauged by space, time, development, material. So, whenever you have any non-quantifiable chess motive, say for example time, it has to be converted into a quantifiable material element, for example material. So here already the quantifiable element is two bishops against bishop and knight. So what he had as for the just for the pawn sacrifice, he has got it into two bishops advantage. So this is basically how, if you, any chess game, if you understand, a student of the game understands it by these very basic elements, very easily they will start enjoying chess, also understand the game of chess at a higher level.
Wow, lot to sink in there, but I agree with you. Like Arun Vaidya, who was my coach, he used to say, like, if you lose a pawn, don't worry. I mean, sometimes it's a blunder. You have got in return an open file, a diagonal. Look at what you've got. Actually, in life also it should be the same way. We lose something, but what is it? Which is the open file? That is an important question instead of the pawn we've got. So here I think this E file definitely attracts me for such ideas like F5 and H5. I don't know. This looks very attractive for black, Aronian. A creative attack might be on the way.
Fantastic. Shall we go to the next Indian
Yes.
game?
Which one? Let me just take you. This is
Let's go for,
Pragg's
we'll see
game.
Pragg
He's
or
still
else we are
thinking.
seeing. Let's go for Hari.
Yes.
My own Hari.
Hari,
Me and
Hari.
Hari were teammates in Bharat Petroleum for about 7 years. So Hari is one of my favorites all the time.
Oh, here we have his game, but I'm wondering how the queen landed here on e3. So let's check the opening very quickly. It's Sicilian, open Sicilian, and he takes queen takes d4.
Hari has played this before. He has played it in Blitz as well as he has played it in classical games. So you can, in a way, say that it's one of his favorite variations.
Mm.
One curious thing is Black has taken a long time. So Black is
Oh,
Henricus Viagra from Chile, Grandmaster Henricus Viagra from Chile with a rating of 2630. Definitely a strong player, but our Hari is 2716, the higher rated among the two opponents. Very curiously, Black has taken a lot of time to land in this position. So Hari has a time advantage of half an hour here already.
huge advantage. Yeah. And what do you think of his position, or is it too early to say?
Too early to say, but I feel, okay, it's a typical Sicilian dragon position from a Sicilian. Generally, in such positions, white is always comfortable because of the d5 square. I mean, come what may, the d5 square will not go anywhere. So, I would always prefer the white pieces here.
Mm.
So the
Yeah.
next white game will be, next
Sorry.
Indian game will be Arjun Erigaisi.
No, this
Sorry.
one, Vidit.
We didn't go for Lami versus Gujarati. That's a
Yeah.
psychological battle we were talking.
C4, E6, Knight C3. Oh, Nimzo Indian, finally. Because nowadays everybody's either avoiding it with A3 or G3 and all. So pure Nimzo Indian is not so easy to see. Castle A3. He takes. Queen takes C3. Knight goes to C6. E3. And here Vidit made this move, Sarvanan. You might be
90.
aware, I'm not sure, but Rook E8.
Uh, Rook
I'm
E8.
seeing it, I have not seen it much actually, or at all, in fact.
94 is a known position, but Rook E8, I'm trying to understand what he wants there. Okay, so this has all been already played. There is no surprise there.
This is played.
Yeah, this has been. Oh, it's not.
Is it a
Somehow
novelty?
the
Is
game
Rook
is.
E8 a novelty?
Yeah, it looks like Rook 8 has been played very, very rarely.
Hmm.
See, the move knight e2 after Rook 8,
Yeah, that
I
did
was
happen
a
in
little
the game.
puzzled as to,
Arvind played
yeah,
that.
that's what. I was puzzled as to why Lamy played knight e2.
Oh, and how, he took around 13 minutes to play knight e2 over here. But with it, played the next move, I guess, very quickly. He played d5. No, he also took 6 minutes. But why is
See,
the bar
instead of
already
knight
favoring
e2,
black? Yeah.
see, that's what. I
Hmm.
don't like the knight on e2.
Mm-hmm.
I would have either preferred the normal development knight f3, or in such positions it's very common to play b4. The
b4.
point of b4 is
Hmm.
I don't want to reveal what I wanted to do with the knight on f3 and the bishop on f1, because I want to ask black, what are you going to do with the rook on e8?
Hmm.
So whether you want to play e5 early, or whether you want to, because if you don't play knight e2 or knight f3, black doesn't know what to do, right? So
Ah.
B4 would have been a very interesting move. So I'm a little puzzled with the choice of knight e2 in that position.
Hmm.
So that is why your bar went to comfortably with d5.
But tell
See,
me
now
something,
he
if
knows.
before, because I had got rook e8 already. So here I have
Yeah.
majorly two moves to consider. Yeah, d5 and e5. But it
See,
does
that's the point.
tempt to feel like I should consider e5 with the rook on e8 with your king on e1. And how
See,
do you
that's the
place?
point. Yeah, that's the point. If there was a knight on f3 now, if white plays d5,
Hmm.
black can play e4. If
Ah,
there was a knight on
nice,
f3.
nice. If this
So
was
instead of
here,
b4,
then
if you put it out,
yeah.
yeah. So that is the point of b4. Now, if
Hmm.
black goes 97 or whatever after bb2, white has a very long, comfortable diagonal in his control.
Yeah,
So
even this might be
I
handy.
really like the move b4, and it's a little
Hmm.
surprising why Erwin went for it. Okay, this is another thing about preparation.
Okay.
When your opponent plays rook e8, 100% he would have definitely played b4. So I'm very sure that Lamy sat and thought on the board, what is the move he would not have analyzed for rook e8, and that is why he went for knight e2, I think. So again, it's just psychology, nothing to do with what is on the board.
But sometimes in doing that, you kind of choose a variation which is not like the best one. And then that is also difficult to face. Like he went 92, with it goes d5 calmly. C takes d5. Now, for C takes d5, I still, like, the feeling is like, is the rook is happy, no? On e file.
See, that's what, that also I'm surprised. Knight e2 d5,
Hmm.
why he took cd5? Okay, in a way, see, after cd5, ed5,
Yeah,
here,
he didn't play ed5, by the way. Vidit goes knight e4 first.
exactly. See, for CD5, ED5,
Hmm.
I was expecting that now White's justification is the dark square bishop will be missed in the position.
Hmm.
But I am surprised with knight E4 also, because see, let's put that board portion on the board. Knight E4, and let's assume White plays a normal move, Queen
He
C2,
played queen d3 in the game.
Queen
But
D3. Okay,
yeah,
Queen
but
D3 is a little
queens
surprising. See,
once
Queen
again.
D3, ED5.
That happened.
Now, yeah, now F3.
F
Why I am justifying f3 is you don't have a dark square bishop, so the e3 pawn is not weak.
Yeah.
So f3, knight d6, knight g3. This is something like a regular Ninja Indian position. Knight f4, I'm sorry. Maybe knight f4, not knight g3. And this is like a regular Ninja Indian position, but something tells me, White
Hmm.
has already gone wrong somewhere. I think our man
Hmm.
Vidit is in driver's seat in this game.
That is amazing then, because with such preparation and early rookie aid and already deviating Irwin's knowledge, who has been a second to Anish.
Yeah,
It's
Erwin
not so
is a
easy.
very, very well prepared player with a lot of ideas in World Chess today. So
Yeah.
Vidit has done a good job today in the opening, I think.
Yeah, cool. So by the way, everyone's saying Gukesh ka bar. Okay, I will get Gukesh ka bar, Nihal ka bar. A lot of bars I have to get, in fact. Next, we'll go to Arjun's game. Arjun is white. And while I take you to the opening, knight f3, d5, takes, knight c3, or bishop
We
f4.
have a Ragozin today, an irregular Ragozin.
Hmm.
goes in with an early bishop f4 and 2 c1.
Knight d2, queen d2. He went c6, and Arjun is not interested in castling, it seems, at all. Goes e3, knight f6, and h4. So this is the current position. Arjun is having 1 hour 12 minutes. Swain Frederick is having 1 hour 20 minutes, if I've pronounced it correctly.
H4 is very interesting. See, in that position, a move like bishop d3 was very common, but Arjun was probably didn't like knight h5. But here the point is, what will happen if black plays knight h5 right now? That's a little concerning, honestly.
Can I not go bishop e5?
Yeah, the position is already complicated.
Or you will castle here? Will you castle?
Thinking. Castle, bishop e2, I don't want to give you a tempo. Then the whole purpose of playing knight h5 is defeated.
Okay.
But maybe knight h5 is nothing great in that case,
But then white, Arjun might be intending h5, h6, right?
That's what h4 something tells me might even be preparation. Might not necessarily okay, Arjun took his time for playing h4. It took about 7 minutes, I think. By the way, Frederick Swain, are you sure his time is 1.30?
No, his time is 1 hour 19 minutes.
19 minutes, okay.
Yeah.
Many different platforms give different timings for players. That's a little confusing.
Really?
Yeah. So Swain took about, okay, Swain hasn't taken much time with black pieces, whereas Arjun has taken about 7 minutes to play his h4.
Yeah, so
okay.
so this is so the year this is interesting. Bishop f5 is possible, and even castle is possible. But I think Arjun might, what can this be considered? You think if black goes for short castle, bishop e2 and g4 ideas, and actually keeping the king in the center, or is that too much?
That's what I'm trying to work out. Why Arjun has played h4. Okay, let's see if we follow your logic.
If castle, let's say.
So if castles, bishop d3, let's say.
Bishop d3.
Normal chess, yeah, normal. Let's say castles, bishop d3, and let black play a normal move like what should you do? Rook e8, let's say.
Develop, rook e8 also.
See here now he has to take the decision again. What to do here? Probably Arjun's idea is to keep the king on e1 as of now and play h5 and stuff. In such positions, you need not only play king f1, you can actually play king d1 also. That will be fun. King d1, king c2, king b1.
Yeah.
So you have a Karlsbad structure where you are having a kingside attack. Generally, Karlsbad attacks against a kingside attack against a Karlsbad doesn't work. You know who said this for the first time? Be ready for a shock.
Gary Kasparov. No.
Let's ask chat. This is way beyond normal guessing. Let's ask chat. Kingside attack against the Karlsbad structure by white against black king will generally doesn't work. Who said this for the first time? Tal, no, it was much before Tal. Much before Tal.
Before Tal.
Samay, please. Before Tal. Before Tal means before Anand, sir. No, before Tal. Before Tal.
Nice question there. Gives me time to get more bars on the screen.
Max UA. Good.
Oh, really?
Yes, but no, it's not yet. It's not yet.
Okay.
Yeah, it was actually, if I remember correctly, it was Alexander Alekhine who wrote this in 1924 book on New York International Tournament. In one of his annotations, he didn't say it really. It came in one of his annotations. So the point is, this is just a very interesting question after h4, h5, where white is going to play f3, g4, and all that. So I think this is going to be our most interesting game of the day.
Wow. Amazing. No, this I will pan out very differently. And after Qatar Open, this first round of Arjun, if he's able to, with this I am so interested once I see this move h4. It's so not normal. So yeah, looking forward to how it goes. Going to Leon's game, by the way, with Van Forest, because very weird position it seems. Uh,
Yeah.
if I quickly go through the opening, Rai Lopez d3, he takes.
See, once again, Van Forest
Oh,
has come up with something very creative.
yeah, he does have 1 hour 40 minutes still on the clock. Was he expecting this by Leon? Crazy. Queen d7, knight goes to
Queen
a5, and queen
A4.
a4. What a weird place, but it's preparation. 1 hour 38 minutes on clock for Van Forest. The knight is attacked. He goes bishop d2, bishop e7 by Van Forest, and rook comes to e1. So half an hour difference right now, and next move played again very quickly by Van Forest.
See, for some reason, he wants to provoke f3 before going to e6. This is very important here. I'm trying to understand why.
Hmm.
Um, okay, I'm not able to understand. Probably in these kind of questions, the white queen belongs to f3.
Okay,
You
so
know,
that's why he
maybe
wants to
that is
provoke
why.
f3.
Yeah,
Oh.
maybe, but I'm just guessing. This is just a wild guess.
Yeah, it could be possible. Bishop g4. He's played really fast because otherwise, where do you go? Queen c1 is another option. But oh my god, 1 second.
Queen
You
c1.
but Queen c1, guys in the
Did he go
chat.
queen c1?
Hmm?
He really went queen
No, no,
c1?
no, no. He didn't go. I put the move, and my question to the chat is, what should black play over here?
Ah, I
If
see
Queen
it.
c1, what should black play here?
That's a very nice
Oh,
question,
people are
actually.
still guessing. By the way, did they get the answer? Sultan Khan, Tartak over Alekhain. Yes, Alekhain, MRS Transport. Well done.
I told you guys, yeah,
Yes.
Alekai.
By the way, we recently went to this Max Ewer Museum. Oh, it
Yeah, yeah,
was
yeah.
so beautiful. You must have been right there
Yeah,
for.
I've been there. I've
Oh,
been there.
lovely.
Actually, anyone going to Amsterdam, the Max UA Square is one, and the second is the Donner Bridge, Hein Donner. Uh, I'm a huge fan of Hein Donner because of the beautiful book, which is a compilation of all his writings called The King, name of the book.
Uh-huh.
So in Amsterdam, not only there is a Max UA Square, there is a Hein Donner Bridge also. There's a very beautiful article written by Gena Sozonko on both of these, mainly on
Wow.
Hein Donner. He wrote an article on Hein Donner in which he mentioned this bridge, which is named after Hein Donner.
Oh,
Donner was another very famous Dutch grandmaster in 60s, 70s, 80s.
nice. Oh, by the way, Sonko was also there in Netherlands. We did meet him
Oh,
here.
wow.
It was nice. Yeah.
Wonderful, wonderful author. One of the best chess authors in the world right now. Yeah. For the last 30 years, you can say. Yeah.
By the way, we have a lot of people giving the answer. Very well done, guys. Knight takes e4, and
Ah,
I would be scared to consider such moves, such winning a pawn here with the king in the center. But especially if knight c3, you have to take here, takes, and look at this. I mean, how can it be okay for black? But the bishop goes back and blocks the e file, and this position actually is very good for, I mean, very active for black. Very interesting, no? It's very hard to assess, right? Do you think it is humanly to consider this if you
right.
don't know?
Even if they consider it, these guys won't play such chess because there is all the chances in the world that the opponent might have analyzed it much deeper. So something tells me they may not go up to this point here. I'm a little concerned that Leon has taken more than 15 minutes now for BG4 because I thought F3 is a kind of a forced move here.
Yeah, no, he's thinking. He's down to 47 minutes. In fact, that's a big time difference there. So we can move to the next game. That's Jeffrey Ziong versus Murli Karthikeyan. And Murli
Yes,
is black. Murli,
the
the
Carlsen
recent
beater,
Carlsen.
the Carlsen beater Murli Karthikeyan. Murli is one
Yeah.
of the nicest and simplest guys in the Indian chess.
Hmm.
Talks simply, Very nice guy. I really like him. I know him since he was a boy. Really a boyish kind of a guy. Very, very enjoyable company.
Yeah, after the game he had immediately joined for the interview and he was very happy. It was really an amazing game. The way he played with Carlsen was simply too good. This is the position.
So,
He's black. Rook c8 is his last move. I think time
yeah.
wise here the game. In fact, Murli has one more time, 15, 17 minutes more.
Murali plays very, what to say, openings. See, for today, basically, he didn't go into a sharp boat winning variation of the semi-slav or anything. So he just keeps it simple by playing moves like b6, b7 and all. Generally, his chess is very simple in a way. But you know this, right? There's a beautiful story about Murali Karthikeyan. There are two puzzle books written by Pata Gaprindashvili. Critical Ideas in Chess, and there is one more book. I'm not getting the name immediately. So these two are puzzles book by this Georgian Grandmaster Pata Gaprindashvili, and there are about, let us say, 300, 400 positions totally. Murali Karthikeyan, when he was young, he memorized all the positions, and all these positions came with the star rating. So 5 star will be the most difficult position, for example. So, typically during journeys, flight journey, train journey, we would just ask him, Murali, give us a 3 star puzzle. He will immediately give you the puzzle. Because he memorized about 500 to 600 questions in his brain. So,
That's huge,
he
no?
has a simple style with
Hmm.
fantastic tactical sense. Yeah.
Yeah, he also composes, right? Like he's brilliant at that, I have heard, and he at composition and solving the compositions.
Okay, I don't know about that part.
Yeah.
And we have still not seen our Nihal Sareen.
Let's go, let's go.
I'm a huge fan of Nihal Sareen.
Next game though, the next board is Abhijit Gupta versus Fedosiv, and they have some interesting position on the board. Knight h5 by Fedosiv over here, and Abhijit Gupta is thinking there's a very nice move for white. I don't know it
Where
how
did all
if
this
it is
come from?
natural or not. Which
Where
one?
did all this come from?
What?
This whole crazy position, what we are seeing on the
Oh,
board
do
in
you want
front
to
of
see
us.
the opening? Let
Of
me
course,
show
I'm
you.
dying. Of course. Where did this come from?
A3, bishop b7, knight c3. When d5 takes and takes, and he went bishop g5 here. Knight d7, knight e5. Looks normal here, but yeah, knight takes e5 must have changed the whole thing.
Abhijit
H6.
Gupta is a very well prepared GM among Indians, but today he has taken a lot of time for his move, starting with Bishop G5.
Yeah, but he still has more time than Fedosiv. So he goes back,
Oh,
g5,
really? Uh-huh.
goes back, now knight h5, and we are at this position. And Sarvanan, what is the move which you would think in such a position for white?
That's a very tough
Also, the
question.
chat, please do try to think here. White to play. What should white play? What are the moves just coming to your mind? It's not like it's not like a checkmate or you're winning something, but it's just finding the best move in any position. Himang says him, Murali Karthikeyan and Arvind are excellent solvers.
Yes, yes, they are. Arvind Chidambaram is brilliant. By the way, Abhijit Gupta is a legendary solver in India. In his generation, there was no competition to Abhijit Gupta when it came to solving, actually.
Oh. Rakshit says
You
scroll
know,
down on men's bar so all are
if
visible.
I can,
No,
if
I
I can
can't.
give a clue to people to guess the move for black here, I would say the name of Laskar's book, Common Sense in Chess. What is the most move with the most common sense in this question for white? That's the best one in this question, I think.
That's the hint, yeah, for the chat.
Yeah.
Okay.
By the way, common sense does not mean a simple move without tactics. Sometimes common sense means you have to attack also. Keep in mind. I may be bluffing you. I'm just joking.
The only, only confusion with the hint
Yeah,
can be that what is common sense?
really. Common, this is very interesting. Uh, uh, before Anand started his journeys toward the World Championship matches, 2000, starting with 2008 and all that. I asked this question to Lev Sakis. What do you think is the best strength of Vishy? He said, Vishy Anand is the player with the maximum common sense in chess history. What he meant by that was that in any position, if you are very strong with your basics, if it is a middle game, if you know all your basic principles properly and all that, in any position, according to basics, what is the most necessary move? That is how you arrive at the move with your common sense. This is chess common sense. So I'll help you guys in this position. Look at all the elements of the position, especially black's elements of the position, and then think what white has to do. If you have to play sharp, you have to play sharp. If you have to play solid, you have to play solid. What is the move with the best common sense here?
And Sarvanand, if you see here, these are the, as of now, these are the, suggestions by the chat. And we have so many candidate moves that I think they're all pretty confused. So I believe that this hint will definitely help them.
Actually, this is a very nice thing you have done, This bars basically showing the number of people guessing each move is a very revolutionary concept, actually.
Yeah,
really
actually, this Keith Mascarenas, he built this. It's a very like the chess community is so nice that everybody is contributing in different way, and even the bars you see, Rakshit Singh has made them. So this is also by one of our viewers, Keith. He's in US and he made a beautiful thing there.
Arjun Kakkar comes up with a fantastic quote. Common sense is nothing but a set of prejudices we develop by the time we are teenagers. Albert Einstein.
That's because for me, not so chess common sense we can separate, but for me, always like, how is it this common sense? This is the most uncommon sense. So that's why I asked you, what is common sense? Because that you mentioned important point, that chess common sense, that is important. But yeah, the e3 is the answer. E3 and e4 are leading, Sarvanand. And what is the move? Okay, shall we go back to the board and make the move?
I would go for e4. I would go for e4. My common sense says black king is on e8, which is the most important element in this position. And so, if I ask my common sense what I should do, I should open lines towards the black king. So everything points out to e4 in this position. Blast open the position. That's what is. I think this is what is chess common sense.
Nice. Very nice. I mean, the hint is so good, guys, that you can actually find such a move, e4. Because on the very first instinct, you might consider takes. Of course, h5 is hanging, which you might even forget. But otherwise, such moves are missed, no? Because the knight is on h5, you miss that it is hanging, it is loose. So the very important to observe such loose pieces drop off wala thing. Can we move to the next game? So here Abhijit finds e4. I think he is definitely doing well. Which game
we missed Nihal.
Yeah.
Nihal.
So Nihal is playing with the black pieces and with Iturizaga. c4, c6, knight f3, d5, e3, knight f6, queen went to c2, he goes a6, knight c3, and he goes g6. d4.
So slow setup against a slow setup, basically.
Castle, yeah, it's going to be a slow game. But bishop g4, I'm not sure why the bar doesn't favor it as much. Is it Nihal's preparation or how much time did he take here? 2 minutes. He took 2 minutes and b3 played by Iturizaga.
According to Abhijit Kunte, the grandmaster, who's now is a selector of Indian team, something like that. Anyway, he's a women team Olympiad captain. So he says Nihal Sareen probably has played the maximum number of chess games in the world. Nihal is always playing chess throughout the day. He plays a tournament in the morning, he relaxes in the afternoon, then playing chess, and then plays some more chess in the night in online chess tournaments. So I am very sure Nihal would have played BG4. 100% I'm sure.
Yeah, I think he does like to, get rid of this bishop whenever possible, but here it's just keeping control there and bishop. Okay, he goes e6. So is he saying that for h3 he's ready to exchange, or does he want to retain? What do you
He's
predict?
definitely going to exchange. Definitely going to exchange.
Hmm.
Nihal's style is about uh, sturdiness, about solidity in any position. He will put his faith on the basic strength of the position. He will play things like knight bd7, rook c8, queen e7, most of that. Basically, he will sit and watch the opponent and ask him, what are you going to do? So that is his typical style of playing chess. So I think he's just going for a solid setup here. This is Nihal's style, and he is being true to his style, I would say.
Cool. So slow game. We'll come back to it. I think. Have we missed any games, guys? Let us know in the chat in case, because there's too many
Adiban,
games.
Adiban. Let's have a look at Adiban.
Yeah. Okay, Adiban, Sicilian there on the board.
Beast, the beast, Adiban.
Did he go d4 later, or e5? He has 1 hour 37 minutes, and Predke also is very well prepared. So all looks standard here. d3, c4, and d4. But here he took around 14 minutes, whereas Predke is prepared.
By the way, White has sacrificed a pawn actually in this position to come to this position.
Yeah.
So, assuming that Black has compensation in this position, sorry, White has compensation in this position, there is this theory, right? If the engine says, if the chess engine says the position is equal, and if you're a pawn down, that means you are better in this position. Because unless you have a positional compensation for that material sacrifice, the engine wouldn't say you're fine. So positionally, White is better. And especially if you look at Black's double pawns, Black has to do something fast to preserve equality here. So I think practically speaking, Adiban is slightly better.
Oh, nice. Yeah, and in fact, he's got his rooks in the center, and everything looks pretty perfect. Doesn't feel like he's a pawn down even that way. So Predke is thinking. Time also now, I think there was a difference. It has been covered. So we have to look at Adiban. I think Adiban's game could get very nasty at some point.
Yeah, Adiban has his favorite kind of a position. So this game, I think it is going to be Adiban's game today.
Okay, so now let's go to Anish Giri versus Raunak. Where did
SL
we leave?
Narayanan. SL Narayanan. SL Narayanan.
Okay, thanks for.
SL Narayanan. We have Arvind Chidambaram also, by the way. There are two more guys of ours.
Okay, this is the current position for SL Narayanan. Very quickly going through the moves Karo Khan was played.
Somewhere I have a feeling it has gone wrong for Black, I think.
Yeah,
I
because
already have
bishop, or is it normal to go bishop g4 after bishop f5 or what? Because
That's what I don't.
hmm.
We have to check the opening, but somehow I feel that White is already slightly better.
Yeah, he took on f6, and Black is thinking. Sean is thinking. This does feel weak.
Yeah. So
Unless he
Black's
gets c5.
Black is international master Sean Rodriguez Lemieux from Canada. So SL Narayanan is personification of nice guys win. This is one of the most pleasant Indian chess players around. There are a lot of fans for SL all across the Indian spectrum because of very simple manners, well behaved, uh, a very well mannered young man. The most interesting story about SL Narayana? Apart from chess, what is his most important story on SL Narayana? This is
No.
fun.
Tell me.
SL Narayanan scored 1200 out of 1200 in 12th standard examination.
What?
Can you believe that?
1200.
1200 out of 1200 in 12th standard examination. That was SL Narayanan's score in higher secondary.
Oh my goodness. Oh, I didn't know this.
Yeah.
I have to tell Sagar to do that interview then. 1200 out of. Or he
Sagar
must
did
have
this
done
already.
that. He must have done that because it is.
See, we did this in one of those Maharashtra Chess League interviews where I think Sagar was there already. So this definitely Sagar knows this fact. S.L. Narayanan, immediately this is what comes to my mind. I mean, he's a guy who excels quietly. You know,
Hmm.
no hype, nothing. Keeps everything simple in life and excels quietly.
Yeah, and also he had a great tournament in Qatar, so it could be like this is so back to back that form will continue. So E takes
Yeah.
F6 has been played, and Sean is thinking, and we will go to the Sarvana,
Arvind
any
Chidambaram.
game which I have
Arvind
missed?
Chidambaram.
Arvind,
Arvind
yes,
Chidambaram.
Arvind versus Wu Lee.
So Arvind is another huge talent from RB Ramesh, one of RB Ramesh students. Um, Arvind is a very, very creative player with excellent calculation skills. A very naughty guy, personally, if you know him. Very jolly, fun-loving boy. This is the kind of position generally Arvind likes, pieces all around scattered. Imbalance is something Arvind handles very well. And this question, if you see the imbalance, it is he has given up the two bishops for the sake of pawn structure. So black's
Hmm.
pawn structure, especially the queen side, is not very encouraging. So I suspect white is already better here.
Oh, nice. Nice assessment. So, okay, yes, white is better, and this move, next move, which is suggested by the engines, attacking the b6 bishop, also pretty natural there. So maybe he'll go for that. Yeah, developing the queen. Okay, all actually everywhere the games look very decent. I think we do have some novelties and at important places like Vidit and Arvind we should check by the way later again. In fact, over here the last we left was Anish's game. I think Bishop D6, Knight C3, A6 was played by Ronak, Rook went to E1, and Raunak went bishop b8 after not much thought, but he's down to 1 hour 1 minute. Anish took the bishop, rook takes b8, and Anish has taken a long time here. Look, he had 1 hour 31 minutes, and for this move he took 13 minutes, and right now he's taken another 13 minutes.
A very strange move to play, right? Bishop b8.
Exactly.
Extremely strange move to play.
Very weird. Could it be preparation? Because it is
Yeah, definitely
definitely
is
suggested
preparation.
by engines as well.
See, the point behind bishop b8 is if
Hmm.
you go to the position when white played rook e1.
Okay.
See here, white is threatening to play e4.
Oops,
And the
sorry.
most natural move for black, d4 cannot be played because white has e5.
Hmm.
So by playing bishop b8, he is going to answer e4 with d4 followed by e5 the next.
Oops, sorry. Wait, first takes, and now if e4, he can
Yeah,
go
I think
d4.
it was
Yeah.
d4. So this is
If
the point. If you go
e5,
knight
yeah,
e2, now we
yeah,
can
you can take
that
it.
will end in inequality,
Yeah.
I think, after six. Yeah. So I think this was the idea behind bishop e8. Because if the bishop is still on d6, then white will play e4, e5 straight away, which will be trouble for black.
Hmm.
So bishop e8. By the way,
C
Amruta, did
take.
we count? Did we count how many moves that bishop did? Bishop came from f8 to d6, went to c5, went to d6, went to b8. Welcome to modern chess.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3,
3,
and
4.
4. Yeah, but it's pretty I mean, for a knight, somehow it seems a little normal still. Knight is a slow piece, but for bishops, in out of 11 moves, it's rare to see so many moves.
By the way, we were talking about the four elements, right?
Hmm.
Space,
Time.
time, etc. The time taken by the bishop is compensated by the space black has gained because black has a pawn on the center, the deepest square. White doesn't have any pawns on the central squares. So,
Yeah.
at a very basic level, this is how elements get managed. You may spend more time, but you may gain more space and all that. So, this is basically the things that you should watch when you are seeing any chess game. Please do not watch the engine evolution of the bar. Try to think of concepts like this. You will enjoy chess much more rather than just looking at who's better and what are the best moves in the position.
Beautiful, beautiful thing about these elements, Sarvanan. I really like that. And Maybe you can tell in many positions, you can try to tell about that more and more so that it's like a reminder for me also. And I think the chat is going to look at the bars, but maybe they can try to, as Sarvanand says, first try to think on your own, and then just as a, what to say, as a hint you can take the bar, but do try to think on your own, guys. Which
There is this
game?
famous incident,
Hmm.
World Championship between Anand and Gelfand. So it is the sixth or seventh game which ended in a draw. And according to the computer, the final position was minus 0.03. So when the players came and sat, someone asked Gelfand, Boris, do you know that the computer considers your position as slightly better? Gelfand was genuinely confused. Better for me? How? How much better? Then it says minus 0.03. And he was so annoyed, he just kept quiet. He couldn't say anything. As he was going out, one of his seconds said this. People think, look at what the engine says, and then they think they understand chess. So it's one of those, typical. Only when you think for yourself and understand the concepts like this, you will understand. Enjoy chess much more than,
Yeah,
anything
yeah.
else.
So true, so true. So nice. Sarvanand, Gukesh's game over here. Mamedo is a very, once again, he loves creative chess, right? He also loves attacking chess as well. So I'm thinking that in this game, we are going to see a lot of bloodbath, b5, a3, and you had mentioned about the move e5.
Yeah,
He goes rook a d1 here, rook a d8 by Gukesh, king h1. Oh, then it is going, there was a idea with rook d7, bishop d8 at that point of time. I think, let's see if that goes, if that happens. But it was 10. Oh, look at this. It was 10 years back or something. In Abhijit Kunte's, with Abhijit Kunte, we all Pune players were preparing. And
yeah.
this was an idea which at that point of time was,
Rook d7 and bishop d8. Yeah.
yeah,
Actually,
that
White has
even looked
kind of
nicely.
mishandled this position, in my opinion. If White is going to play bishop d3, there is no need for rook a d1 in this position. The rook belongs to e1 generally.
Hmm.
I have a feeling black has already equalized. You know this, right? In Scavenging, if black equalizes and if the position is not closed, then it is going to be black's game all the way. So I would expect somewhere here for Gukesh to play e4. Or maybe e4 immediately is not necessary. Yeah,
Hmm.
e4 white gets rook f4. Maybe that's not necessary.
Yeah.
Okay, this is a very important position. In chess, we have this concept called turning point, a fresh position where you have to think with fresh eyes and find a good plan here. This is one of those moments in this position. It's a very important thing because um, what you're going to do right now in this position is going to decide the contour of this game, the color that the game is going to take. So this is a very important moment. Something tells me bishop d8 is a nice move still.
Oh.
My idea is to play queen b7. I will not play bishop b6 because there may be some problem on f6. But the
Hmm.
point is, I'm making two useful moves. What are you going to do? That's my question.
Hmm. And also this idea at some point when you will be able to go rook e8, this
Yeah,
e4, you don't have one blocker there. So yeah,
yeah.
yeah, bishop d8 looks great. Now the question is, if I want to block with f5, the problem is
That's the
d5,
point.
right?
I'm actually waiting for you to play f5 because after f5, my d5 break becomes very easy. When there is a white pawn on f4, the black d5 break wouldn't come.
Hmm.
Whereas if it has already reached f5, the f5 pawn actually gets in the way of white's attack. It is not aiding white's attack. Because
Yeah.
after FI now you can't progress much with the attack here. So FI is a mistake in my opinion.
Yeah, positional mistake for sure. So
Maybe
what I
Amrita, you
like
need not
to
even
do.
go a d5. You can go queen b7 also. But yeah, d5 is definitely straightforward
Hmm.
for it. So instead of f5 for bishop d8,
Okay, and is this considerable if I take here? You take, and then bishop g5.
generally by doing such things, you will make your e4 pawn vulnerable in the long run. See, white can play black can play rook d6 in this position, I think.
Oh, rook d6 is cool because. Yeah, rook d6 is nice.
Yeah.
Too slow.
So instead of fe5, d5, I would expect a move like rook f3. The point is, I don't have a clear line of attack, but let me amass all the pieces on the king side. So next move, I'll play rook d1 to f1. You understand, no? So
Yeah,
we had this very senior player named Erigaisi who used to say, in chess, you need not operate all the time with a bow and arrow. Sometimes mosquitoes are better. You need not go with one big question to the opponent. Rather, you ask a lot of small questions. By playing a move like rook f3, you ask your opponent, I might come for an attack. What will you do? So I like rook f3 here.
Yeah, rook f3 is cool because also you are solving the problem of this rook in some way because on d1, I also agree it doesn't do much. He will. So Gukesh, we have to see what Gukesh will go for. One option is bishop d8. Anything else you think is a candidate
Queen
move for
d7.
Gukesh?
Queen
Queen
d7. Queen
d7.
d7 is a necessary, yeah, immediate choice. Queen
Okay.
d7. Beyond Queen d7 and b8, I don't see any other threat here. Okay, you can
Okay.
always play a move like King h8, but it may be a
Yeah.
waste of time in the long run. So
Or
I
maybe
would
rook
rather.
e8 is another third move. Maybe. Is it even?
B8, yeah, but I want to keep my f7 safe in the long run. Because
Hmm.
as I said, ef4 may be a concession in such position. So I don't
Got
think
it.
e4 should be played.
Got
So
it.
I would rather expect 27. So let us go for our next
Yeah.
interesting
Pragg.
game.
Shall we go to Pragg?
It looks like something is happening in.
Which one?
Yeah. Sorry, yeah.
Tell
Pragg. No,
me.
no, no.
No, no.
Just a
If
second.
any game
No,
is
I
interesting.
thought Giri is doing something. He has just played e4, which we
Oh,
calculated.
he played e4.
But yeah, it's nothing much. I mean, e4, d4, knight e2,
Ah.
and just a regular position. It's okay. We can go for
Okay.
Pragg.
So Pragg over here after queen b6, he actually took on b6.
So I was wrong there.
I'm also surprised. A b6, and how much time did he think? In fact, he took 32 minutes here. 32 minutes. Now, this is very tricky that sometimes, with such a long time in hand, if they are going to spend time, sometimes when even if they are prepared and they spend time, it's hard to guess whether that is going to be preparation or not.
Again, these guys, they operate with common sense. If they are not able to remember and if they are not able to make out things clearly on the board, one of the simplest rules they follow is do whatever is correct positionally. So positionally giving a doubled pawn for the black b file at b7, b6, I think that's what prompted Pragg to do. But right, every long think will always be followed by a mistake in chess. So I'm just joking. So I have a feeling that Queen b6 was not the greatest of moves there. But
Yeah.
okay, looking at the current position, white is still slightly better, right?
Yeah, he
We
played
have
knight c3, e6 was played over here, and e3 he played. Because I think even if you go knight b5 with the idea of knight c7, there is check, and then bishop d2, and okay,
typically you're allowing me to tell.
takes castle, no? Knight e5,
Yeah.
a lot of things actually. Takes, there is this check is happening. Then you can later castle, or you can even keep your king in the center. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I was about to say that black can even play king e7 in this position. So that is
Hmm.
fine.
So
It's
knight
not,
b5
I
is
feel
not really much, nothing much. So he plays e3 over here because there he also has a choice for bishop b5. Bishop b4 played by Aryan, and now Pragg is thinking they are having almost equal time and
in a certain way, even though there is no queens on the board, it's a very interesting question. See, for example, here,
hmm.
will you play bishop b5 or not? What I'm trying to tell you is that, see, bishop b5 looks like a regular move, just dislodging the king with king e7. Yeah.
Hmm.
And now white can just go castles. This is one option to do.
Okay.
But let us say I'm not bothered about that at all. Let us say I play a simple move like bishop d2 here, castles, and now something like f3. I'm just covering the e4
Hmm.
square.
Yeah, and you
See, the
can.
point is, it's not clear if the black king belongs to e7 or g8.
I was going to
In
ask
g8
you
also it
this
may be bad.
question.
Yeah, g8 also it may be bad, e7 also it may be bad, or vice versa, it may be both sides. So there is no need to put my bishop on b5 because that square belongs to my knight sometimes, right?
Hmm.
So it's a very interesting
Right.
position. I'm very curious what Pragg is going to decide here. B5 check or bishop d2.
Yeah, and I also think like even for white, like just once the queens are exchanged, castle feels like the last option to consider because we were so tempted to keep the king in the center when the center is also pretty closed. But I doubt we can.
Pragg has played bishop e.
Ah, he plays bishop b5.
Yeah,
I like your f3 king f2 setup though because also covering the squares, important squares. So queenless middle game, yeah, we are at.
yeah, queenless middle game, but we are always preparing for the end game to come up. So we'll keep the king on the center rather than taking it to g1. That's the point. So, this, see, these are the things after the game I'll be happy if someone asks the players, why did you play BB5 check? Did you consider BD2 and F3? So, more than the game played, how the position, the decisions were decided by the players. This is very interesting in chess, honestly.
Hmm. And here we are at Vidit's game because I guess that was very, very interesting at this point. Knight e4, queen d3, and he had taken e takes d5. So Irwin continued with f3, kicked the knight away. The knight went back to d6. Wasn't this the same thing we were looking at? Knight went to f4, and what Vidit played the next move? Any guesses, Sarvanan?
Not at all.
Guys,
I'm
any guess what Vidit played? If you've seen, please do not write the move, but otherwise, do suggest the move. He made
Did he play
a.
knight
Huh?
F5? Knight F5?
No. Made a. I mean, you don't expect such a move from Vidit at this point of time.
You know this theory of Vidit, right? Vidit 2.0. Vidit made his chess very sharp intentionally in the last 1 year.
Uh-huh.
So he calls that whole idea as Vidit 2.0.
2.0. Nice.
Yeah. So Vidit 2.0 will go for
Ha.
knight F5. Yeah.
We'll go for what?
To knight F5, attacking immediately rather than playing,
Even even
playing the
even a faster attack. Good or bad
even
अलग
faster
बात
than
है.
knight F5.
Yeah,
Even
something
faster than
crazy. He's like,
is it knight C4 or something? No. Ah, queen F6. No, queen F6 is too much.
does this give you a hint by chance? Bazigar.
I'm
No.
very foolish in
Chak
knowing that.
de India, no? Okay, I'll tell you. He just did not care about his king.
G5.
Yeah, he went g5.
Oh my
And
goodness.
I mean, of course, if you say the chess common sense, then this cannot be a good move here, right?
No, you never know.
Hmm.
Uh, but
But I
G5
still like that he did this because it's a move which Irwin just cannot expect from him, right? G5 at this point of time when you have knight f5 and you have bishop f5. In fact, what attracted me was queen h4 check. It attracted very much, kind of to provoke g3. But I don't know, I mean, if it is good for white or not. But he goes g5, and the question is, isn't he losing a pawn here? Knight d5. What is
is
his.
getting it back. He's getting it back after knight F5.
Okay.
Knight F5, knight C3, knight of D4. He gets the pawn back.
Knight
But
f
applying
d4.
our common sense rule to the position,
Hmm.
whole thing doesn't look very sound for black, to be honest.
If I go knight e4 over here with white, will you play anything like, or it's f5 and all is too much exposing the king, no?
Okay, I take it that you want to avoid black coming to knight B3, I suppose, right? That's why you're playing knight E4, I suppose, correct?
No, I just played because I thought kind of feels safer over here for the e file. But
See,
you are
for
saying,
example,
yeah, there is no sense in knight e4. Yeah, that does make sense.
I mean, if you play no, black is threatening bishop F5 here. I got it.
Okay, I didn't see that.
After knight of D4, black is threatening bishop F5.
Ah, with the idea of knight c2. You don't have e4, kya?
I want to provoke you into playing e4 so that later on I can attack the center with a move like f5. You got me? Or I may even play g4 for e4 actually.
Yeah, later you have g4 and you
Yeah,
do have the
g4.
structure to attack. Got it.
So
So,
knight
knight.
e2 is kind of clever, right? You are kind of allowing me to play, not allowing me to play bishop f5.
Yeah.
But my question is knight e4. Are you okay with f5?
Yeah, I mean, it looks very ugly for black with the king exposed, but I don't know if white can actually take advantage of that. Um,
And this is the question of Jo Jeeta wo Sikandar, right?
okay,
Once the game
maybe,
is over,
Sarva, you're not looking at engine, or do you refer in between any point of time? Do you also refer to engine?
once in a while I refer to engine, but most of my commentary I'm doing without seeing the engine.
Okay, so what do you
I mean,
recommend me to do? Because normally with Sagar, it
uh-huh.
is like most of the time he's looking at the engine, and in between, I am looking at engine at some point, not every time. So over
Yeah, I
here,
think that we can do. Let us talk in general terms so that the commentary becomes enjoyable. But at the
okay,
same time, we'll poke and check the engine because we shouldn't be making obvious blunders in position.
okay, got it. So f5, my first consideration is if I give a check, you have bishop e6, so it doesn't make sense there.
By the way, it looks like with this gamble has paid off.
Oh,
Erwin
they
has
have
played
reached this
bishop
position. Knight of
and
d4.
Erwin played bishop e2 and Vidit is now ready for f5, I think. No, they are not reached.
No,
I'm sorry.
bishop f5. No, you mentioned bishop f5.
No. No. For NFD4, white is still thinking. I'm sorry. They have
Yeah,
not
white
played
is
bishop.
thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, so bishop e2, a natural move. If you want to play with castle, there is bishop f5. And if e4 over here.
Yeah, this is my point. Let me play g4. Oh, no, now I cannot play
No,
g4.
can you not just keep your bishop on g6 and say, okay, what are you going to do? f5 is my idea. No? No. I've missed something. Oh, there.
Amrita, instead of bishop g6, could black play knight e2? Can you check?
Knight e2, queen e2.
So e4, knight e2.
Do you want to go knight d4?
Follows.
Or.
This after queen e2, bishop e6, there is no point in this. So maybe knight e2 is not good.
Hmm.
But after e4, something tells me black might
Oh,
be having already a good position.
yeah.
Ah, can I play knight e5 here?
Yeah, nice. Wow. The queen is, I think, a little bit in. Wow. And now, Saravanan, yes, now your move g4 is actually possible.
I
Because
did
if
it.
e takes f5, guys, in the chat, very quickly, very easy move. Very easy tactic for you, for your level. Black to play. A nice position. Man, with this g5. Can't believe.
I really like the way Vidit plays. Let's forget the analysis. Let's forget the way G5 was played and all that. It requires real guts to play a move like G5 in the first round of such an important tournament. So, I really like the way Vidit is playing today. This is the way you have to play chess. Honestly. Fantastic.
Yeah, too good, no? Too good. I think a great position here. Knight of d4, very critical for Arvind Lamy to decide what to do. But if he finds knight e4, it is, even if he finds knight e4, and even if, let's say, we know that the evaluation is still better for white, it does feel very, a lot of discomfort because you don't know during the game what the engine is saying. But also with your king in the center and such beautiful pieces for black with f5 coming in or even bishop f5 and g4 ideas, there is this fear, no, somewhere. It's hard to
Yeah,
face such a position.
very correct. That is what. Basically, this is a very gutsy game by Vidit, which I like a lot. I think
Yeah,
our
oops,
man
sorry.
Mendonca's game against Van Forest, it has progressed a lot into the game.
Let's go there, and this is currently the Arjun's position, which we
Oh
have
wow.
after h4 because his opponent did castle, by the way, and Arjun
Yeah.
developed a bishop to d3. G6 was played. In fact, g6, he's okay with this hook here, or he's saying maybe I want to go h5 or knight h5. But bishop g5 by Arjun, rook went to e8, and Arjun went f3. So Yeah, I'm wondering what is he going to decide for the king?
My very old suggestion was King D1, if you remember, in this position.
Wow. And actually, that is the best idea there. Oh my
Really?
god.
Really?
Wow, really? Really? Will Arjun
Hey,
play King D1? Because, naturally when you go F3, yes, he covered his squares, but I thought he might keep his king on F2, but it doesn't look so great. But King D1, if Arjun makes this move, oh, maza aa jayega. Too good.
okay, we'll ask a question to our chat.
Haha.
So we just told you the move King D1. In the history of chess, who was known for such unorthodox king moves even in middle game? Let's ask chat. So the
Okay,
question
I
once
also
again
don't
is
know, so I'll
in the
also tell.
history of chess.
Hmm.
Oh, you must definitely, you will definitely. If you think a little, you will definitely know. In the history of chess, who was the player who was known for the most unorthodox king maneuvers even in the middle game?
Okay, let me
History of
also
chess.
write my answer.
So the
Oops,
answers
no,
are
that is
coming in.
ChessBase India. I thought
Kramnik, Gal, Vichy, Short, Karpov,
Nigel shot King
uh,
Walk. Somebody had mentioned.
Bobby Fischer. So far one guy got it right. I won't tell the right answer.
Hmm.
Who is in my mind? Two guys got it right so far.
Uh-huh.
Just two. See, Nigel Short is known for that one game
Ah,
against Yang
yeah.
Ziman. But in history, if you take the most, this guy, this gentleman whom I'm going to say would have done at least 10 games. So three guys have told the right move so far.
Oh,
Three is a very low number, guys. Come on. It should be more. Come on, come on, come
such
on.
an interesting question, actually.
So to tell you the answer, it was, shall I tell the answer?
Yes.
So it was Tigran Voronovich Petrosian, of course.
Oh,
Petrosian was the
Petrosian.
original master of king moves in the middle game.
Wow, I didn't know that. I only knew about his exchange sacrifices. I mean, that was something which totally inspired me because I
Petrosian.
love exchange sacrifices because of his games. But this is
By the way,
amazing.
recently I came across a game where such unorthodox king move was played.
Hmm.
All the viewers, you should see this game. It is Carpo Anderson. I'm typing it on chat. Carpo Anderson, USSR versus rest of the world match in 1984. This is a game which has an amazing king maneuver in the middle game. Carpo Anderson, USSR versus rest of the world 1984. Have a look. You'll really enjoy the king maneuvers in the late middle game, let us say. Let's say end game, late middle game types.
Superb, superb. I'm sure many of them will have a look at that very quickly.
So
By the
let's
way,
go for
just to update you, after knight of d4, king f2 was played by Erwin. He did not go for knight e4 and he goes king f2. And yes, still bishop f5 is pretty strong here for black. But I think Erwin must be intending e4 now. But this is a position with
yeah.
compensation for sure. Or can I go knight e5 now? Oh, why is this such a bad move here? Ah, queen d2. I thought you have knight. I have knight b3, right? What have I
You mean
missed?
for when?
Here, right now, king f2
Uh-huh.
has been played. So I'm looking at
Yeah.
this move bishop f5, which was the
Yeah.
black's idea. And for e4, the same
Uh-huh.
suggestion, knight e5. You remember for bishop e2, you had,
Yeah.
yeah.
Of course.
But over here, queen d2, I'm just wondering why is the bar still saying that white is so much better because knight is going to b3. Ah, no, knight b3 should be blunder. No, takes, and I
Yeah,
lose a
yeah.
piece. Sorry. Oh, yeah.
No, but Amrita, you did queen d2 after
Knight e5.
bishop f5 e4 first, right?
Yeah, first e4 and then knight
Bishop
e5.
f5 e4 and then knight e5 you did. Okay.
And now queen d2.
Knight e5. Yeah, now that
Because this is also
basically the
angry.
bishop on g6 is attacked. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
both are
no,
angry.
I think here you should just go bishop e6 instead of
Knight e5, yeah,
bishop
here.
f5 e4. Yeah, just go bishop e6. The damage is done. Basically, I've
Hmm.
got your king in the center, and now I'm threatening g4. Uh,
Yeah, plus these
Extremely
weaknesses here.
complicated position.
Yeah, very complicated.
This is a typical commentator's nightmare. You have to calculate too fast to understand this position.
Oh, cool.
See,
But
for
I
example,
think Vidit has done an amazing, he's made this so interesting. So we are all enjoying because of this G5 move. Now let's go to Hari's game maybe once because
Amrita, before that, just
yeah,
last
please
minute,
tell me.
I want to say something. Please go to the previous game. I have something very interesting there.
Vidit, yeah,
Yeah.
this one? Okay.
Here, you went to the variation bishop f5, e4, bishop e6.
Mm-hmm.
Now, shall we ask the question to chat?
Sure.
If you guys want white to start attacking, what will you play here? Extremely interesting position.
Oh, actually. Oh,
So the move would
wow.
be
Eh,
h4,
Is it
h4,
h4? Because I first thought h4, then I kind of rejected it because black gets g4. So then I thought that white should play g4 with the idea of h4. But then it is a blunder because tactically knight e5 and I lose the f3 pawn.
Yeah, exactly.
So
So
h4, wow.
h4, gh4. My point is now I'll just throw the open. If you take
Take,
gh4, I'll go knight
yeah.
d5 now. Knight d5
Ah,
now.
knight d5.
See, the point is now I want to punish black's g5. I don't mind sacrificing a pawn. How is this? It's a real crazy position to play.
Man, knight d5 is yeah, very hard. And then you want to, oh, this is excellent. But you can't, so black can't take. But isn't black happy with g4? I thought like that was my problem rejecting h4.
Okay. I didn't consider g4 because I thought bishop g5 might come in future.
Future, matlab, maybe
g4
now only, right? Because
now, yeah, maybe bg5. So why allow bg5? I thought that's why I talked in
hmm,
I thought gh4. But the minus side of gh4 is, of course, black's king side is getting opened up.
yeah,
So
gh4 is. So this can also get very interesting. This h4 idea, h4, g4, bishop g5 could be possible because I think Vidit will play bishop f5 here.
yeah, I think this is turning out to be the most interesting game of the day so far. What
Hmm.
we have, I mean, among the Indian games, whatever we have checked so far, this is going to be the most interesting. Yeah, sorry, you went to the next game, right? You went to
I went to
which game you
Hari's
went?
game right
Gukesh.
now
Yeah,
because they have this is the position I think after a5,
yeah.
bishop d7, bishop went here and
This is a typical Hari Krishna squeeze. He's already much better in this position.
um,
Black's queen e8, rook f8, rook a8. There seems to be some kind of a traffic jam between them. See, the only thing going on in
hmm,
white's favor, black's favor is that f4 square, right?
yeah, exactly. That's what I thought.
As
Hmm.
I was talking, Hari plays knight e2. That's Hari
Oh,
Krishna for you,
nice.
taking care of the pawn.
But what
Now the
about
question
bishop
is
b2? That's the
exactly,
question.
exactly, exactly. See, Hari Krishna is supposed to be a solid player, a kind of a positional player. But look at the dynamism with which he plays. Okay, now I go rook a2. And now for giving up b2, I take the d6 pawn. So a basic of chess is any
Ah,
time center pawn is more important than the flank pawn in chess. So by giving up b2, if I'm taking the d6 pawn, white will always be better in the long run. So,
yeah,
this is what I was telling. Hari has got a good hold over the position already.
nice. 92 is a very classy move by Hari
Yeah,
actually. Very
I really
classy.
like 92. Very nice. 92.
Let's go to Pragg's game now. Hari is slightly better. Going to Pragg's game, he did give this check, and king went to e7. He developed bishop d2, and Aryan develops his knight to a6. I think with the intention to kick this bishop away or to exchange. So Pragg is thinking.
Uh, this game, the guys are taking the maximum time, isn't it? Both have just more than 45 minutes or so in both the clocks.
They are utilizing all those extra minutes which were given. They're like, we'll
Want to
relax.
go into a time pressure anyway. Yeah, I'll go into a time pressure anyway, even if you give me 10 minutes extra than normal.
Yeah. I like this plan. F3 king f2 is something which in such structures I'm liking it, which you had suggested. So that's definitely one Pragnananda might consider. So Pragnananda is slightly better, though computer says much better. Would you if you had to explain why is white this much better, what would you say in general for
See,
assessment?
there are three elements in this position. One is
Hmm.
obviously the double pawn on b6 and b7 in the long run. This is the first thing. Second thing, this is very important. In this position, which is the most ineffective piece for black, let's ask chat, for example. Which do you think is the most ineffective piece for black in this position?
Nice question. Very good question.
Guys, I said black's most
Black.
ineffective piece.
Knight on
Yeah.
a6.
See, we are getting the answer knight on a6. That is what, for the first view, that's what we think.
Hmm.
Actually, knight a6 has a purpose here. Black wants to go knight c7, kick the bishop away to e2. This is what black is planning to do. Anyway, he couldn't play knight c6 and he says that let's get the knight of bishop away from b5. But still, the knight c7 is still doing something. The bad piece for black in this position is the bishop on f5 actually. The bishop on f8 doesn't do anything. So two elements, one is the double pawn on b6 and then the bishop on f5. These are two. So I play f3 king e2 or f3 king f2. Then the most important element is the open file, the c file. So the rest of the game will turn out to be who will get the control of the c file.
Wow.
So seeing all this, the two elements which cannot be, the one element nothing can be done is the double pawn. So if white manages to stifle the bishop on f5, not giving it any role in the game, then white will be better in this position.
Wow,
So
what
I
a
think already white is slightly better. That is why the computer proposed.
beautiful explanation about this bishop. Exactly, this is the first piece which will come to the mind at the edge of the board. That's what we've learned from the very beginning. But then this is guy is literally doing nothing, just a showpiece for now. But to keep it out of the game is not going to be an easy task for Pragg. And even f3 like move, taking away the squares for from this knight as well, because knight d7 is not possible. But I am definitely worried ki once knight c7 you go back again, where is this knight heading to?
See, that's the point.
There's
He just
nothing,
wants to keep
yeah.
the bishop away from d7, b5, that's all.
Yeah.
Actually, okay, f3 has already been played in the game. Okay.
Okay.
So just as we thought, you know, they say, if you really want to fall into love with chess, learn to fall in love with the end games in chess, basically. See, the rest of the game, I'm very curious about two, three things. One is, see, obviously, Arjun Chopra is a strong player, a 2600 Grandmaster. Where is he going to get his counterplay from? When you think of that thing, now knight c7, the idea of knight c7 becomes obvious. Let's say knight c7 now, bishop e2.
Okay.
Black will probably play one move, something like h5, containing the
Yeah.
queen. Right? And now he is threatening knight to d7. The point is, after knight d7, king d7, white's fold in the center is a little bit weaker than earlier.
Hmm.
So that is why playing knight a6, knight d7 was important in that position.
Hmm. Yeah, but counterplay, do you think, no, it can't be enough, right? Even if I get h4.
Well, this is a position where not much threats operate, just a regular
Yeah,
position.
yeah,
H5 is somehow important because at some point I have to stop G4. White's G4 has to be stopped.
true.
So H5 is an important move.
Needed.
Yeah.
So Pragg is slightly better here. So if we actually do a roundup, even if we look at the bars, can we trust them or not? Giri is very slightly better with um
Advani.
Ronak Sadhwani after bishop e8, e4 he had played d4, he went knight e2, he did not go for e5 here, he went knight e2, e5 was played, the center was closed, this bishop on d3, And here white went c3. Anish goes for this break, takes, bishop e6, and queen goes to e2. So,
Amrita, a quick update. Erwin Lamy played h4 and Vidit Gujarati has made a mistake.
what?
Oh, no. Sorry. No, that was my analysis. I'm sorry. No. No,
Okay.
sorry, it didn't happen.
But h4 could happen, I think. If I think they
Oh,
might
no.
reach the
King f2, black to play. Okay, no. I'm looking
king
at the
f2.
wrong.
No, they have played king f2.
King
And
f2 the game.
but Vidit is
Sorry.
down to 47 minutes, huh? And Arvind also is having 46 minutes. Still thinking.
Of a concern. Yeah.
So
Okay. So
Anish's
can we,
game, Queenie 2, and I think it is still 2. We can't say slight better after Castle, yeah? Can we say that? Rook a d1. Is white slightly better, you think? Or is black okay? I thought black is doing okay.
white is slightly better because the d5 square is more important than the d4 square. That's what it's tempting to say. I have a feeling white was threatening to play bishop c4. So, Amrita, is it possible to play knight d5 directly here?
Knight d5. Oh, yeah, solid move. So
My point
basically,
is if knight d5.
yeah, if I take, knight takes over here, are you planning a gift?
Yeah.
Greek,
Let's
not
do
Greek
let's
gift.
do the gift with bishop h7 here.
Nice. King
King
h7.
h7, rook d5. Now I'm threatening knight g5 and queen h5, right? So is this serious advantage for white? Of course, there is a very silly threat of taking knight on e5 also.
Yeah, but can I not play f6 here?
Yeah, I
Oh,
want you to play f6 and weaken your position. Now after knight h4, you may be in trouble.
the light squares.
Yeah. Okay, the bar didn't
Bar
like
didn't
knight.
like because rook d8. He says it's okay even if you get a check. I don't really
Okay.
mind it.
So can we go back and see instead of knight h4, what shall be the move that we should be playing?
Yeah,
Is it queen e4, Amrita?
yeah. Queen e4 check. King goes.
I got it.
Let's say king goes back to g8.
Yeah. Now
And
something like
now
rook
is
d7.
important move. Yeah, guys, white to play. I mean, it's not a difficult move, but it's important that you play that move.
So let's try to understand what is not important but difficult. I'm just joking. Yeah. Rook d7, yeah. Maybe.
Yes. Yes, rook d7 here.
Oh, sorry, you asked the question to the chat and I
No, no,
spilled
no,
it.
no. No. It was just a question. Of course, rook d7 people were thinking. Nice, 7th rank, guys, over here. And now queen g6 and all is pretty strong, very powerful, very scary actually. If you try to exchange the rooks, that takes. Here, I think white's pieces are way better placed, no, with these ideas. The king is definitely in trouble.
So maybe then it was not wise of black to take on the pawn on d5 for knight d5. So could black play? I mean, your calculation here was rook yeah, here before
Yeah,
this. Yeah, knight d5, bd5, ed5. Can he go something else like knight b4 or knight d4?
yeah,
Knight d4.
knight
Knight d4.
d4 is a nice move.
This is actually a kind of a question from the Slav, actually. This comes from Slav more than any other opening.
Yeah, so it is. This is also not very clear actually. So I would say that we can't. It's very unclear for Anish versus Ronak. If I had to give the final conclusion as of now, for Gukesh, Mameda versus Gukesh, they if you remember, he had played Bishop E3. Oh no,
Yeah.
this we didn't see. Yeah, Bishop E3, Rook B8. What a different, we didn't consider. We consider Bishop D8 and Queen B7, but he went Rook B8. Mukesh's mind works very differently.
Yeah.
F takes E5.
That's definitely not a correct. That is definitely I don't like F8 E5 because
Yeah, helps
there is a
black.
simple basic. If you go back one move back, in this position for any learner of the game, you have to clearly understand And white takes f cross e5 and then black takes d cross e5. F pawn is not exchanged with the e5 pawn. F4 pawn is exchanged with the d6 pawn. So, the d6 pawn which is backward is exchanged with the f4 pawn which is forward. So, most of the time, thumb rule, this will not be a good exchange. And in this question also, I very seriously doubt if FE5 is correct at all. I think FE5 is a mistake, question mistake.
Yeah, FIFA is not the best. But then tell me something. Also, you explained it in a very beautiful manner about the pawns that, in this exchange, in this trade, white's pawn was a better pawn there. But also another thing is, if you just look at the position, it feels like this rook was all the while waiting for this file to open. So, what is the reason that Mamedov would have gone for something like this? Like, is it something like a desperate attempt, you would say, to kind of create the dynamics, or how is it?
See, this is how I would explain. Mamadov is the second of Mamadiyaro. I think most of our audiences will know. Mamadov is a concrete player. Many of these concrete players who are dynamically inclined to play chess, most of the time they go by specific ideas. I have a very strong feeling the idea of FE5 D5 was to go bishop G5 next, threatening bishop F6 and exchange sacrifice. So Mamadov,
Yeah, he
it's
did
not
play.
like he doesn't know that FE5 is a bad exchange. He's
Hmm.
after all a 2600 grandmaster. He rather prefers a concrete way of playing rather
Hmm.
than slow play. You understand?
Hmm.
See,
Yeah.
if you can go back one more
Yeah.
before,
Over here.
instead of FE5 D5, I really like the move rook D2 here.
Ha.
The point is, the point of playing a mysterious move like rook D2 is, see, let us say black continues with his idea of B4 here.
Yeah.
So
B4 or
B4,
A5
A4,
first? Because
A5,
both are.
you want to play A5? I'm not able to judge correctly what can be the better move.
Okay, but if we go B4, I thought A6 was weak. That's the reason after takes. But then you after B3 you have A5, yeah, later if you need. Okay, suppose we go for this. What is
Yeah,
the
let
more?
us say you go for this here.
Hmm.
So rook d2, b4, a b4, rook b4. Now I just fold with b3. Okay.
Okay.
Now my point is, after rook b4, b3, the rook on d2 is a good protector of the c2 pawn later on. So bishop c4 is threatened here, for example.
Hmm.
Okay. Now you remember Amrita, rook b8 was a strange move we discussed, leaving the pawn on f7. Now
Hmm.
see the evil. When you play bishop c4, the f7 will get an x-ray attack.
Hmm.
You understand now something is happening on the f5. Now, very important question. What is the idea of rook d2? I'll tell you now. Now I can play rook d f2 next.
Yeah.
See, can you see that white has actually gained from the position when he played rook d2? So, this is a typical building way of playing chess, which I really like. So, I really like rook d2. It's a multi-purpose.
Very nice. Yeah,
That's why
you need patience there. And if you're a concrete player, sometimes such moves are not for you. Like you don't like them. It's not like you don't see them, but sometimes you don't like them.
beautiful. Exactly. You have explained it. You may see them, but you don't like them. That is why he goes for a concrete plan. No, now the psychology of why Mamadov places such a move is that this is the way his chess is made up, and this is how he plays his best chess. So there used to be an old quote about Ivanchuk.
Mm-hmm.
Ivanchuk is very talented, a fantastic memory, a great knowledge of openings. But with Kasparov will always be better than Ivanchuk because Ivanchuk is a chess player, Kasparov is a tank.
Is a
Tank
tank.
just goes forward. Tank just goes
Oh.
forward with all the energy. Whatever comes in the middle gets crushed by the tank. So,
Nice.
you play a move like FE5, D5, BG5. That is the way you play chess. You understand? So, not at all surprising that it took bishop F8, D5, D5. Okay, we are sitting in the comfort of our homes and we have all the time in the world to analyze. And that's a different thing, obviously.
But Gukesh plays this move 98. Yes, he could play rook d6, that idea which you had suggested earlier. Even that
Uh-huh.
would be possible. But he goes
Yeah.
back with the knight right now and offers an exchange here. Mamedov goes back, no exchange, he says. Bishop e3 went
E3.
back. And Gukesh is thinking what to do.
A little confusing, isn't it? Bishop e3. Of course, it's a tacit offer of a draw. Knight
Yeah,
f6
if
bg4
oh
draw, of course.
oh if
It's a
Gukesh
kind of a
gives
tacit offer. Do you want a draw, dude?
interesting,
That's the question.
interesting.
Obviously, Gukesh will not play knight f6 in my
Yeah,
opinion.
yeah.
Somehow I didn't like that knight e8 thing, but maybe there is
Yeah,
no other
here
move
the
there.
top, yeah, 98 and rook d6 was possible. So
Yeah, that's
this was possible. Here for bishop e3, what the computer suggests is possible and good enough is going knight d6 or bishop f8 or like go knight f6, allow bishop g5, and then if you don't want to draw, there is rook d6. So Gukesh's position is, I would say, for black, I think it is very comfortable in
yeah.
comparison to what it could have been. So Anish's game, unclear. Gukesh slightly preferable for Gukesh, we can say. Going to,
Yeah.
I think Aryan Pragnananda versus Aryan. Pragnananda is better. F3, H5 has happened on the board. What we were analyzing. Pragg is slightly better. Would you call
Not bad
this?
today, yeah, Amrita. We are getting a lot of push played
Yeah,
by the GM. Not
exactly.
bad.
Amazing. No, it's
Yeah,
amazing.
sorry. Which game you asked about? Sorry.
No, this would you call slightly better for Pragg, or how much
Oh,
advantage
definitely.
would you say?
Definitely. I told you about the bishop on f5 and the pawn on b6. In
Ah,
the long run,
yes,
definitely white is better.
yes,
Definitely. Yeah.
correct. So then our next game will be, one second, Hari Krishna. Hari Krishna is, oh, this has also happened. Rook d6. Until this point we have reached. Everything
Uh,
what we saw happened. So Hari is also better against Cristobal. Quite
Not bad
better,
at
in
all.
fact. Yeah, and then we go to Erwin Lamy versus Vidit. Oh, King f2, Bishop f5, also there on the board. And Erwin, he's thinking since 6 minutes. So let's see where he goes with the queen, whether he moves the queen, whether he goes e4. We have to see what he plays. But with it, I think this is again very complex game. We can't say exactly if anyone is slightly better or not yet.
We haven't seen a lot of Nihal's games today. Let's go
Yeah,
back to
we'll
Nihal.
go there. Your Arjun's Nihal's game generally becomes very activated in the after 2 hours.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
So okay, over here Arjun's game we left it at f3. King went to g7 and oh my god, you are going to be very happy to hear this news.
King d1.
Yes, King D1 found by Arjun on the board. He took 14 minutes and he plays this amazing move, King D1. Knight went to G8 here. Like maybe Frederick kind of, I don't know, Knight G8. What do you think of this move? Do you
Well,
want to
we
exchange the
really
bishops or you want to go back?
I'm just trying to understand. Bishop e7, queen e7 makes a target of the e3 pawn. No, he will play bishop
Hmm.
f1 here,
Also,
definitely.
Queen E7.
But
Yes.
bishop f4, the problem is what happens if black takes
He
bishop
did
takes.
take. He
All
took
this
in the
happened.
game. Yes, it happened. And here Arjun makes a powerful move. Guys, if you have not seen Arjun's game,
Hmm.
Arjun to play, white to play, and Arjun has found it. Can you guys also try to think and find?
Okay, today Vidit and Arjun are playing with full force. Very unconventional moves. No problem about their kings. Going for the opponent's kings, giving up material. Today, I really like the way Vidit and Arjun are playing.
Yeah, most exciting games. Yeah, so we have suggestions here in the chat. By the way, Sarvanan, you can have your dinner if you want. So don't miss that.
We can have in succession. Yeah, maybe you give me a few minutes. I'll be back after having my.
You can even have on the stream. You don't feel comfortable, huh?
I've never done that. I'm not Sagar Shah.
Try
I'm
that.
not
Come on,
star.
try that.
Only a superstar like Sagar Shah can do anything on the stream and get away with it.
No, that's the
I'm
point. If you're not a superstar, like it is much more it's very easier. Don't be a superstar. How pure
I'll just
whenever you want to go. But
take
I'll
a
tell you
few.
the move. Did you guess the move? Arjun's move?
When you said powerful, I guess the more. Let us see how much the chat gets it.
The chat is suggesting very attracted to the move G4 actually, but a
Yeah.
few people have suggested E4, and that's what Arjun played in the game. E4. GM Tanvish and Nafis. Well done. E4 is the move which Arjun played. Very attractive. So how do you like his move?
I don't know. It looks very risky.
Hmm.
So the idea of obviously is that the move e4 is that I mean bishops going to h6 is opened up now, but I am white is weakening the d4 pawn. So after e4, let us say d4 knight e4 here. I'm a little worried that the d4 pawn is weakened considerably. Yeah.
Hmm. Okay.
So it looks a little risky for e4, honestly speaking. I mean, wasn't there any other move apart from e4? I don't know. For example, what chat mentioned G4, na, that looks very nice for me actually. G4,
G4, yeah, over here.
yeah, I have a way opened up for playing Queen H2, right?
But then would you
So
not consider, some people had also suggested G3 first. So I believe they wanted to go G3 and then go G4. But for G3, bishop G5, and this is the problem that the bishops will get exchanged. So for G4, what if bishop goes to G5? The same idea, exchanging your bishop.
yeah, G4, Bishop G5, and
Can I?
the
You.
point is I can just ignore everything and play something like King C2, right? Or can I
Uh,
play Queen H2? Can I play Queen H2 directly?
I was also looking at Queen H2, but very surprising that Black goes H6, and somehow
Uh-huh.
his king side is defended well. I mean,
No,
it
this
would be
is
a difficult assessment for me to be very honest. For
no, this is a cash 22 for Black. How is he going to proceed? That's the point.
but also, how is white? What is white going to do? Ah, you have king c2 in mind, yeah? Then will I not
Yeah,
just
King C2.
develop
Okay.
the bishop? Let's say I go,
Yeah, let's say King
because I
C2,
want
Bishop.
I want a break. I mean, not a break from the stream. Oh,
Amrita, I have a threat here. I
what's
am
your
with King
threat?
C2, I am threatening Bishop G5, Queen G5, F4. Earlier, if I play that, see,
Hmm.
let's go back. Let's go back instead of King C2. Now, if I play BG5, Queen G5, F4, your Queen G4 check. So
Oh.
that's the idea of playing King C2.
Acha. So I don't
Yeah.
have time for this because anything like development, because takes F4. Wow, this is too
Yeah.
good. If you
Okay.
take
Now
here, then
another
rook
point.
G1 and all over, guys. That's crushing. Okay, this is
Another point.
brilliant.
Another point, Amrita. This
Hmm.
was the idea of having the pawn on G4.
Hmm.
Continue with that. King C2, Bishop E6, BG5, H6, King C2, Bishop E6, BG5, Queen G5, F4.
Hmm.
Now, because the pawn is on G4, White is also threatening F5 shot. You cannot play,
Hmm.
I mean, something like Queen E7, I get F5 shot. This was the idea of G4
Yeah.
instead of G3 here. Yeah.
Yeah. No, this is cool.
So,
Yeah,
I don't know.
G4
No, I
would
don't
be
like E.
interesting, but I think what Arjun must not have liked is this exchanging the bishop. So with E4, bishop G5 is stopped firstly, as of now. And what is it that comes to your mind for black for E4? Very naturally, D4 came to your mind, right? D4, knight
Yeah,
E4.
D4 and weakening the D4 pawn was what
Ah, so
came to
this
my
is
mind.
so this is a big risk Arjun has taken. I mean, he's not worried about it. He will have to be accurate for sure with until the king is in the
We are
center.
worried about it. We are worried
Yeah,
about
maybe we are worried about it. Arjun is like, guys, don't worry. There's nothing about the pawn. The king is getting checkmated. So nice move by Arjun. So Arjun is better. Yeah, Sarvanan, you can definitely have your dinner and join after dinner, not a problem. Or you can have dinner here also. Or you can
it.
join in
Take
audio
a break
also.
and
Yeah, anything,
fine.
whatever is
I'll be,
comfortable.
yeah, yeah, sure. Thanks. Should I switch off my video or what should I do? Or you
Yeah,
can
maybe
switch?
you can mute and maybe you can just you're moving. No, the background is nice, not a problem. I don't adjust. Keep readjusting there. But going to, guys, we are doing a roundup over here. Uh, Going to the next game for Leon versus Van Forest. Things have settled down a bit. In fact, we were looking at this rookie one, Bishop G4 was played, where Leon had to play F3 and he does go F3. Then he goes King H1, quickly taking you to the main position. C4 played by Leon, and now he's making sure no d5 break immediately, and he will develop the knight soon. Just gets a little more space there. C6 by Van Forest. How much time does he have? He has used 11 minutes. Leon goes knight c3, very less time on the clock, 45 minutes there, and here he goes queen a4. Finally, Van Forest has started thinking. Guys, let's not forget they have to make 40 moves over here. Bishop h4, and is Van Forest creating an attack here? The rook is attacked. Rook goes to f1, and he's thinking, but a very, very powerful move for black. Van Forest has a powerful move from black. Can you find it? Black to play. Nihal's game. We will go to Nihal's game immediately after this move, which you have to find from black. Yes, Sendil and Nafis and Kanchan. F5 would be a powerful break there with such pieces placed on the king side for Van Forest. So it's still unclear. Let's leave it that. Going to Nihal's game. This is the position. His last move has been, oh, he maneuvered his, look at this maneuver, yeah. B3, E6 we had seen. Bishop went here, knight D7. Rook went to D1, he went to E8. H3, and as we knew, Nihal was ready for exchanging his bishop. Now white has a bishop pair, but Nihal has made sure to put all his pawns on the light square, the bishop which he exchanged. So no restriction there. If the bishop was on c8, you can imagine it would be so restricted. He goes knight b6, the knight goes back, and that is how he maneuvers his knight. h5, he goes h5, g3, knight f5. So basically queen e2. Is he threatening a sack on h5, or is he threatening g4 ideas? We have to see. Iturizaga is keeping his positional advantage with him, and Nihal has to find some nice ideas, because if I, let's say, develop my queen to e7 there, what is white, how is white going to continue? Okay, will he play g4? Because takes, the knight will jump to h4, attack this bishop. You don't want to exchange this bishop. If the bishop goes back, then this pawn will jump in and lock the pawn on g4. The knight will have to move. So this can be a good position for Nihal if that happens. So white is not going to, be very, very tempted to kick this knight away. He's like, let this knight be here, Nihal. As of now, you are just in a good place, but nothing really I am worrying. That's what Iturizaga is saying. So Nihal is thinking with 47 minutes on his clock, 18 moves, that is 22 moves to be made for Iturizaga in 23 minutes. It is definitely very, very slow position. Shall we go to the, which game, guys? You can suggest which games you want to go. Also for bars, if Rakshit you are in the chat, I think I can get only women bars, and like I cannot get all the 20 bars at once. So if you know a way, do let me know. Pragg game. Okay, let's go to Pragg game. Oh, after f3, h5 was played, which we saw, and Pragg goes rook c1 for the c file. The fight is about the c file, as Sarwanand had mentioned. Rook hc8 by Aryan Chopra. Pragg is thinking he will go king f2, very much in control. This position is for Pragg. Aryan has to try and keep finding some resources. So it's a task on Aryan over here. Vidit's game, I think, again, interesting. Bishop f5. Oh, e4. Erwin plays e4. And with it was important that he doesn't go for anything else other than bishop e6. He goes bishop e6. There is this square he is looking at, a weak square. Also, knight e5 is going to jump in there. Then you have bishop c4 ideas with knight e5 later. So with its position is extremely interesting, and I completely agree with Sarvanan that this is one game of the day we have, and this is another one, Arjun's game, e4. Oh, bishop e6 played by Frederick. Bishop e6 played after a thought of 12 minutes. Now, what are your suggestions for Arjun? White to play here. Arjun is, I think, out of all the games, Arjun has the maximum advantage. Can I say that? Or the bars are saying even Hari has a very big advantage. Let me quickly have a look at Hari also. Tanya and Harika game. Okay. So many games, no, guys, we have to follow. 20 Indians are playing. So 20 games, which is very impossible to follow all of them in detail, but we'll definitely have a... The question is, what are your suggestions for Arjun? White to play. White to play here. Arjun has two good moves. Let's see if you in the chat are able to find. Abhi, Sendil. Yes, that is right. Cooking. Oh, and there you go. Arjun plays king c2. Very nice move. He had started his journey. So, king c2 is a powerful move. The king is going at the safe haven plus on this diagonal. At that point of time, we had the pawn on g4. So, it may not be the same. But in any case, you don't want your king to be on d1 for a long time. So, king c2 played by Arjun. Those who had suggested the move e5, that was also very powerful. You're committing the center, it's fixed, it's closed, and you will be attacking on the king side. When center is closed, flank attack will be initiated. So this was also a good move. So Arjun chose king c2 over here. And now Frederick, once again a task. What is he going to do? Because Arjun's attack is quite powerful. How is Frederick going to defend that? So this game and with its game, Rook b1 played by Erwin Lamy with 27 minutes on the clock and 23 moves to be made for the 40 move rule. I would once again, for all those who have joined late, want to show you this, want to show you the time control there. This is the time control. 100 minutes for the first 40 moves, 50 minutes for the next 20 moves, and 15 minutes for the rest of the game. 30-second increment from move 1. That's for men, and for women it is 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, 30 minutes for the rest of the game, and 30-second increment from move 1. So that is the time control there. And that is the strength of this tournament. 20 players, about 2,700. So very, very strong tournament. And this is the first place. $80,000 is the prize fund for the open section, and 25,000 for the women's section, guys.
So Amrita, I'm back here.
Okay.
Sorry.
1 second.
Is my audio, video, everything is fine?
Perfect. So here Rook b1 is played by Erwin Lamy in this game. This is the one update after bishop e6. And in Arjun's game, he made this move after e4. Bishop e6 was played, and he went king c2. He found a good move. So we are at this position where Arjun is clearly better. By the way, I'll also very quickly just get my food over here
Yeah,
and
sure.
I would be eating over here.
This is another thing in such kind of positions. G4 and G5 or G4 and Queen H2 looked very natural, very logical to play. But there is this very famous quote by Grandmaster Jan Timman. What is natural depends upon the player. And the most unnatural the player is, the unnatural things will look like the most natural for them. So, for a player like Arjun, who loves tactics and attack and all that, attack and all that, most like King C2 playing E4, occupying the center, this may actually look much more natural than playing a move like G4, G5, which is more of a, what can I say, logical way to attack, not touching the center and not making a mess of your position and all that. But again, a player like Arjun, who loves to mess up, who loves chaos on the board, I'm not at all surprised that he plays moves like E4 and King C2. And, I'm very sure that sitting in the chair, he must be extremely happy right now about what he's doing. So, what I ultimately want to say is that what is natural and what is unnatural depends on whether the player is natural or not. And the concept of naturality itself on the board depends upon you as a spectator or as a coach or as a player. Very interesting these things are. Just with these things in mind, if you start watching games in chess, what kind of a player is playing what kind of a move over the board. If you know already a player's style, that will be much more enjoyable. Even if you don't, it's okay. Keep analyzing a position and keep analyzing a player. Slowly, you will come to understand what is the natural style of a player. So after that, watching games becomes real joy in chess because each and every position, whatever is a natural move, whatever the player is going to play, you already, if you can guess, and if you turn out to be right, that is where, watching a game becomes very joyful. As we are talking, black played h6, which I'm not happy about.
Mm-hmm. But by the way, they are saying Gukesh's game ended in a draw.
I remember I told you about the knight of 6 thing. Maybe that's what they
Oh,
did.
are you serious? One second,
Yeah.
we'll come back here again, but
The
just to
tacit
check.
offer of a draw was accepted.
Oh, I'm
Okay,
actually surprised, no?
at this level, generally they are fine with a draw with black pieces. So I'm not surprised with Gukesh's decision.
Oh, acha.
Gukesh is also a player who is very clever at draw offers. I've seen that, at what position to take a draw and all that is quite. Once in a while, he does take draws from middle game positions when he's not very comfortable and all that. So it's not surprising. Yeah, just when we were off for dinner, we were analyzing this h6, this
Hmm.
move.
Yeah.
H6 has been played before. Somehow, you know, by the way, Warmerdam is losing already against Aronian. Just a quick
Okay.
update. So that
Should I go there?
remember that, the opening novelty with Queen E7 has paid off for Aronian.
Hmm.
Can be happy. That pawn sack, right? If you remember.
Oh, yes, yes.
At knight G4, bishop G4, bishop G4, telling that what is the difference between a permanent element and temporary element. And ultimately, Aronian won the game. Yeah.
Wow,
Okay, we can go
amazing
back to our
preparation.
Indian game.
Yeah, we can go to
In
Arjun's
Indian.
game. Yeah.
Yeah. Arjun game we have seen for a long time. Shall I go to Vidit's game? Did you see it in my absence or
Took me one move.
Amrita? Leon's game is very interesting. It's a very interesting moment. We can go there actually.
Rook F1. F5. Oh, that was the question I had asked for black. Nice. F5 happened. Knight F4 and Queen F7 played by Van Forest.
somehow I have a feeling that Van Forest is pushing a little here today. I mean, he is weakening his position with F5 and Queen F7. I don't like. See, for example, here, can I go knight B7?
Sorry, knight?
B7, B for Bombay.
Oh. If I take?
No, then I take knight E6. You'll be in real trouble. This knight
Wow.
AF5.
So how do I defend?
Black's position looks to be full of holes, if you know what I mean. See, first of all, here's 3 islands, pawn islands. The pawn on A6 is an island, C5, C6, D6 is an island, and the kingside pawns are an island. So when you have such a position, it is generally a weakness in your position. So by playing F5, you created another hole on the king side. And I honestly don't see a way that black can utilize it to start an attack or something. So, I think in the last 3 to 4 moves, Van Forest hasn't handled the position well. But one worry is our man Luke is having very less time on the clock.
How much? 1 second.
Around 15 minutes, I think.
For this
And
position.
18 moves to make.
But knight b7 is a nice move, actually.
See, that is why it is important to have time on your clock, Only when you have time on your clock, you can find moves like knight b7 in a flash.
True. So let's see what he plays, Leon. But maybe with this much time, it's not so easy to find this move. Which other game? Shall we go to Anish's game? Because...
Yeah.
Here, I think we had left off.
Yeah. He got bishop c4, yeah. Anish, by the way, likes these kind of positions a lot, where he has a small positional edge which he can further. So bishop c4. It's ugly pawn structure fe6.
And now he goes rook e8. Ronak goes rook e8.
So this is where we expect Ronak Sadhwani to just... The expression is keep your fingers below your butt and sit still and just defend.
If I go knight g5, you have knight d4, right? I believe.
No, I should do things slowly. I expect something like an a3 or something here. Just hold the position. There is no hurry. It's extremely difficult to play with black pieces in such position. There is a famous...
Anish is better, you mean here.
Yeah, there's a famous quote by Nigel Short. Instead of playing slightly minus positions against Karpo, you can commit suicide. This is one of those positions where you hate your life.
Wow, so many quotes you remember. It's like, I have a quote man here. It's amazing. Of course, I mean, I have seen your library and number of books you have read, but the amount of things you are able to remember and to share those stories, amazing.
Basically, I don't have a life beyond chess. That's a problem. Okay, shall we go to Murali Karthikeyan? We haven't seen him for a long time. Murali Karthikeyan, Arvind Chidambaram, I would like to... Adiba, we haven't seen them for a long time. So, let's go. Abhijit Gupta.
Murali Karthikeyan. Isn't white winning a piece?
That's a good question.
Only Muno a3?
What's happening? It looks
if I go rook a1, then queen b2 should be trouble, no? For rook a1.
This looks very good for white.
What?
So good, really. I'm sorry, no. Very good for black, but is it so good, really?
Very interesting. Full piece sack, yeah, for this a pawn. And the knight can't go to d2. How do I stop the pawn? Or is it even... can I ignore it? Can I go d5? Oh, at least the bar didn't change. Means it's a possible move. Oh, this is complex, no? This is getting complex.
Extremely complex. This we need to really calculate here. And how is the time position here?
26 minutes with Murli.
Okay.
And 33 minutes. Okay, he just started thinking now.
Okay, let's leave the calculation to the. Let's go to the next game. It's just very complex, and I'm very sure that Murli has seen it basically.
Abhijit Gupta is white.
Oh yeah.
I like white's position, such nice pawns, the knight, the king in the center. Okay, only this can get dangerous. But until this bishop is facing this
Most
granite,
of the
looks
thing,
okay.
Black's pieces are uncoordinated. I like the best about white's position. If white manages to, oh my God.
What?
White just blundered as we are talking. Why did he allow edge g3 here?
But
Knight f5 was
g3, it's a blunder. I mean, if you take knight g7, I thought if you take knight g7, king g7, rook h8, king h8, and it feels like I can go f5. I mean, I'm not looking at the engine, but it feels like, should be okay for white or no? Ah, but he had an advantage, and he has lost the advantage.
Yeah. I don't know. Somehow I don't like this position, this move. Knight f5 at all.
Yeah,
But
h3 is.
interesting what he could have played instead of knight f5.
There are a number of possibilities. He could have gone this rook to f1, basically
Yeah, that's
focusing
what.
on f7 guy.
Exactly. I was expecting a rook to f1. I was thinking which rook would go to f1. Knight f5 is very puzzling. I think Abhijit wanted to first have an equality in hand, so he went for knight f5 idea, knight g7. But in the process, he is really collapsing his own pawn structure, which I don't like. So Abhijit Gupta in trouble against Fedosiev.
By the way, can we also look at Tanya versus Harika?
Oh yeah, Tanya is very low on time. Tanya is a bit of a time trouble addict, so I'm not surprised. But her position looks nice, kind of. I don't look at king on g8.
Ooh. So lucky that there is no pawn on h7. This rook is so lucky. Otherwise,
You call it luck, is it? I thought not having pawns in front of the king is bad luck.
no, for the in front of the rook. Imagining a pawn here for the rook looks like.
See, this is a very funny position. I'm very sure the engine consider it better for black because of the material. The point is, I'm not comfortable with the black king here. So let's say it is black to play, is it? Or white to play?
No, queen e2 was the last move.
Ah, okay. Let's say if you go something like rook h7 or rook h6 or something, idea go king h8. Let's say.
Nice move.
How can I?
Okay. What is the question? Ask that.
I mean, if black goes rook h7 here, I'm just trying to find a way to further white's attack. So let's say something like knight g4 here. And knight g4, I assume rook g6 is the only move?
Yeah. Good move.
Okay, the problem is white is not able to improve his attack because there are no pieces. See, the knight on c3 is clumsily placed.
Right.
See, if I try to make a move like queen f3 here, you may blast open the center with c5 shot. Yeah.
Ooh,
very uncomfortable. Yeah,
nice.
Very uncomfortable for black. Yeah, for white, sorry. So, yeah, it looks like even though black's king is kind of funny, looks like black is better in this position because, okay, she's simply material up, yeah?
What's the material actually? Three
She's a
pawns,
pawn
yeah?
up.
Yeah, pawns up. Okay. Got it. So Harika is better.
Yeah, Harika is in the driving seat in this game.
Vaishali, if we go to Vaishali is white. Vaishali is also doing well.
Vaishal is playing Kielbasa, yeah?
Olivia, केवल बसा.
This is one of the most favorite positions of Pragg, actually. Pragg plays is very good with both sides. So I'm not surprised that she's playing this. Very interesting thing here. Black has played threateningly with h6, g5 and all. But our bar prefers white. Can you guess why? What is that one element which makes the computer to prefer white in this position? You know, in the computer's mind, the knight on a5 is a terrible piece in the long run. So that one piece is good enough for white, for the computer to think that white is better all the time.
Yeah, also, but chat also wants to know, is it king safety? Is that the element?
King safety, see, it depends on how the game turns out later on. You can say white king is unsafe, you can say black king is unsafe also, it doesn't matter. Modern chess make king safety is a very, what to say, it's a very difficult to understand logic. But the knight on a5 in any kind of chess is a bad piece at the end of the day. It'll take a long time to come back, correct? So
Good
I think that
points.
a5 is what, yeah. There was a very nice observation by Grandmaster Chuchalov. Vladimir Chuchalov is one of the best trainers in the world right now. Yeah, I think ChessBase India did an online camp with him on his specialty strategic balance a few years ago, I think. So Vladimir Chuchalov says, first look at the position and then look at the bar and then try to understand why the computer is thinking that way before looking at the computer's move. He says this is a very good way to improve your chess. So in this question, if the bar says plus minus, I mean, I'm assuming it will be plus equals or so because the bar is out for white. Think a little and try to understand why the bar can be better here, and then look at computer's move to check whether your reasoning is correct or not.
Oh, that's a great one.
Yeah, I mean, okay, he's one of the best trainers in the world, definitely. At the same point, he was a trainer of Caruana as well as Anishkiri, which is an amazing job actually. Yeah.
So here Vaishali is better actually strategically going to Savitha Shri.
Yeah. Looks like a draw. I don't think neither side can win this position. So Vaishali Savitha is drawing against a higher rated player. It should be a good result.
And then
so
Vantika.
Our national champion. Vantika next. Sorry, I thought Divya.
Yeah, going board wise. So oh, Vantika is in trouble.
Vantika is playing Kamalidenova, and yeah, definitely she is in trouble. Black has a bishop in an ending, which is always a to say discouraging factor. You know this quote, right? The worst bishop is better than the best knight. So in an endgame, the bishop is always preferred because it's a long-range piece. Yeah, I think Vantika is in trouble as well as she has less than a minute on her clock, which is very surprising.
Moves, no? Yeah. But generally, Vantika doesn't come under so much time pressure, if I'm not wrong.
I thought the other way around. I thought Vantika is a time pressure player. I have seen her playing rapid tournaments where she will always have a lesser than a minute on the clock. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So, okay, Vantika in trouble and Divya clearly crushing it.
Divya is one player to watch for Indian chess, apart from Vaishali and Vantika. So, okay, Divya had on paper, she had the opponent rating wise, she had the lowest of the opponent's rating today. So, I think she's taking full advantage of it. Yeah.
So, Divya white is also winning. Yeah. Complete. King is just, pieces are just bad. So, now we go to
SL Narayanan is winning.
Yeah, let's go there. Oh, the bar
If
is
you
like super
remember,
winning, yeah? 23
we saw
moves.
the position somewhere around the 12th move or so when white played EF6. See how logically Narayanan has dismantled black's center. Very nice.
E4.
Yeah.
And knight f5. Bishop went back. Queen came to b3. Oh, he got into some trouble, it seems. Rook f7. But you can't take here. I mean, c4. Strikes there. Takes. Takes. Knight d5. A big mistake by Sean.
Yeah.
Queen went back. e2. Still.
Sachin Paul is asking us a question in what do you call it? Special chat?
Yeah, super
Big
chat.
super chat. Yeah. He's asking us a question.
He says OG Indian prodigy and open tournament expert Arvind off to a great start. Why didn't he take with the pawn though on d3? Black's rooms were so bad. Okay, we should go there. We'll go there after this game
Yeah.
immediately. Knight b4 was played. Oh, that is another big mistake which was made by Sean, but I'm still understanding why is it such a big mistake.
Knight b4. The point is, I think black just gave up a tempo. Bishop d2.
Okay, it's waste of move, yeah, in a way. The knight.
If yeah, I think there was no need for the knight to go to. It's just a positional mistake. I think. I think after a5, queen g4, white is just winning.
Yeah, but this
And
is,
king
I mean,
h5.
such a big change in the evaluation without, anything concrete happening, but just maybe the pieces h5 is incoming. That this knight is definitely not having any good squares. Okay, this is cool. Yeah, yeah.
I think I got it, Amrita. The move before knight b4, please go back. Yeah, here
Okay.
instead of knight b4, see, I think queen g4 was a threat here, so black had to play knight f6 in this position, stopping
Ah,
queen.
okay.
So after knight b4, one of your pieces has wandered off to the queen side.
Ah,
So bishop d2, a5, queen g4, I think white is completely
yeah,
winning. Idea is h5.
yeah.
Let's play, if you, I mean, threatening h5, knight moves, knight h6 check. So let us say if you play king h8, a move like king h8 here, rook a e1 and the e4 pawn is falling.
Nice. And
I
actually,
think that,
none of your pieces, I mean, knight on b4 suddenly is like doing nothing. Yeah, it's as good as the edge of the board. This bishop, not at all powerful. This all the pieces for black, the quality of the pieces doesn't look so good. So, yeah, it just completely changed. This one idea, the whole planning, I think, for black just helped Narayanan. But this is a great position for Narayanan, might be able to, win this game very quickly now.
yeah, I think Narayan is winning. So
Okay, we
let's,
had to go to that game which he had asked a question, Arvind. Let's go to
yeah,
Arvind's game.
so what is the question?
His question was, why didn't he take with the pawn? D3? Where exactly? Here, bishop D3. Why did he not take with the pawn? That is his question.
I'm still getting the question. Okay.
By the way, you know, right, that you can check the in the like what to say, in my Zoom you can see the whole screen.
Yeah, I can. Yeah.
No, I thought you have to check somewhere else.
No, no, no. So why did you take with the d3 pawn? I didn't
Yeah, with
understand
the
the
e
question.
pawn. I think he's asking with the e pawn, if I'm not wrong. That's right.
Instead of queen d3. But
Why
black can
didn't
just
he
cap.
take with the pawn though on d3?
So now black can just take queen into e1, right?
Yeah.
So black getting an advantage for two rooks for a queen. Generally, two rooks are stronger than a queen. So
But
that is
somehow
why,
over here it seems that this rook
yeah.
is yet to materially fine, but the rook is yet to get in the game. So why is White's position so much better? Even I thought Queen e1, and you don't want like to give two rooks, but somehow it is being favored for White in a huge way.
See, basically the bishop on a7 is a bad piece. That is number one. The second thing is, in the long run, the light squares are very weak, and the d4 pawn is. I have my doubts about the d5 pawn. But 1 minute, Amrita, actually ed3 is valid. Let's just analyze ed3 a little. ed3, queen e1, rook e1, rook e1, check king h2. Okay. Okay.
No, knight b4. No, it feels like, because you want to go rook e6, then you are attacking. Like this would be the but it's a blunder, no? Queen b7.
No, b7. B7 is hanging.
Yeah, you can't do that.
See, the point here is, White is kind of threatening h5 here. You get me?
And also maybe knight d6.
Knight d6, what is your threat? B7. Okay, let's say black goes bishop c5 here.
Bishop c5.
Yeah,
now you wanted to play h5 or no?
h5, exactly. Yeah, actually he is right. Sachin Paul, right?
Yeah.
White should have taken ed3 in that position instead of queen d3. I just looked only at the material. I didn't look at the position.
No, that's cool. He super chats again. How does black's rook get into the game? But you are right. Actually, there is no time for this rook to get into the game. You can't move the knight. b7 is hanging. You can't get the rook to b6 immediately, and the king is getting weak. Wow, this is amazing.
Yeah, actually, instead of being on a7, it was on e7. Black was probably winning immediately the game, or at least he would have been better. But here, because of the unfortunate rook, after h5, I think White is having a very commanding attack here.
Yeah. No, this is tremendous. So ed3 was actually possible. He played queen d3. Arvind played queen d3, which is also pretty decent. Knight went to b4. He went queen d2 now. Queen went to d7. And he missed, he made a tactical, no, maybe he calculated knight takes a5. Did he think? But good. Can you take queen a4 here? Knight b7 then.
Yeah, knight a5.
So he took knight a5, rook a5, queen b4, and now rook takes a4. So what if I take on b7? Takes, and rook b4 or rook b8 would be the... Yeah, if I go rook b4, isn't it opposite colored bishop?
Yeah, but it is opposite color bishop, but I am 2 pawns up, right? 2 pawns up is
no, but you're losing 1 pawn, no? Where will you go?
No, I can play bishop c6 here.
I don't have time to take, yeah.
So bishop b7, rook b4, let's say I have...
oh, wait. I'll not go rook b4 then. Anyway, if I go rook b8, you'll still go bishop c6. Okay.
I even have bishop d5, Amrita. For rook b4, I have bishop d5 threatening rook c7. That's even more powerful.
Yeah, this is a nice f7 weakness you have pointed.
Next move, I play b3 and I'm completely winning.
Yeah. So actually, Arvind is also very close to getting into that position, winning position. Very close.
Yeah, I think Arvind is... Yeah. And we haven't looked at SL's game for a long time, yeah?
No, we just looked, no, right now.
Sorry, SL. Adiban, I'm sorry, Adiban. Adiban, it seems, is losing today.
Yeah, with Pragg. Oh, it's dead lost.
The position where we saw he had sacrificed a pawn looked pretty decent for him.
Yeah, castle, queen e4. Knight c6, bishop e6.
Pawn back.
Knight d5, you can't take here, it's a blunder. King h8. Double bishop, here he made a blunder. Knight went back to d4. But still, why is it a blunder?
Point is white knight on e7 is funny.
Hmm.
I think I'm winning it with the tactic with G5 here.
What move?
White played Queen H4, right? Yeah.
Yeah, no, Rook A8 and Queen H4. Acha, over here. Oh, G5
Instead of Queen H4, yeah, G5 is a.
takes, then
Yeah, I think you should
use
show our
this.
audience what is the double attack here. Idea of G5 should show.
Yeah. No, this is nice. Yes, this queen is definitely overloaded with the defense here, and after G5, you cannot defend both at the same time. What a nice move. It's possible to miss such a move, no? Oh my
Yeah.
god. Oh my god. But Pragg will find it. What do you think? Adiban has missed it. So is it possible that Pragg also misses it?
I hope he misses it.
Oh, nice. No, this is
If you go back one more before, instead of Queen
devastating.
H4, why not simple Knight E6? I'm trying to understand. For Rook
Oops,
A8,
sorry, okay.
why didn't he just go Knight E6? I don't know why he didn't do this. I mean,
Oh,
doesn't it look
there is
obvious?
a important move. I don't know if it is easy, but
Uh-huh.
black has to find a important move here.
What is that?
Understood one variation of it, but I didn't understand the second. Bishop D7.
Okay.
So let's say you go queen here, basically, because to defend this after takes, you have to take with the knight again, otherwise you lose the knight.
Yeah.
And then I'm also thinking, what is that thing? Oh, yeah, now it's a simple distraction, no?
I can just take
Takes and
yeah.
this is gone. But if what if knight takes c6?
Yeah, Knight A6 is what I was thinking. Black can just take Queen into C2. And that pawn is
Oh.
a monster on C4.
So then Adiban is very much in trouble. Yeah, it looks very hard. If G5 is found, it's over.
And both the players have time also.
Okay.
Some time, I mean, to find these tactics,
Yeah. So we'll go to the top boards again. Shall we go to Anish
sure.
and Ronak now? And in fact, Ronak has managed to somehow equalize a bit.
Okay, that's good news.
Queen d6 he played, b4 is attacked, b5 by Anish, and knight d4, knight d4. Do you feel tempted to take with the pawn and to resolve the double pawns?
That's a very good question.
Because this would be my first instinct, yeah? But it's a...
Well, even now, if I'm going for this pawn structure, I rather prefer the queens to be not there. So I would rather go for Queen d4. See, Queen d4, ed4, that pawn structure is still kind of manageable for black, whereas direct ed4, I don't like the pawn structure.
Yeah. No, also you have to calculate if ed4, then there are e5 ideas you have to calculate. And also for rook d1, mainly this pin, you don't have e5 there. That is a problem. So that is what the engine recommends here. So Queen d4 will be played by Ronak, I think. He will definitely avoid those calculations. And this is equal. The position could be. He could equalize.
Yeah.
So what about Pragg? He was better? How better is he now after HO? He played rook c1, rook at c8. Then he went h3. Bishop d6 was played by Aryan. And Pragg goes g4. Wow, this is cool. Bishop h7. King f2. I don't look at this, yeah, Sarvanan. Either the bar doesn't understand because king on f2, natural, no, once again.
Actually, the idea of bishop b4 is to go knight b4 here. The knight b4, a3, bishop into e5, knight. No, that doesn't work.
Okay, knight c7.
Direct. Okay.
And then bishop went back to e2. Here.
Trying to understand why in the long run this g4 may be important. I don't know why white played g4.
I think Pragg wants to play on the king side.
Or rather, if possible, king side also, yeah?
Hmm.
There's a choice to play on the king side also.
But I'm worried about that rook on 8 now. You have to
Uh-huh.
play 3, no? A 97 has been played. No, 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 no. He took here. He took the knight, takes, and now 97. So Pragg is now having a double bishop advantage. But this is like you have to go f4.
Everything tells me that bishop e5 was not a good move at all, definitely. I just don't like that move at all.
But tell me why not? Because it is a concrete line, no? Takes, takes. I go and attack your pawn. You're forced to play f4, which happened in the game. And now, can I not go f6 here?
Question.
You will have to take, right? Or is there any classy move in between?
Okay, maybe bishop e5, d5, the whole thing is fine. I mean, fine for black, I mean to say.
Hmm.
See, in this position,
Hmm.
actually, it's not so bad for black because white doesn't have a target to attack easily. See, the b6 move, b6 pawn cannot be attacked easily, which is a very important point.
Actually, some moves have happened after f4. They
Uh-huh.
he played h takes g4. Aryan played. Pragg took
Okay.
here back, but now his h file opens up. I think this is very good. Bishop goes to g6, and we are at this position currently.
See, that's what somehow I think black has managed to fight back here because, okay, he has given up his bishop, but at the same time, it's not easy. As I said, it's
Hmm.
not easy to attack
Hmm.
the pawn on b6 and all that. Maybe white will play a3 followed by knight b5 and attack and exchange one of the knights and then go for an endgame. But now what we were talking earlier, the bishop on g6 now can come inside very easily to e4 square.
Hmm.
So it's no more an invalid piece. So I think black has somehow managed to keep his position overall.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe the plan didn't, this bishop e5 was definitely something I think kind of tend to underestimate it, no? If it is a good move here.
I don't
The,
like white playing h3, g4, and then f4.
hmm,
You shouldn't have given up the e4 square for the dark light bishop in the long run. I
hmm.
think that is where Pragg went wrong in this game, in this position so far.
Yeah, king f2 would have been more solid. Yeah, but
Amrita,
it's very deep,
something.
yeah. It was very deep.
Wait, wait. There is something very interesting. Very
Where?
interesting. Go back a few moves where white played g4.
Okay.
Yeah, this could have been g4. Black played bishop
h7.
7, right?
Yeah.
Here, white played
King f2.
king f2, knight c7, bishop e2, bishop e5, d5, knight d7. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think this is where white missed something. Gh5.
But knight e5?
Yeah, knight e5. That's the thing I'm trying to understand.
Hmm. Ah, e5.
Now,
Hmm.
e4 shot. Suddenly, black is in trouble.
Ooh.
Or
Against
1 minute.
the
e4,
shots.
maybe you have d4 here.
But
Can
if
I play rook
d4, then
h8?
this bishop is gone. No, no, not gone. Okay, you will have f5 at some
I
point.
don't know because you
Okay.
have a pawn on d3 also.
Hmm.
Okay, instead of e4, can I go rook at g1 here for knight e5, for example?
Rook at
The question
g1.
I'm trying to ask is,
Hmm.
if I can make the position very rash,
Got it.
very tactical, so that, my bishops, whether they can come into play.
I agree. I can't play g6 here. It's like a suicide kind of a move. So king f6.
So
Okay,
king
why?
f6 may be a
Ah!
blunder.
Oh, wait, wait,
e4,
wait, wait, wait. Let's ask the
e4,
chat.
e4.
Oh, they heard, huh? e4. With that, I have
So
bishop
sorry,
g5
I'm so
mate.
sorry.
No, 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 no. That's okay. So bishop
Once in a
g5
while,
mate. No, this was a very nice one. Bishop g5 mate. You can miss it. So
yeah.
I also
Okay, we
blundered.
can we can ask we can ask the chat the next question. Now
What's
let's
that?
say plays knight e8.
Okay,
Now
defenses.
use your common sense. What we were discussing some time ago about what is common sense in chess. What is the best move for white here in this position? Yeah, many people are getting it, Amrita. Not bad. You are
What is
very
it?
educated audience. E4 now. That's my
Oh.
point. After G1 98 E4. Now I'm trying to shut your bishop away forever.
Hmm.
And if
And
you
now?
play D4,
Hmm.
knight E4 now.
No, acha, D4. 94. But I can always take here if I want to. No, but your double
Yeah, but
bishop are just too strong.
no, there is a deadly threat for white. Can you see?
Not 95, yeah? Okay.
Bishop B4 check.
Ooh.
See,
Ooh,
this
this
is
is the
how I
goal.
activate both
Ooh.
my I activate my both the bishops in the long run.
Nice. This is ooh, the
You
king on
king may
e7
get
is now actually in trouble, yeah?
yeah, you might get checkmated here. Yeah.
Amazing. Brilliant.
So
No, this
yeah,
was
I
cool.
think this is where Pragg lost his advantage.
Hmm.
Okay, I think for a long time we haven't seen our
Yeah.
own Nihal Sareen. We should see him immediately.
So let's go to Nihal.
He is my favorite player.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah, I like Nihal very much. Nihal's play, there is a certain maturity to his play. He plays so solid sometimes, one, and second, he's fearless. You see all these blitz tournaments and super blitz and hyper blitz he plays on chess.com. The way
Hmm.
he takes risks is amazing. I really like the way Nihal conducts the game.
Would you say his playing style anything similar to Karpov? Anything?
No, he is not, no, definitely not
No.
Karpo. He is much more concrete than Karpo. I would say he is something like Spassky. Or, no, not Spassky. Maybe, no, it's difficult to classify him with any of the
Hmm.
classic players. Something like Anish Giri, you can say, maybe.
Ah, nice. Okay. So this is the
Nihal is,
position. Bishop c3 has been the last move of white. Here he goes bishop c3. Nihal is thinking. I feel constantly worried about like g4 is always in the air, but until you have this knight h4 in hand, it's okay. But white will have some time to prepare g4, right?
but I think the more crucial point is, did you see White's time?
Oh,
It's only 5 minutes.
oh yeah, and 26 moves. Okay, right now actually we have to see everybody's time because it's not just the position anymore. So
Uh-huh.
5 minutes, matlab they have to make 14 moves, no? 14 moves for Ituri Zaga in this position, which is so all the pawns are on the board, all 8 pawns on the board. It's very, very what to say? It's going to be very stressful for him.
Yeah.
So what
Did you see
about?
one factor here?
Hmm.
White has two breaks, E4 as well as G4.
Yeah.
Do either of them, then black gets a target to attack.
Hmm.
So this is Nihal for you. Prepare to sit forever and wait. At the same time, you can't discount the fact that white has two bishops in a somewhat dynamic position. So
Yeah.
let's say white is slightly better, but Nihal has his ideas, let's say, of playing how to play this position. This game is going to be very interesting, something tells me.
Yeah. Yeah. But I think it would be around after still another 5, 7, 8 moves later. It would get
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah.
What about yeah,
So,
queen b3 h6. Ronak has equalized actually with Anish Giri with the black pieces. Now that's definitely something to his credit. In fact, do you think white can also come under any trouble or not
well,
really?
white coming in trouble, no, that's
No,
definitely
that's
not.
not possible. Okay,
At the end of the day, it is black who has the double pawn. So white is never going to come under the trouble.
got it.
But I have a feeling that black has equalized. I
Okay,
don't think black will have any problems anymore. So I think today has been a good show by Ronak. Yeah. I mean, a
yeah,
difficult position to defend. He sat and defended it so well. All the credit to him.
amazing.
So let's go for our game of Mr. Vidit
Oh
Gujarati,
yeah,
which you
yeah,
have
yeah,
not
yeah.
seen
We've
for a
not
long
seen
time.
for a long, long, long time. In fact.
It's to be very
Babre,
interesting.
crazy. E4,
Yeah.
bishop e6, rook b1 was played, bishop b3 he goes.
Mhm.
He's threatening to win material here. Queen went back to d2. attack the g5. Vidit defends it with rook on e5. Actually, I would definitely, I mean, it does take away the square of the knight. But h4 by Irwin, the move we were, the idea you had asked. h4 happening on the board. g4 by Vidit. And queen h6 by Irwin with 15 minutes. And look at Vidit's time. He has 6 minutes. Irwin has 15 minutes. They have to make 20 moves. And the kings are super exposed. I think game of the day for sure. This one. We have to stay here. And also with Arjun. We have to stay also with Arjun. Okay, where do you want to stay right now? Should we look at...
I want to stay, and I want to have a look at Vidit's game.
Okay.
Is white threatening anything after queen h6?
I think
okay,
bishop g5, no?
Bishop g5.
And
so let me go queen d7.
Queen f8.
Let me go queen d7 first.
Tell me something. How would the endgame be? No, endgame would be better for white, no? Right, I can't even consider.
Better for white because he has a good pawn presence, definitely.
So queen d7. Still, let's say I ignore and I go bishop g5. What are you going to do?
You're threatening bishop f6. Yeah? No, I think there is a tactical shot with g3 check.
Yeah, but king g3, you don't have a knight f5 or anything, I thought. Is it working or what? f5? You were thinking of f5?
Yeah, that's what I thought, but f5, I don't know. White has just knight d5, I think. No, f5 is not working.
Knight d5, bishop f6. Yeah. f5. Then what's the move here for black?
In that case, queen d7 was not the best move, maybe.
No, but here the move is...
Amrita, can I play f5 directly?
But
for bishop,
we can. But here the move you can play is simply rook e6, like taking the rook away here and shifting it to g6. Oh, this would be hard. This would be so tough. Come on. Okay, what did you suggest?
Instead of something very fancy like this, let's go f5 directly here. Yeah, here, f5. Come on.
And now if I go bishop g5 anyway?
Good question. I didn't think of it.
This is not as powerful though, without the pawn on f7.
Okay, let's go queen
f8. No?
Queen f8, yeah.
Because now you have defended g4. Yeah, this seems to be in control.
But we just analyzed a couple of minutes ago that endgame may not be great.
No, but there your g4 was hanging, if g4. And now there is f5. So if you take here and take, and then my rook comes to f8, so
yeah,
that will be different, I guess. Okay, what happened in the game was his opponent, he played for queen h6. He went to rook e6 here. Rook e6.
Okay.
Attacks the queen. Queen h5 seems the most natural for me with white. But
queen h5, gf3. Now that may be trouble for you. gf3, rook f6 may be good for black.
Rook f6, bishop g5. Rook f6, bishop g5 is the problem. And if you...
Then okay, let me go rook g6.
Here there is take.
Rook g6, I'll idea is to play queen f6 now.
Yeah, rook g6 is... Yeah, you also stop this white's rook on g1. I mean, that way. Oops, sorry, this is... So this is good. After rook e6, it's possible to play gf3 for queen h. Oh, but there is a stronger move. Actually, the engine recommends don't take here and directly play rook g6, or it does give ideas like g3 also. So that is possible. But I think with it, this game is anything can go, because whose king is weaker and in time pressure who makes a mistake, it's not possible to play this position very accurately.
Correct, and somehow I have a feeling that white's king is weaker than black's king.
Yeah, it does feel like that.
Yeah.
Maybe it's only the bar which doesn't understand. Okay.
But Vidit has less than 5 minutes, which is a worrying factor. Yeah. So let's see
Arjun
Arjun.
has to think right now. I think they might come closer to time.
Let's go to Arjun's game.
E4 we left here, bishop went to E6. King C2 also played. H6. By the way, just to tell you here, the computer had recommended H6 before bishop E6. So that was the difference. And black did have slight worse, but it was in control. And now white showed clearly better. Arjun went G4. The better idea was first to go E5. He went G4. Rook went to C8. Now he went E5, so he got that. And C5 by Frederick. Arjun went bishop E3 back.
Normal.
Defended here. G5. Oh,
G5.
What about this? And what about
G5?
Yeah, and
that's very ugly to see.
Yeah.
The famous phrase in chess, no? Looks bad is bad. G5. That's a very strange move to play.
Nice. Oh, King B1. Nice artificial castling by Arjun here. C takes D4.
Tigran Petrosyan will be happy today.
Yeah, King D1, King C2. Beautifully done by Arjun. And Knight E7. So,
effectively, black is a piece down on H4. Effectively, black is a piece down in this position. So I think white is completely better now.
Oh, he's winning. No, but I mean, one idea I see is if I get this thing, which is the idea maybe, that's the reason he's got the knight to E7 also for these threats there. So, bishop G3 is the threat. Can we stop
Amrita, am I having Rook H4 shot? Let's check.
Ooh, wow. G5, no? Here you wanted to play F4?
Yeah. G5, I think.
Oh, G5... seems like G5 is possible to defend by knight F5 and
knight F5. Sorry. Then let me go F4. Let me go F4.
Yeah, F4. So powerful. And what if I take here? Because if you go Rook G1, there is H5. If I go for this, doesn't matter. You are anyway going to go F5 with F6, with Queen G5, with this bishop. Oh my goodness.
So Arjun has a shot in his hand.
Nice. This is a nice shot. Rook H4. Amazing. Great
Same
fight.
corollary F4 also may be winning. The same logic F4
also. Yeah, you can't take here. This is hanging. And anyway, F5 is pretty.
But Rook H4 is much more beautiful.
Exactly. It's just prettier. So F4 and Rook H4, either of the moves if Arjun plays, we can say that he is very close to winning. Going to Vidit's game because he's under time pressure. Rook E6, Queen G5 check has been played. Are they exchanging the queens here? Oh, what did he play? Queen G5, Rook G6. Oh, Vidit makes a mistake.
Why is it a mistake?
Queen takes D8, Rook takes D8. And now I'm also trying to understand, but it seems H5 is the problem. No, it's very hard to understand, right? This like you move your rook after H5 and white is simply developing and basically he is saying that I'm going to have double bishop, I'm going to slowly develop. Is that the thing? Because there is nothing tactical.
No, there is a point here. See, for H5 now, first of all, you cannot go Rook G7 because effectively the Rook is very poorly placed after Rook G7, right? And if instead of Rook G7, if you go more like Rook E6, now my bishop comes to G5 outside. That's the point of H5.
Bishop G5. Bishop G5 also. And another point of H5 is that the Rook is coming to H4.
Yeah. So H5 is the knight driving the Rook away from the king side.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are the... Okay, I am very sure that these details over the board for players to see will be very difficult. So I don't think... he did that. He did that.
Oh, because I thought Bishop G5 was also very tempting to develop, right? With the tempo.
Lamy did that. Lamy deployed H5.
Okay, then Vidit is actually...
Same Rook E6. But instead of Bishop G5, he goes Bishop E3 here. Okay, Lamy has consolidated into a very nice, simple endgame advantage.
Has he played like a... Because in here on leeches, it's not yet happened, huh?
Yeah. Okay. It is coming in chess 24, I just saw.
Okay. Yeah,
Okay.
rook e6, h5 happened. Rook e6.
White has a simple two bishop advantage in an endgame now. This is precisely what black shouldn't allow. That is why rook g6 had to be played earlier instead of allowing the queen g5, So he allowed queen g5 and the queens had to be exchanged. So this is going to be quite difficult for Vidit because he has less than 5 minutes on his clock. Lamy has about 10 minutes, does he?
Yes, 10 minutes, yes. By the way, it's 10:45. In case whenever you have to, end your day, please make sure that you tell that not a
I'll
problem.
fight the sleep monster as much as possible. The moment I lose the fight, I'll leave. So till then, I'll give you company here. Okay, let's go back to Nihal's game. Looks like he has drawn already. No, he's still playing. Chat is telling Nihal has drawn.
Oh, did he repeat? 1 second. Knight d3,
No, he
knight
didn't.
d7, knight f4, knight f6, knight d3. No, he's
Ah,
not yet repeated, but there is a possibility of a draw.
yeah, now knight d7 is just a draw, I think.
Yeah, I think he will take a draw, no, here.
Yeah, he's slightly
With
worse.
black and yeah. Otherwise, he
Why
would
did
not have
not?
repeated twice because his opponent had less time.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Hmm.
So, what are the other games we should be looking at?
Leon is like Van Forest was actually able to, get advantage after f5 move. His black is better. Going to Arjun's game. Did he play that after g5? Oops, sorry, bishop d4. Knight. No. Arjun is still thinking. Arjun is down to 10 minutes. By the way, Frederick also has 3 minutes and 15 moves. It doesn't really matter because the game will be over sooner, I believe, if he plays rook h4. What do you predict? Will Arjun play rook h4 or will he go f4?
Well, rook h4 is too tempting, and Arjun, I told you, right? Arjun is very concrete in his play. So I think he will go for rook h4. By the way, the man who sacrificed a piece, Murli Karthikeyan, we didn't visit him back at all. The pawn on a2 for a piece, yeah?
Oh, that one. Oh, that one was interesting. Queen d7 happened. He took the piece. a3 by Karthikeyan. Queen went to c6. Queen b2 there. Rook went to f1. Oh, a5. He's not pushing a2. Doesn't make sense because he would have taken on a6, right? Takes.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand how that the bar stays equal here.
Oh, he played g4, created a space, but what a nice move by Jeffrey because such an active move which can later create threats with g5. a2 by Karthikeyan.
G4 is a typical move,
Hmm.
which if everything goes well at the end of the day, you can say it was a nice breathing space to give. And if you get checkmated on the king side, you say, what was a terrible that move?
Yeah.
Move which you can justify with hindsight.
Yeah.
But okay, at the end of the day, it requires courage to play it on the board when you're playing it, right? So, yeah, he's one of the top juniors in the country, in the world, Jeffrey Zion. So, Jeffrey Chiang, I think. So,
Okay.
he's a fantastic player, no doubt. But, I really like our man Karthikeyan's attitude. Just giving a piece and calmly playing as if nothing has happened in the world. I really like.
Exactly. A full night. I mean, is it that too? It's only with this pawn. Yeah, I think he's even going to lose this pawn. Maybe the rook is going to come to c2 and will you
Actually,
not
Amrita,
do
I
rook
want to ask you a
c1?
question.
Yeah.
I want to ask you a question. Black is going to play rook c3, rook a3, and a1 queen. Okay?
That's the idea.
What
Nice.
what are you gonna do here? Can you please tell me? What are you gonna do here?
Oh, are you saying that somehow white is going to be forced to give any perpetual or something? Because
See, that is why our man has played king h7. For rook c3, now there is no queen e8 check. That's why he has played king h7.
Lovely.
So let us say,
Yeah,
I am black.
let's say I have an extra piece, okay, and let me try to do something with it.
Yeah.
So I go
Okay.
knight
Knight
e5.
Okay, now let me go. What shall I go? I have another threat here. Queen b1, let's see. So I'm threatening queen f1 followed by rook c1 and rook queen a1. Okay.
Got it. So
So I'm asking a
I can't
question to
even
you.
go anywhere.
Where is your draw? I'm asking a question to you.
Actually,
So it's
this
not
is
so
a
simple, huh?
yeah.
It's not so
No
simple.
way.
Yeah.
Wait. Oh, even queen b1 is
I think you have to use your computer to find a draw after queen b1.
yeah, maybe actually. Wait,
So
queen takes
7 is
a5.
Queen 7 is a venomous move, Amruta. It's not a simple move.
Which one?
The guy is still looking for a win with black.
Oh, never thought
I
of
like
it. Na?
that.
First we thought okay, black was it's going to be equal, but actually there
Yeah,
could be chances if white tries to stretch himself.
exactly. No, white is not trying to stretch himself. I'm telling that black is trying to win this position, let's say.
Queen
Isn't
a5.
it?
Yeah, what do
I
you
mean,
do here? I mean, it's
the
not. Yeah, I
thought,
can't find. You're very right. But what are you going?
I
How are
don't
you going to continue?
actually, I also don't know. For queen b1, I thought you're using the computer.
Yeah, now I used a computer to find queen a5.
Okay, can I go for a draw with queen d7? Yeah, let's see. Oh, the queen is no. You didn't take don't take queen a5, please.
Acha, you are
Yeah,
saying
go
queen
queen d7. Yeah, queen
d7.
d7.
But
So
then
queen
what
f
was queen f1? No, and how?
king f1,
Oh, this is okay.
a1 queen, king g2. No, I'm trying to. Our bar is staying equal, which means there is some draw here. No, but Amrita, but why did you play knight e5? Can you go back there?
Huh,
I
I
mean, let
just
us trust the
yeah.
computer. I don't know why there is a draw, but
You're
here Amrita,
yeah
g5.
yeah. That is what the very awesome Sarwan, and this is the move
So
suggested
shall
by
we go for
computer.
queen b1 here also?
Okay, works.
Now we have to think what to do. So g at 6,
Hmm. Oops. Oh
queen
my
f1,
God.
king f1,
After
rook
G
c1, and black wins. Huh?
GS6, it's what did he say? Queen F1? No, not Queen F1. Something else. Guys, you
That
also
means,
try to find black to play. It's a little bit tactical actually.
did you say a little bit? I think king h7 is a cunning trap in that case, isn't it?
Yeah.
King h7 is a cunning trap here.
Man. Oh,
See, this
actually,
is
you can
our
actually fall for
psychology.
that. Yeah, yeah.
It's our psychology. We thought black is a piece down, so he has to fight for a draw. But the man is actually playing for a win with a piece down.
No, this is what Karthikeyan has
Wow.
done is really amazing. Brilliant.
Fantastic. Fantastic. King h7. Wow.
Okay, so here I think here the winning move, yes, not queen f1. Queen f1 is the winning move is queen g6 check, guys, because if king h1, then
Yeah.
queen goes to e4.
Hmm.
If king g2 again, then there is check and you win the knight.
Oh my God. So if g5 is also not drawing, first
Hmm.
of all, our bar stayed equal after g5. No? So I'm curious. Was there a draw there? I mean, there should have been a draw there. What was the draw there? I'm trying to understand.
Where exactly? One second.
When white played king h7, when black played for g5,
Hmm.
our bar stayed equal actually in that question.
Yeah. So here, wait,
g4, queen
G5.
b1, g h6
G5,
was a
lot of possibilities are there actually. For the computer, the candidates are Queen B1 is a draw. Rook B8 is also a draw. Not a lot of possibilities,
I
but
think
these
I
are the
found
top.
after g5, queen b1, I can play knight d2 here. Maybe that's a draw there.
And for knight D2, you give a check.
e4, huh? Oh, now I lose my g5 pawn also.
But here, black might
Then
again
I get
land up in
a2.
a.
That's okay. This should be a draw.
No, this will be. Then he will have to be a little bit accurate again. Very alert. Going Queen B2, otherwise he will be in trouble. Okay, but something has happened. Oh, this has happened. By the way,
Yeah.
Queen D7 happened in the game. So Queen D7 has been played.
Did you see a remarkable fact? Only now I realized, after 4 hours of commentary, I realized 4 boys from India playing at this tournament are all belonging to one coach, RB Ramesh. Did you see that?
No.
Pragnananda, Murali
Hmm.
Karthikeyan, Arvind Chidambaram, and who's the fourth one? Okay, 3 guys. Vaishali playing in the Savitha Shri also.
Many, no, there might be even more. No?
Officially, this all I know. So one coach has produced 5 people to go for fantastic achievement, Pyramid.
Yeah, what a culture. Chess culture.
Okay, so Queen D7.
But also, we can have a quick look. We'll have to shift, I guess, because
Yeah,
Vidit's game is under big time pressure, right?
yeah.
Pragnananda's game ended in a draw. Pragg Aryan
Okay.
ends in a draw.
Okay.
You had some question here, I forgot. Or did you not? We checked that.
Where was that?
This position is clear. I can shift from this position.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
I
so
mean,
Pragnananda's this ended in a draw.
okay, just
Anish versus Ronak, they're still playing, but it's still equal. Going to Vidit's game, Vidit versus Arvind, h5, he rook e6, bishop g5, f6 happened, bishop went back to e3, and Vidit went here f5.
Hmm. You know, this is one of those questions. There is nothing to calculate here.
Hmm.
You just have to find the right uh, positional decisions, kind of.
Yeah, in fact, maybe the stronger move would be knight e5 as the engine suggests, because if you
Uh-huh.
call for f4, I think this is the part which can be a little tough, because naturally knight c4 seems like the top move, but knight f7, going knight f7, it's ugly to play like this. No, you wouldn't want to go for something like this. Whereas f5 looks so active, just the feel of it is active.
I
Okay,
have
but
an interesting question to ask for our chat.
yep.
Imagine your opponent is on time pressure. It doesn't matter whether you are on time pressure or you're fine with your time. Your opponent is in time pressure. What is the best practical way to play chess on the board? If your opponent is in time pressure, what is the best practical way to play chess on the board? This is one of the very important principles of playing in time pressure.
Nice.
Okay, play
While you have
fast is
asked the
one.
question, what I'm going to just do very quickly is to get the bars, because I think they were stuck. So give me a moment. Just a moment.
Play slow. B2 play fast. Attack the king. Check and keep pieces. Fast and tactical. Defensive. Quick, safe moves. Okay,
Two
so
one two
far,
one. 2-1-2-1.
was that?
That's what this sir used to say. Make
2
two
and 2.
move, make two moves very quickly, because opponent is expecting your next move, but he's not expecting your a move later than that. Then he will play. Then you think. Then you make another two moves very quickly.
Too scientific for me, honestly. 1 o'clock in the night.
I did
And
use it. It wasn't. It did work many times.
very surprisingly, no one has given an answer which I'm looking for.
Uh-huh.
Complicate the position, keep asking small questions, best engine moves, hang multiple pieces. Okay. The best way to play when your opponent is on time pressure is change the nature of the position. This is very important.
Wow.
See, what I mean is, let's say, for example, black played f5, right?
Yeah, done. Wait.
Okay, black played f5. Here,
Just a second.
um,
Yeah. Black played
okay,
f5.
here,
Hmm.
if you are white in this position, so far the game has been one of, attacking the center and all that.
Hmm.
How do you change the nature of the position? How do you bring an element of difference in this position? Different means I should say, okay, I'll give you a clue. Element of tactics in this position, if you have to bring, what is the best move for white?
Okay. So white to play here.
Venkata Krishnan Asuri is telling, keep singing. Yeah, pressure singing is a very good idea. I would love to do that actually. I think everyone's getting active as the next day approaches. That's why we are chatting and watching you all. Okay, we have a sadist here looking at us and laughing. Thanks, YP1241.
Rook D1 blunder hai baba, Rook D1.
Rook D1 is just a regular move. Oh, no, there is a bishop on B3.
Bring Rook.
No,
Bishop
take off.
F1. Ko nikalo. Bishop F1 where?
No,
But what is the... I had seen the engine, but nobody got it. Yeah, Bishop G5 again.
No. I was thinking of Rook H4.
Yeah, that's
Suddenly, I
a
am
very
bringing
good
the
move.
element of attack into the game, which was not there. The idea is to play EF5 and Rook G4 now. So if you play EF3, I may have EF5. I have to calculate here.
Yeah.
Or I can just play GF3. I can just play GF3. There is no need to do any circus here.
Yeah.
So if you play GF3, I can just play EF3. The point is, I'm still threatening EF5 and Rook G4 check.
Plus,
Suddenly, there is an element of attack in the game. Yeah. So this is what
this is great. This is great. But what happened in the game was, I think, okay, so he didn't go Rook H4, which was the strongest move. He took on G4, FG4, and with it takes on E4. So the double pawn with white firstly, king went to G3, and that is like a mistake by Irwin. I mean, that's what we get to know with the evaluation. But with it goes 95. As we know, Sarwan, this is going to be a complete roller coaster because such a difficult position to play accurately. Why is King G?
Vidit Mr. Win, Amruta.
Yeah.
Can you check C2 instead of
Knight C2, right?
Yeah, the point is I just want to push the pawn with E3,
Yeah, and if we go Bishop G5, attack the rook on D8, the rook can come to... Mainly
D7.
now the king on G3 is bad, right?
Did Vidit miss by any chance?
Yeah, he missed it. He did not go for that. This would have been very powerful, actually. This was very powerful, but he missed it. He played, what did he play? He played knight e5.
Okay.
And then...
So the idea of knight e5 is to play knight d3.
Yeah, in fact, even knight c4 could be... No, knight c4 takes the pawn moves. Okay, not sure about that. But rook h4 now. And this is surprising because what Arvind is saying that he wants to play g5 and win this pawn and have these amazing pawns there. But
rook h4 looks wrong in many ways because you're just there's a pawn on g4, pawn on h5. Why are you playing the rook h4?
Yeah, I mean even you can start with g5 no, if you wanted to. But rook h4 is played. I also think somewhere you may want to bring his king safe. But can we not go knight c2 now?
Let's go knight c2, bishop g5.
Rook f8.
Now, let's say rook d4 or rook d7. I have to calculate. I don't know. Which one is better?
Can I play rook d4? Yeah, because e4 is hanging.
E4? E4 is hanging. I'm sorry. Yeah, sure. Yeah. So rook e4. I don't know. I hate that move, rook h4.
Yeah,
really...
no, this is not a nice idea. I mean, you can play that even after g5.
I mean, you're just putting your own piece into a corner yourself for no reason. I'm threatening h6 here, Amruta.
Here?
No, black is threatening h6, I said. H6, bishop f4, knight d3.
No, but do I even want to do that? Like, because your bishop on g5 is helping me, right? Not pushing this pawn.
No, I'm asking a question. Your bishop may be trap type, kind of.
Oh, that way, right. Yeah. Okay, so that is how Vidit would have been better. But he didn't play knight c2. Here, what he played was a move very, like, c5. We would not consider at all because it was never a part of the plan. So c5.
Both are less than 1 minute on the clock. Amruta.
Yeah. No, it's tough. I'm also wondering, you cannot play this because you lose a piece. So you can never take on e4. Now the king goes to h2. This is what, see, Arvind was worried about his king.
Is black not simply winning here? Bishop
4
c2 and
seconds. Matlab, look at the time. I think they are playing on 30 seconds. Big blunder. Hey, can you not go knight f3? Takes knight f3. No, 2 pieces for rook.
let me play bishop c2, Amrita.
Bishop c2. You attack the
Bring the
rook.
piece back into
Rook,
game. Rook
rook
c1
e1.
now.
Rook e1.
E1. Huh? Now can I go knight d3?
This is
This
good.
looks overwhelming for
Yeah,
black,
yeah,
right?
yeah. This is good. Can I go
This is
g?
good.
No, this is hanging rook
Good
e2.
news for
He's
our
winning.
man.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. He's winning.
Sure. Yeah.
Oh, bishop c2 is simple, no? You're trapping this rook actually with
Yeah.
knight d3.
The problem is with this time here. Vidit has less than a minute on his clock and he's still thinking, making us tense.
But if Vidit manages to win today, then with such
Huh?
a play, like with Vidit 2.0, I think he would be very motivated to continue that.
Yeah. This is good, but even though the game has been topsy-turvy, Vidit has played. Hey, it has all happened.
What?
Bishop
He
c2,
played
k1, bd3. Yeah, I think so. It is coming so at chess 24.
knight d3 or bishop d3 he played? Both
Bishop
are
d3
good.
has happened. Bishop d3 has happened, I think. Can you check your server?
Yeah.
Vidit has found bishop c2 and bishop d3.
Lovely. Oh, now what is? Look at White's pieces suddenly. Very
Vidit
passive.
2.0. 2.0 is proving that it was a good strategy to, I like these kind of players who don't just play on a daily basis and go home, prepare, come back again and play. Sitting and thinking about his own chess. Let's change the way we play chess. Plan it out such positive things. I really like such personality aspects of Vidit. You understand what I mean? I really like what Vidit did to re-engineer his game, redesign his game and all that. Really nice.
Always difficult, not to make such big changes, but at some
To be
point.
to be your own critic, to understand yourself, and then to be confident and making long-term changes in your own game. Not only chess, any sport, this is extremely difficult for any sports person. That is why, anyone comes out with anything different in their game, in the sports field, they only become very good in longevity in their basically. So,
Wow.
hats off to Vidit actually. I really like what he does.
Completely agree. And all the while, even if there were moments where White was getting better positions, but all those moments were not so easy. Whereas for Vidit's flow, it is flowing. G5 played by Erwin now. And
Why?
oh, so no. Few moves happened. Actually, this happened. Rook A1 had happened. Rook D1.
Yeah.
C4 was played by Vidit. Oh, he played
That looks
C4
nice.
over here. Bishop D4.
Yeah.
Rook D4. And now
Oh.
G5 by Erwin.
Okay.
Is this hanging? Oops, sorry. Is knight e4 the threat? No, because rook e4
If you
is
just
there.
attack the pawn on g5 with rook f, no. Is there a way to attack the g5 pawn? Let's say
Yes,
knight
yes.
knight c6,
Knight f7
knight f7.
directly.
Okay. So rook g4 is the only move, I suppose.
Oops, one moment. Rook g4. Yeah.
Now, how do I proceed with this position? Rook g4.
There are a
Okay,
number
let
of
me keep attacking.
possibilities.
Hey, rook e5, rook e5, rook e5. I win a pawn, Amrita.
G6? H5 is
Rook
actually.
h5 check, yeah. Oh, your knight f7 is a good move.
Yeah, you're winning a pawn.
Yeah.
He played knight f7. Actually, he did play knight f7. Erwin goes
he did.
g6 over here. 34th move. He's gone g6.
So he's giving a pawn free.
Hmm.
H g, rook g6.
Yeah, Vidit is thinking, but I'm sure he will take
No,
and
no. If you take rook g6, I have bishop d3 and e4 pawn is going.
ooh, there is a pin you can't take here.
Yeah. So maybe hedgy. Can I go knight
Knight
b6 or knight h8? I don't know which one is good.
Knight h8. Oh, very interesting. I thought knight g5 is way too natural because you support e4,
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, e4. Yeah, yeah.
but
Okay.
knight d6 would be the best. Yeah, because later it can also come to f5 and
So if I go rook g4 now, now I can go e3, I suppose. Oh, no, sorry.
e3
What am I?
is this way. I
D4.
think
No,
I
d4 is
think
sacked. Knight f5.
no, just
Knight f5.
simply king g7 also. Yeah, knight
King
f5.
g7 and king g6. Yeah,
Yeah,
rook
and
g6.
win the pawn. So g6 with it. By the way,
Question.
let's quickly. Arjun has won. Let me just give you this news. Arjun has
Yeah,
won.
sure.
One. I don't know if he
Okay.
played that. We'll check. He played Rook h4. He played Rook h4. Nice. So we'll see that later again after this game is over. But g6 with it is thinking here
Uh-huh.
completely under time pressure. 5 to 6 moves to be played. Any other results there? Giri versus Ronak also draw.
Okay.
Gukesh draw. Pragg draw. Hari is playing.
Hey, Arjun played a beautiful move. We have to show it.
Sure, sure.
So Arjun did the sacrifice rook h4. Please go to
But
that position.
after Vidit's game, we can move there because otherwise we'll miss the time pressure, no? Over here.
Sure.
Hmm.
Sure.
G6, but it's not updating. No moves have happened, no? Very quickly, I'll also check Hari's game. Hari is actually clearly better.
Uh-huh.
And he also has 1 hour 1 minute 30 seconds, but it was 40th move, so his time pressure is gone. So Hari is out of time pressure and better with the double bishops and rooks. Oh, okay. So Hari should be able to, but here he has to make only move. That's what the engine says. Where do you
Uh-huh.
take your rook? You can't go here, you can't go here, but that is the only move. Rook d2. So okay, with it, yeah, moves happen. G6, hg6,
Yeah.
hg6. He went knight e5.
Okay.
Bishop d3. He took on d3 with the c pawn and knight e4. He gave up a pawn for some tactic, it seems. Went king g7 here and king g1. 38th move.
Okay. Amrita, I think he missed a simple win.
Yeah, over here, no?
After knight e4, knight
Knight.
c6 was winning simply, yeah?
This is
Please not.
attacked, and if you move your knight,
No, h4 is
oh, this is just over.
Yeah.
Oh, this was just over.
King g7, king g1. Now it's not winning because after knight g5, rook h4, yeah, knight e6 check is coming. It's a simple win. Anyway, it should still be a win with something like rook b6 first. All idea knight g6.
But rook b6 is a tough move here to make, no?
Okay, when you're under
Like rook
38,
g6 looks natural because you are winning a pawn there. Looks natural.
Yeah.
But white can fight back here. If he finds that he needs to bring the rook in the game, then he can fight back. Okay, he played rook g6. That as he didn't play rook b6. He has played this. And now will Arvind play rook f4 or not?
I think Vidit missed a win and slowly the game is going towards a draw.
How tough do you think this move is, rook f4?
See, it is tough when you have less than a minute and you're final seconds on the clock. Any move is tough. So I wouldn't criticize Vidit for it. But it's just that it's a little disappointing that he missed that win, you know. Like a very nice win to do on the board. C6.
But I don't even understand why this is such an important move. Let's say I go a move like Rook d2 would be a blunder. Knight f3 check. So let's say I go king f2 first.
No, I had knight g4 and rook d4 now. No?
Then you lose this.
Did you see that knight g4 check? Put it back 1 minute.
Yeah.
It's a nice combi there. Knight g4 check, king f3, still rook e4.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then he will find rook f4. It kind of seems like, stopping knight f3.
Yeah. Okay. So rook f4, can I go knight c4 now?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, knight
But
b2.
here it's a nice move for white.
What is
with
that?
The knight.
Knight g3 or knight f6, I suppose.
Yeah. Knight f6 I like. If you take here, this is hanging. If you take here, then there is a fork and you win back. And then this becomes weak. So yeah, rook g6 we have to. This is an important moment for Arvin actually. If he is alert or not. Vidit blundered.
When you're in time pressure,
Not.
easy to overlook knight forks.
Easy
to overlook knight forks. So Vidit has just 2 more moves to make to reach before he reaches a time control. So that's getting the chat is telling me Vidit blundered and lost.
No,
Really?
Vidit clock. They're saying that he lost on time. No, I can't believe he lost on time.
No, you wouldn't have lost on time, I think.
Yeah, it would be, guys, after 40 moves, he gets additional time, which is 50 minutes. So I doubt. In the meantime, if there are any more results, Nihal Sarin has drawn his game. Karthikeyan has drawn. Murli Karthikeyan has also drawn his game. Adiban lost.
Adiban lost. Okay, we might have to go back and
no,
see.
but we had seen, he was already in trouble. Oh, by the way, moves did get updated here. The 40 moves
Oh
just
my
completed.
God, Vidit
He went
blunder.
knight c4, knight g3 was played, and he went knight b2. Oh, that is really
It's a blunder.
But he
White winning after knight f5 check. Knight f5 check, king at 7.
Knight d4.
And simply rook into d4 winning.
But if knight takes d1, what's the problem?
Rook into d3, just take the pawn, no?
But how is it winning?
No, rook h4 check and knight e7 check wins the rook.
Oh my God. You can miss. Oh, but this even he can miss. Even Arvind can miss. It's not easy.
Yeah, but the time pressure is over here.
Oh, 40 moves are over.
Yeah.
Okay, so he has to find knight. Okay, 1 second. Knight f5. If I go, same problem. Later, knight e7 check. I can't go king g8. And I can't go anywhere here because there is discovered. Oh no, man, this is a crazy tactic actually. Rook h4 intermezzo is so tough. Okay, in time pressure it was so tough, but now without time pressure it's not.
And the knight f5 to be played is the 41st move, not the 40th move. So he will find it now. He'll just all the time in the world to find it actually. That's really sad, man.
Oh my God.
It's really sad.
And what if he would have given over here? Here he can't even give that. Oh, if this is found by Arvind, then it is a really heartbreak for Vidit.
He will find it. 2600 Grandmaster finding it shouldn't be an issue at all. He will find it. That's a very
big heartbreak.
Very unfortunate for Vidit.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I think 40 moves are over everywhere, I believe. Hari Krishna's game over. Vidit's game over. Leon versus Van Forest. They also just finished 40 moves, and Leon has managed to kind of equalize though with this A pawn. I think black is still going to try. Karthikeyan's game ended in a draw in this way, sir. Here, after queen d7, he played rook c1, queen f7 takes, and knight g5 check. Nice, pretty draw. It was a pretty draw. And Abhijit Gupta is clearly losing against Fedosiv.
Yeah, that decision to collapse the pawn structure on the king side was a very bad one, turned out to be.
Yeah. What about women's games? What happened there?
Let's do one roundup.
Yes.
Afterwards, I'll take my leave, if you don't
Sure.
mind.
Sure. So Tanya versus Harika, they are still playing, and the position has equalized as of now.
Oh,
Queen f1
that's
is
a
the
surprise.
Queen f1 is the last move, and Harika is thinking right now.
Oh, okay.
So this is the position. Harika would end in a draw most probably. Vaishali is clearly winning against Olivia, especially
I
because
like that
of this.
one.
Yeah.
On C7.
Yeah. So Savitha Shri has beaten Marcel, so she has won her game. Then
Oh, she won the game.
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, but how did
That's
she?
nice.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
What was the last?
You have
There was a blunder here. Rook b2 was played, which was a. Oh my god, unbelievable. Oh my god. She
Rook
refills.
check. Oh my God. Okay.
Yeah.
It's very unfortunate mate in two, allowing mate in two. Very unfortunate.
Yeah. Big blunder. Massive blunder. And Vantika is still playing, but Vantika is clearly losing with the rook and 2 pawns. What about Divya? Divya was winning, so Divya is still
Yeah,
winning.
Divya was winning very easily. Yeah,
Hmm.
she must have won.
No,
Did we
she's
see
still
the game
winning.
of Vaishali?
Yeah, Vaishali is winning clearly.
Vaishali is winning this all. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, okay,
So
overall not
that's
a
yeah.
okay day for Indians, but okay. Tanya, I think, has pulled it off. Yeah, she was
Yeah.
worse at some point when we saw. So, Tanya has pulled off a defense against Harika. That's it's an interesting result. Well fought result for both the Indian players. Okay, so except for Vidit's heartbreak, it would have been a very good day otherwise. Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, it played an amazing game and things were in control, but what to do? That's, guys, chess is brutal, as we know.
Okay, so let me take leave of you.
Yes. Thank you so much for joining us, and it was great fun. We're looking forward
Pleasure.
to your more stories and quotes tomorrow.
Thank you so much. So, see you tomorrow. At the same time, I'll join you at the start of the breakfast. Yeah. Sorry, broadcast. I'm sleepy. I'm sorry.
No
Thank you.
worries. It happens to all. Bye, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Amrita. Have a good time. Bye.
Guys, that was Sarvanan. He had such amazing insights there. Maza aa gaya. Give me a moment to adjust the layout. Oops, sorry. That was a thoda galat adjustment. This should be okay. What a day, actually. I think a lot of mess ups from my side related with, I think, the bars, but maybe I'll talk to you, Rakshit, later. It was not activating itself. Yep. There you go. Oof. How was it for all of you until now? Which was your favorite game today? Vidit, I hope Vidit at least draws this. Very difficult if, because 40 moves are over, so it's very hard. Also, if you see knight f5 check, the way the calculation will go, you see in one move it's discarded king g8. Then this is also discarded very quickly in an instant that you can't play in front of the rook. Knight d4 it would be a disco. So that is discarded, and then you are left with only two squares because the knight is controlling h6. And wherever you go, this is such an amazing tactic there. Takes. He'll calculate over here. I take, you take, and very hard that while you are thinking about rook takes d3, here you are going to check all the checks. Rook d7 you are going to check, rook h4 you are going to check. So this is going to be difficult. I don't think Arvind will miss this. What about first? Let's have a roundup here also. Fabiano has beaten Ivan Saric. Nakamura is still playing, and in fact, Rasmus is actually holding this. That is a huge result with black supposed colored bishop. Rasmus is in fact a pawn up. So yeah, very hard to. This will end in a draw. Then Firuza versus Ponamario versus Firuza has ended in a draw. Anish versus Ronak ended in a draw. Mameda versus Gukesh ended in a draw. Rapport versus Yilmaz they're playing, and Rapport is winning with the queen and these two passers and another pawn against the two rooks. So clearly great composition. Aronian played a beautiful opening and beat Max Warmerdam. Pragnananda, who was pressing quite a lot, but Aryan managed to, hold that. So it is amazing result for Aryan. Pragnananda also ends in a draw with the white pieces. Benjamin Gledura versus MVL ended in a draw. Duda beat Idani Poya. Callers Dimitri versus Yu Yangi, they are playing. Yu Yangi is winning here. Oh, look at this knight. Like a boss, complete boss. Vincent Keimer versus Murzin. That is an interesting matchup there, but seems very, very unclear. Shan Sargasian versus Abdusattarov Northerbek. Abdusattarov is winning here. Look at his pawn, which has reached the 7th rank. And last move was rook 8, saying that I'm queening here. What are you going to do? You'll have to block, most probably bishop a4. But yeah, there is this c4 idea. Wow. Once again, a full piece down, but the a pawn. That's the... What did he do actually? It would be very interesting. 38 move, rook d7 moves. He gave a piece sacrifice. Very similar to Murli Karthikeyan. I mean, that feel, yeah? Giving a whole piece for the a pawn. Nice. Okay. Hari Krishna versus Cristobal. Hari is better, but looking at this much advantage, going up and down, can't be 100% sure. But Cristobal has 2 minutes. What? Is he having 2 minutes? Or did he not gain time? Okay. Arvind Lamy versus Vidit. Vidit is thinking for knight f5. Arjun Erigaisi had a very nice game, and at this point of time he had given a sacrifice rook h4, a nice shot. Rook h1, knight went here, he went back with his bishop, the knight took on e5 and bishop takes h4 by Arjun. f6 was played by Frederick. Look at this queen sacrifice, guys. If king f7, if king takes h6 here, find a checkmate in one move. Let's see how alert you are. Checkmate in one move. At least 50 of you try to find the answer. By the way, guys, that we have Sagar in Isle of Man. You might have seen the vlog and there's some things he's been putting up. Yesterday was Vidit's birthday. $50 people. How many answers I've got right now? 25. Come on, guys. Come on. Checkmate in one move. I'm not going to analyze until I get 50 answers. Should I show you the chat? Let's see. धीरे धीरे चल रहा है. 18 more to go. Checkmate in one move. White to play. It's a double check for all those who are just learning chess newly. You have a rook here. You have 3 pieces in one line, which you should remember there can be a disco. And look at how many squares of the king have been covered by the other pieces. So this is one square you need to cover and give a check to the king. 11 more to go. Or is it not updated? Wait a second. 10 more to go. छोड़ूंगी नहीं. थोड़ा आराम कर रहे हो guys. Until 10 people, right? 10 people, do write your answer. I'll be back in a moment. White to play. Oops. Sorry, not getting updated. Oh, 50 people answering. Thank you so much. Superb. Bishop f6, and that's the checkmate there. The g7 square will be covered, and that was the threat. So queen at 6. What a nice shot by Arjun. King went to f7. He gave another check. Takes. Queen at 7 check. King went here on f8. Took the knight. Bishop f6, and it was just completely crushing. Oof. So this is Arjun beats Frederick. Then going to Vidit's game. Anything happened? No, Vidit is still thinking. I'm sure he's in a big shock right now. Leon versus Van Forest. Let's look at this. Tanya, Harika draw. Okay. Oops, sorry. Let me go to the main board. Yeah, Tanya, Harika is a draw, and Savitha wins. Yeah, we have 5 boards there because 2 Indians were playing against each other. Vantika losing, Divya winning, Vaishali winning. The bars are all not giving any dhoka. So I'm very keen to see actually. Van Forest was better at 5. We had seen not clearly better. He was never clearly better, it seems. Leon kept his cool, in fact. Even in time pressure, he was down to 1 minute against 20 minutes of Van Forest, and there Rook B2 came. He's completely actually in trouble. Look at his king on H1. This move changed it all. Yeah, what was the move that Black had to find? Oh, Black had a wow. I don't think it is easy, guys. Can you try to find Black to player? Black to play. Actually, Black to play. It's not easy. You miss that move and you don't get this much advantage, which otherwise you would get. Analyze VD game with King F6. सबकी मांगे पूरी होगी. Queen G6. Exactly. Queen G6 seems more natural, right? Like you're going Queen G6 with the threat of mate over here, but then White defends this guy and it looks all in control. But an important move was, did anyone? Yeah, Sudeshnan. Sudeshnan, well done. Going Queen A4. You're attacking this knight on A5. What do? The knight is trapped. Can't go here, can't go here, can't go here. So the piece is trapped. But the worry which I was thinking was, can he not take here? Because if takes, can you not go D7? But the point is, you can stop the pawn with Rook D2 with the support of your queen and win this pawn. And this one is oh no, it doesn't end here calculation, because after Queen F3, if I take here, that's going to be a big blunder with check and we're losing a rook. But I can go back, stop D8, stop your check, and now threaten Rook D7 here. And not just that, but Queen E5 threatening a mate. So that was important. So Queen A4 was not a very easy move. That is what Van Forest missed. He took here, knight went back to B3, and yeah, they are currently playing this position with Queen C2. This is a pin there, so this is not losing, but the A pawn is definitely something to be a little bit fearful of. So Leon will have to stay very, very alert, because this is, look at this, this is hanging right now. If you go Rook D2, a big blunder, check, back rank. Let's not forget, this is an illusion. You don't have an escape square. So important was to find Queen F3. Leon plays this, defends the D1 rook, and can he go Rook B1? Can Van Forest go Rook B1? Force the exchange there, or not? It's not forcing. You can go here, because if you take. Oops, sorry. There's also a mate. There's nothing that you can bring in between. You will have to go Rook G1. Interesting. I think Leon will hold this. Leon will hold this. Did Vidit make a move? Okay. Yes, he did make a move. He played knight b2, knight f5, king h8, takes, knight d1. And this is the moment where Arvind Lamy has to give a check. If he by chance takes here or gives a check or anything else, then that's fine. But Arvind Lamy is taking his time, and with 41 minutes on the clock, when you're easily calculating this position, you're definitely not going to miss it. Hikaru, what is happening? Hikaru is his position is a draw. King f6, no, it wasn't happening. No, it would have been a blunder over here if you play anywhere. Ah, you wanted to go king e5, yeah? For knight d4 check, did you want to play king e5? Uh, how does it matter? Can I not just save this? Or you want to go rook d2 with the idea of queen? This is interesting because I don't have this check. I have king e4. Very interesting suggestion actually. Who gave it? Armu. Very interesting suggestion. So rook f1 if I go, you have d2. That's a very good counterplay. Can't go rook f1 here. And then white would have had to find a move where guys, can you find a move? What should white play here? Arjun has one. Is the bar not updating? 1 second. I think what I missed is this. Rook d3. No, not rook d3, knight d3. Maybe you mean rook d2? Yes, because that is the right move. You attack this knight, so that's the way rook d2 or rook b1 would have worked over here. Because if I go king takes f4, then you have rook takes b2, king e3. But yeah, I mean, if you instead of king h8, maybe this was the only way, yeah. But in king h8, the only thing is, did he play that? Yeah, he did give a. Oh, what? Yeah, that's happened. No, he's still thinking. If he misses this check, then it's a clear cut draw. That's the main point. That is what he was thinking about. But this was definitely a variation to fight, maybe. King e3. What do you do? Knight f5 check. If king e4. No, there is some hope in this variation. Okay, but it's anyway hard to decide what to play. It's very difficult to estimate. Your opponent must have seen rook h4 and hard to make a move like king f6. So this is Vidit's position. What an amazing game he had played actually. By the way, Nakamura's game also ends in a draw. So we have top 10 boards have been finished. Can you imagine? Top 10 boards are over. Going to Hari Krishna's game, can he convert this? How much possible is it to convert this? Since a long time his bishop on b6. In fact, I am very much curious कि पिछली बार ये घर से कब निकला था? When did it land on b6? Look at this. It was move number 16th. Okay, on move 16th it landed on b6 over here. And the question is, from move number 16, it never moved. Does give me a feel of cast away, yeah? That bishop is landed on that island over there. Nice. From move 16th, it is here. Nice. And what the main job of this bishop was to take away the square from the black rook. So the d file, the control of the d file. So bishop c6 has been played by Cristobal. The question is, you see there is no pawn break on the queen side. This is all locked over here. And for a white, he has double bishop. But how does he make progress? Yeah, his quality of pieces is great. He has a nice d file. But where are his weaknesses to attack? You can say maybe f7 is one. Yes, but how do you pressurize then? Or if e5 is the one, how do you attack there? So important would be for Hari to create another weakness here, and on king side he will be looking for break. Once again, if a position like if the pawn structure gets completely locked, then that also may not be so easy. So is it actually, technically, is it very hard to find a plan here? Because if you exchange this bishop for the knight, then there is opposite colored bishop. Maybe it's not so easy then. My main question is also, what if I go bishop d5? Why can't I go bishop d5? If you take, I'm so happy with these two pawns. I'm losing this pawn. So my happiness very short lived over here. Are we also following the women's Grand Swiss? Yes, we are following all the games of the Indian players over here. Basically, that's the plan. And Tanya versus Harika has ended in a draw. Vaishali was winning and she is still winning. Vaishali, if you all recently, she made a third GM norm and needs around 30 points to 32 points to complete her GM title. Obviously, in one tournament, it's never going to be so easy, but this win would be important. One step closer to becoming a GM, yeah, every win. Vantika lost her game and Divya is winning. She's winning. It'll take a bit of time, but she's winning here. Savitha has won her game. So I think women's almost all the games are over. And for Hari, I'm just seeing that if he is able to find a plan, that would be the main. Leon also after Queen F3, Van Forest is thinking. Who else is playing from India? I mean, the games are going on. Almost all over, yeah, guys. Adiban lost. Arvind. Oh, Arvind is slowly pushing now. But it is opposite colored bishop. He's 2 pawns up in fact. He's played the last move h5. And the question, if you guys are alert, rook d3 would be a massive blunder. White to play. Rook d3 is a massive blunder. White to play. Who's the first one to answer this? Let's quickly have a... Thank you, Joy. Yes, my love. Well done. Hardik, Vishal, Pranjal and Anirudh. You got that right. A hanging piece there and you check, you win the piece. So you cannot take the pawn. He goes king g7 over here. And Arvind is thinking, he plays rook b4. Still you can't take the pawn because the b6 bishop would be hanging. So Arvind is actually 2 pawns up and he should be able to beat Wooly, that because that would be an amazing result. Even going on 1 point looks so hard. If you just look at the results, I have the results on, let me just have a quick look at chess results. Are they updating it while the game is going on or no? Yes, they are. So if I must show you here, the first board, Fabiano wins, and then we have a result on the sixth board and seventh board. So after Fabiano, Richard Rapport, Aronian, Duda, Yu Yangyi. Only these many were able to score. Now Hari is playing. If he it's a very important actually. If he's able to beat his opponent at 1 point, very important. Erwin is winning. Arjun has won. Yeah, Maksudlu also wins. And Nihal drew, Karthikeyan drew. Abhijit Gupta lost. Minokova says, I wonder how Arjun is feeling after Qatar. Yeah, I think definitely that was a heartbreak, but you do have enough time after 20th. It has been 4 days. You do come out of that. You have to, if you want to be if you want to, you're fighting for what candidates over here. You cannot be mentally weak. You will have to fight back. You don't have a choice, but you don't even want to have a choice because fighting back is always the best choice. So rook b4 over here, and he's thinking, let's go to Vidit's game because will Erwin give that check is the question. Okay, he did give that check. Erwin was alert. He gives a check. King g8, check. And Vidit played knight b2 here. But the problem is king coming to b2. Is Vidit going to create any counterplay or after king e3? After king e3 maybe he can win this pawn. Something to fight for. So not king e3 here. Maybe king f3. Because if you go knight c4 now, then there is e4. If you give a check, then there is king f4. So that is fine. So yeah, because Arvind finds rook h4, I think Vidit is losing here. I'm very keen. Oh, Hari Krishna goes bishop d5, the move we were looking at. And this I'm very keen. Is this, what is this? If bishop takes d5, will you play with the rook or pawn? Because this rook endgame, which we were going for, takes, rook takes b7. If rook takes a5, then there is rook d7 and the king is busted. Yeah, you can't take it there. But if you don't take on a5 right now, rook d7 is still a threat. You don't even have rook e7, it would be a blunder because there is a check. You can't move the king up, you lose the rook. And if you go back, then this is what we have been wanting, to bring both the rooks on the 7th rank. So that's not going to work. So if not rook e7, if not rook a5, then for black to find a move, important move to stay in the game is to move the king away. So that once the king moves away, now if the rook goes to 7th rank, attacks the f7 pawn, you can defend it with rook f8. So that is the reason you had to go king g7. And here this position a5 is hanging and doesn't look like white can create something. So when we go back, it seems only natural to take with the rook and to save the c5 pawn. Also to attack the e5 pawn. And for black, in order to defend the e5 pawn, let me ask you guys a question. How will you defend this pawn? You have the move f6, you have the move knight d4, you have the move knight f4. These are, let's say, these are the three moves definitely there with you. How will you defend? Black to play. A question to the chat. How is your thought process working like over here? C7, knight c7, knight f4, knight f5, knight c7, knight f4 attacks the rook. Okay, knight f4, many of you want to go because you want to attack the rook, and then there is no rook e5. So this is, yeah, exactly, right? Quite a natural move. Knight c7, many of you wanted to go, but then rook d7 attacks this knight, so that's not a very nice idea there. But for knight f4, if rook d7 on the 7th rank, attacking b7, putting pressure on f7, seems natural move to go rook e7 here. And once again, the question is, what is this position? How is this position here for white? Because white, the computer favors white, and he in fact suggests that you double the rooks over here, and this is much better after you exchange this light square bishop in this position. If I just try a few moves out over here, takes king e, oh sorry, king e8, I lose the pawn. If I go rook b8, then there is bishop c7, bishop d6. Oh no, this bishop gets out. So yeah, that is the reason that the pieces are becoming free and white is getting a better scenario. So over here for black, a good move would be to defend this with the pawn to f6. But once again, when you're making such a move like f6, it feels so risky that after rook d7, that the full control of the file is with white. That is how it feels. Though you will have rook e7, same idea, rook he goes to d2, takes and takes. But the difference here is that you have the knight on e6 instead of the earlier one which was on f4, and your white has to worry about c5. So that's why this cannot happen as powerfully, because it will end in a draw because of the c5 pawn hanging. इसीलिए it's very important to make sure that this knight is doing the job of attacking this c5 pawn along with the rook, and you are stopping the rook d7 ideas. And hence, guys, we reach the conclusion that f6 is an important move for Cristobal to make on the board. If he goes knight f4 or anything else, then definitely gives some chances, better chances to Hari. I'm also wondering for knight d4, because now with rook d2 you don't have them supporting each other here. But wow, this can get interesting. Very amazing move for white, and yet trying to understand why it is so amazing. But you guys could also try to find white to play here. Not sure how much advantage it's going to be, but try to find something which is a little bit more tactical. Oh wow, Subhashish, Quantas, that's very quick. Nice, c6 here. You see the bishop finally threatens something more, and if rook d7, then that's blunder because you're queening. So c6 is such a cool move there, and if knight c6, you win an exchange, but then your rooks are already very good. So quite a lot of tactics in fact. So for bishop d5, Hari's opponent Cristobal doesn't take here. He doesn't like only this rook d5 idea. He goes king g7. Without taking there, he goes king g7. And I would say a good idea for white would be to continue with his idea with rook d2, because eventually he wants to go rook d7. So rook d2 is a good move with Hari. But now we understand the position a little bit deeper. What about Arvind Lamy? He is winning b5, has been played. That's what the best try is for Vidit, but it's just completely lost. What about Leon? He has managed to keep things in control. After queen f3, rook b1 was played. He goes rook f1 and Van Forest goes bishop d4. But then isn't it a draw? Queen f5 check, king g8, then queen f8. This is a draw. So Leon's game is ending with a draw. Very good result with Van Forest. So that one would be good, great. Oh, Arvind Chidambaram is winning. Yeah, he was 2 points up, and he's managed to convert. He's managed to convert his advantage very well. It seems h5 he played, rook b4. Here we saw rook f6 was played, and bishop a4 by Arvind. Arvind, not Arvind. G4 by Wu Li, and he's thinking here, but clearly you can attack these pawns. Bishop d7 is coming, so nice move there. How is he going to defend this once the rook and the bishop attacks? It's not going to be easy. Yeah, bishop d7 on the board. So Arvind Chidambaram is actually beating Wu Li. That is a very good result. Ivanchuk, by the way, many Ivanchuk fans here, but Ivanchuk is pretty unclear. Lots of time, lots of pieces on the board. Quite a slow game. It's gonna last long. Yeah, let's stick with Hari and Vidit. And how is it with you? Are you going to be following the whole tournament until 5th November? Out of the 2 spots for candidates, how many do you think India will get? How is SL doing? SL was doing really well actually. Yeah, he did beat Rodriguez Sean. He won today. Yeah, Vidit, all those who had missed it, but Vidit played an amazing game today. In fact, there was a moment which I would love all of you to see. Here, the opening was very interesting, and here he played rook e8 was his nice preparation. Takes f3, and here he played g5. What a gutsy move he found, and takes, and then he got a crazy position there. It's clearly better at some point. But in time pressure, things went a little topsy-turvy. On the 40th move especially, here he played knight e5, takes, knight e4. It was all about disco. King g7 was played, and things changed here completely, where on the 40th move he made a blunder. Knight b2 was played, and this is the check which he missed. He must have calculated there rook d3 and ends in a equal. But rook h4 happened and intermezzo and this check. Quite a heartbreak, yeah, for Vidit. So it would be very, very challenging because such an amazing game you play in the round number one, and then just gone out of control on 40th move, and then tomorrow you have to get yourself once again the freshness of the tournament. So very challenging, very, very challenging. Yeah, he played. Oh, Hari plays Rook D2. Nice move, Hari. Nice move there. So Rook D2. Okay, still the question is, if I don't take the bishop, then how is White going to progress? So let's say you do nothing, King F8. Now what is your progress? Because the main thing the bishop on C6 is that it is doing is to take away the D7 square from the rook. So what do you do now? Guys, do you think this has a plan, or do you think this will go round and round and end in a draw? Hitash says SL is in amazing form. He might be a dark horse to qualify for the candidates. Arjun may have a good chance too. Gukesh somehow isn't looking in the best form. Gukesh played well today, actually. In fact, in the middle game, they repeated the moves, but I think he had a very decent position. I would say he could have even tried there. It was possible, but sometimes the beginning is also something where you don't take risk. So it kind of a changed thing, I think, because of maybe in Qatar he was much more in trouble in many of the games, so you go a little safe. What about Ali Reza? Ali Reza drew his game, I think. Yeah, Ali Reza drew his game. Rook e7 is played, by the way. In Hari's game, Rook e7 has been played. Karthik asks, can one fly to Isle of Man as a spectator? I am in Belfast. Maybe you can ask in a day or two. I can let you know. I can ask Sagar and let you know. Should be possible, I believe, but I'm not. I mean, they may have some restrictions about phones and all, but it would be nice anyway, because otherwise also, even if not in the tournament hall directly, but you will get to see so many players while the game ends. Everybody will try to go to their hotel. No, I didn't. Dubo is not playing. Pragg drew his game. I think one thing I have to figure out is about the bars tomorrow, which I will definitely try to improve there. Somehow it's not getting updated for me, but it's getting updated for Rakshit, I believe. So we'll figure that out. Oh, Hari makes a pawn move yahan pe. So g5. So the first question to the guys is, if h5, and black says I lock this, yeah. Now you tell me, where is your break? So how are you going to continue here? Do you think Hari can win this? Vivek Sagar is traveling to Isle of Man, so he's today there. He's in the tournament hall, and he will be covering from Isle of Man directly. Mayank, absolutely right. Bishop takes e6. You can actually consider this move even if it goes into opposite colored bishop. Yeah, takes, takes. Wow, and look at this. And then the main idea was this, that your bishop gets out and wins the pawn. Though I would really avoid this as, I mean, would keep this as the last thing because it goes into the opposite colored bishop here. So bishop, but it is a nice idea to keep in mind. And otherwise, what if I wait like I was doing it? Do I have any other plan if I don't take there? Anything else? King g7. Nothing. Because there's no f4 break. Wow, this position is very hard to actually convert, I think. Slowly and steadily, I think it's very hard to convert. It all depends on how Christabel is going to keep his patience, because sometimes if he might try to do something, yeah, then it might get tough. King e3 in Vidit's game has been played. So can Vidit go knight c4 check? And this was something which we were looking at, but the problem is you also have this pawn there plus this king going to enter. So if a5 check, king moves, can I go rook? No, what do I do? Rook b6 so that the knight can't move. And if you go b4, actually I don't care, I have stopped you here. You can't play a4, you can't play b3, and now I start with my pawn. So the king and the pawn and the rook will in fact also create some mating attack. So yeah, no, this is nothing really. How much ever you try to still find if there is any you know anything at all, but there is nothing. Guys, all those who don't know about the results, look at the bars over here, look at the chess results link. You will get to know the results. A lot of results have been, games have been over, so it's updated. With it goes a5 over here, and Erwin is thinking. By the way, in Hari's game after g5 is still thinking, and Erwin, did he manage to win that? h5, bishop d7, king h6, bishop f5. Nice move. So he says rook endgame is very easy for me to convert this, so that's what he does. And after bishop f5, bishop f2 was played by his opponent, and he doesn't, of course king f2 has rook f5 check possible, but what's the need? Goes bishop takes g4, wins another pawn and supports his h5 pawn, and over here in fact now is 3 pawns up, so Arvind clearly winning. Abdul Sattarov clearly winning now against Shant Sargisian. One check with the queen should be over here. Look at this nice idea. King goes to h7, and there you have queen g8, queen g2 idea, mating net. Nice idea. Oh, his opponent plays hg5 and Hari takes on g5, one extra file opened, and the king a little bit, just when you imagine that pattern, if your bishop is on f6, then it will always be a mating net on h8. So that is a look at this, that's happening. Oh my god, just as we were talking about it, Hari, very alert, now takes the knight on e6 with, I guess, the same intention. If you take here, take here, and bishop d8. This is way stronger with one file opened, because you were always struggling for this one square on d7, but now you don't have to worry about it. You have another route. और एक रास्ता खुल गया है, bishop d8. So Hari is, wow, was wondering how is he going to convert, but this was really helpful. Opening the h file was really helpful. Still, what do you do? Still, if let's say black does, if nothing, yeah, king f7, bishop f6. Still have the, what do you do here? If I play a move like bishop b5, attacking this, can I go rook h2? Because if you take here, can I go a check here? You can't go to f8, you lose the rook. Go to g8, and then here, but then I win this pawn. So basically this pawn will be way more powerful against the king. So Hari very close to getting a big advantage actually. Oof. Rook e6. Nice, but I like the alertness which Hari had shown. No, I'm not so sad. I might be a little tired. Day one is generally, lots of new things and lots of things to be alert for, plus such an important event, plus so many players playing. So, a lot of things to, wanted to make it a little perfect, but sometimes it doesn't work the way you wanted to. But I think tomorrow I'll definitely improvise on a lot of things, guys. So, पहला दिन चल जाता है. Draw. Today is my draw. Rook takes it. I love this plan though. In opposite colored bishop, how you are, until this moment, he always had something like these ideas. Yeah, he could always take the knight. But he waited. This one file opening in this whole thing, the file opening, dire, he made this g5 move. After such a long time, he had kept the tension alive that finally, when he goes g5, Cristobal felt, okay, let me just take it and open the h file. But that was a little bit impatient sometimes. You kind of underestimate anything is going to happen there, because for a long time you were able to keep the position in some way under control. So yeah, it would be a very nice opposite colored bishop technical conversion by Hari, who is definitely an endgame expert there. Going to Vidit's game, this definitely a sad thing which happened with him today, but yeah, no scope there. Arjun, by the way, all those who came late, he played an amazing game and amazing sacrifices. Do try to test your tactics with Arjun's game today. So rook b1, queen b. What happened? Wait, queen f5, g6 was played, by the way. They didn't settle for a draw. Queen d7 check. Now the d4 is so he goes bishop g7, rook b1, queen b1, and now king h2, because now anyway there is no tension on this diagonal. So a5, Because Van Forest says, okay, I still believe in my pawn, I have my bishop, I have my queen, and you have a knight, and all I know is the rook pawn. Rook pawn is definitely a danger to the knight. So that's what he is trying to believe. But Leon says, okay, you may have rook pawn, I also have something in return. So the race has begun. E6, A3, E7. Can you go A2? Oh, okay, you cannot go A2 because if you make a queen and I make a queen, oh my god, white will be winning. Look at this crazy position with 4 queens on the board. Simply crazy. And the evaluation is white is winning. And the reason is, let's see if the chat can find white to play. What is the best move in this position? Best move in this position. Can you find it? Hari winning. Yes, Mayank. Hari is winning. Can you try Dawn Tai? अर्जुन के गेम के लिए guys, very nice position for you. 4 queens are on the board, and with white to play, what would be the best move you can find here? Be alert, otherwise itna bhi underestimate you cannot underestimate these 2 guys here, these 2 queens here. I like the candidates. अंकश says 4 queens शायद हिस्ट्री में भी नहीं बनी होगी. Any, of course 4 queens have definitely not impossible. Okay, everybody wants to go knight f4. Everybody, not everybody, most of you. So if there's also queen d8 suggested, if I mark the arrows of the candidate moves, queen d8, queen d6, knight f4 majorly, these and queens, okay, queen c8 with the same idea. So knight f4 because all of you want to see knight f4, and dun, that's a blunder because white was winning and now white is not winning. Check. Firstly, take 1 queen out of the board, and यहाँ पे you won't be able to meet. So that is the reason you can't play that. Knight f4 is not working. There's a check there. Anybody else? Yeah, queen d8 was another suggestion. Isn't it the same problem? Queen check, king g3. No, sorry, not same problem. I don't have queen e1 check with your knight on d3. That's there. Oh, what a cool move. What a cool move here for black. Of course, there are many moves, but can I show you some very, what to say, as a move देख के दिल खुश हो जाएगा. Like you look at that move and you feel happy. Can I show you that move? People are trying to guess. Okay. Please do. तुम भी खुश हो जाओ. Why not? कभी भी अगर किसी के साथ भी झगड़ा हो जाता है तो इधर आ जाओ, बढ़िया मूव ढूंढो और खुश हो जाओ. जिंदगी बदल जाएगी. क्वीन क्या है? क्वीन e5, बिशप e5, क्वीन a2. Yeah, queen a2 and all works, but the point is that there are many moves which are equal, drawing, whatever. But Look at this move, bishop e5. Such a cool move, no? Such a nice move. इधर से मर रहा है, इधर से मर रहा है. If you take knight takes e5, then there is check. And black's queen are, who's gonna be mated first? In fact, am I mating you? Yeah. Oh my god. Black will be the one who will checkmate. If you take queen e5, then takes and can I not go queen e3 check? Ah, knight f3. Sorry. That's a blunder. Queen e1 check. You don't have the knight. You can't block this with the knight. And then I want to win this. But if king f4, भाई ये तो टफ निकला यार. King f4 check. But king e4 पे क्या है? Check. Oh, and you can't go under d file because of check. So king d4. No, this was impossible. Okay, just for fun, nice variation there. What we saw. Look at this check and the x-ray. You can't go here. You lose the queen. You can't go to you can go to e4 and then it's a perpetual. So nice one. Going back, what happened was a4 was played and queen d6 played by Leon. He says, no, I don't want the race right now. Let me stop your pawn first. So he goes queen d6 and Van Forest is thinking what to do. Okay, what about Hari's game? Because Hari was winning. Hari was close to winning. Have they played g5, rook e8, takes rook e6, rook d8. Hari did not take this rook and then go bishop d8, but he said I want to go rook d8 because if rook takes d8, then he wanted to play bishop d8 with the rook on e6 instead of c8. But his opponent went back rook e8. So he's not gone for this doubled pawns there. And now the question is, will he exchange this rook and then go bishop d8? So he had a choice of taking, if you remember, and the pawn being on e6, e5, the structure being e6, e5. What he says is, I actually prefer your pawn on f7 and then give this check. The reason is, I get mating nets there. Your king does not get the square vacated on f7 because of fe6. So that could be his idea, that after takes he wants to go bishop d8, for which the king will have to go back, and then bishop f6 and king e8. So are we going to land up in something like this where Hari will be a pawn up? And it's still a lot of work to do, but definitely clearly better. Rook d8, finally the square, you've been like dreaming of, you kind of get that. But bishop d6 blocks completely. You thought you will be very happy once you get that, but unfortunately you're not happy. You've got what you wanted, but didn't make much difference there. You forgot to show the actual winning move, says Sanket. Did I? No, bishop. I asked what is a nice move for black to draw, and bishop, a pretty move, a move which can make you happy. So that was bishop e5 there. Thank you, Divyanshu. Dream says Vaishali's game. Vaishali was clearly winning. Did she? Let's look at her. Oh, nice endgame. Knight endgame. Always love the knight endgames. King f5. Look at this nice move. You can't take the knight. b7, and this knight is too far. So resignation should be incoming very, very soon there. You can never take this knight, and this pawn is going to just roll. So Vaishali clearly winning. What about Divya, who was clearly winning? Yeah, she has won her game. This is the final position. So currently in women's section for Indians, only Vaishali's game going on. and she's converting this very well. So how much rating does Vaishali get today, guys? If she beats 2375 opponent, how much rating will she get? By the way, Hari is still thinking for rook e8 move. In this, what is the time control there after 15 minutes? How much are they going to get? Let me just quickly have a look at 50 minutes for the next 20 moves. Oh, they also have a move limit, 20 moves. And then once again, they will get 15 minutes. So 20 moves means until 60 moves. And they are at move number 48. So they have to make 12 moves, which is okay, which is not as much of a time pressure. But depends on Cristobal. He has 13 minutes. If he uses all of his time at once, then definitely he'll land in time pressure. So Hari is thinking, Vidit still trying, yeah, Vidit still not giving up, fighting. Wow, is he gonna, oops, is he going to get anything like this? And because the knight stays on, white has to start. He's to start with a pawn with g4. It would be a crazy miracle if, Arvind makes any blunder out of this position, because it's like an impossible. Queen d6, and Van Forest is still thinking here. By the way, there's also Abhimanyu Mishra who is playing, and he is playing with Alexei Sarana, and this is looks like a draw. Ivanchuk's position also looks like a draw. Narayanan today beat, oh look at the beautiful last mate, almost a mate, yeah, rook f4 check. No, king, if king g5 takes. He beats Sean. Shreyas Royal is playing with, and he's better against Latasa Santos Jamie. Yeah, and Arvind Chidambaram has won his game. So yeah, I think main these two games right now, because Vaishali almost over. So Vidit and Hari are the games we will. G4. Arvind goes for G4. 3.8 points is what Vaishali will gain today. So that would be 2448 plus, no, maybe it would be something around 73 live rating. Her live rating would be, can I see live ratings? Just a minute. If I have to see this, then this is juniors, but I don't have girls, yeah. But this is the juniors, Firuza, Gukesh, Pragg. We have this rating right now. Noderbek, Kaimer, Arjun, Nihal, Sindarav, Hans Niemann, Ronak. Top 10. But in classical, today's rating would be updated. Oh, look at Caruana. He's close to 2800 now. Amazing. Yeah. Oops. Yeah, Vaishali's opponent is having 20 seconds, and I think she might resign here. Go on with its game right now. 2467. नॉट यूनिवर्सिस फोमो हो रहा है वो 4 क्वींस वाला पोजीशन में विनिंग मूव क्या था? अरे विनिंग मूव कहाँ था? विनिंग मूव था ही नहीं। वो मैंने पूछा था कि दिल खुश हो जाएगा वाला मुंह था, वो विनिंग मुंह किसने बोला? देखो, दिल खुश तो अच्छे मुंह से हो सकता है ना, हर टाइम विनिंग क्यों होनी चाहिए? लेट मी गो देयर, समझाती हूँ शांति से। 2 मिनट हिंदी में बात करते हैं। निखिलेश जैन के चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करो गाइस, चेस बेस इंडिया हिंदी। Do subscribe, nice content there. Just very quickly before we shift, because they finally made a lot of exchanges and progress there. Rook c8, bishop d8 was played, king f8. Actually, this everything did happen in Hari's game, what we were looking at. So this is his current position, and the 4 queen wala with Leon Mendonca versus Van Forest, this was the game we were looking at. My question to you guys was, if he goes e6, a3, e7, a2, e8, अरे हाँ विनिंग मूव, ओ सॉरी विनिंग मूव था ना, विनिंग मूव था। थैंक यू फॉर रिमाइंडिंग मी। ऐसे कैसे विनिंग मूव नहीं बताया? क्या ही स्टुपिडिटी किया। लाइक अरे गाइस जस्ट बी हैप्पी। वो तो अलग पोजीशन के लिए था, वहां पे भी अलग है, बट यहाँ पे विनिंग मूव वाज slightly tough, not impossible. Mating net लगानी है, mating net, but you have to also take care of your king. So yes, queen d f7 was the winning move with the idea of checkmate in one move. Now if you give a check, if you all remember, we were looking at this where you guys had mentioned knight f4 and so on and so on. So queen d7 was the winning move. Queen g1 check, उससे कोई g1 नहीं मिल रहा है. King goes to g3 यहाँ पे. You don't have a possibility to exchange the queens. There is this knight. There is no bishop e5, those beautiful ideas, because there is a pin. What do you do? How do you stop the mate? If you try to go a move like h5, then there is another mate. Because the threat is also queen g6. Oops, sorry. Queen g6 and queen g8. Mate in 1, 2 times. Mate in 2 नहीं. Mate in 1. यहाँ से भी ऐसे हो रहा था, which you cannot defend. You cannot defend both at once, because you needed your queen on f7. But ये queen ने वो ले लिया तुम्हारी जगह. So that was the point, and now resign. Yeah, no check. Look at this position, no check. Literally every check is controlled. Isn't that a beauty? Queen f7, what a beauty. Really, this is the queen, the beautiful queen here. Those who had mentioned queen d8, this is what we were looking at, that bishop e5 is a beautiful move, but otherwise also you don't need that bishop e5, because you have queen a2 stopping g8, because it's not a double threat. There is no mate on g6, and g2 will be threat, under threat. So that is the reason. That was the reason. Thanks for reminding me, because literally it was worth showing this move, queen d f7. Okay, I hope that your question has been answered. So Leon's current position is this. Queen d7, a3, e7, he took the queen, he gave the queen, and he went a2, making a new queen now. Absolute draw. Vidit still trying, still fighting. g4, he's thinking. Hari played bishop takes e5, and Cristobal went bishop a4. So now Hari with the opposite colored bishop, how is it going to progress? This is attack. You would want to save that, but you want to save it with bishop on d6, or you want to save it with bishop on d4, or you don't really want to save it in any of that way, but you want to do a counter attack with bishop f6 because you cannot take on c5. There is a one move back rank mate. So bishop f6 here. I like bishop f6 quite a lot, stopping this threat. And for black, he might go bishop d7, stopping my threat. And then once again, this is hanging, so you will have to finally defend it. Oof. So most critical game is Hari, I think, right now, whether he can still convert this. Knight to c4 on Vidit's board, ask Karmanya. यहाँ पे for g4 you're asking knight c4. So the question is, what if I take the pawn on d3? I guess you wanted to take this pawn on a3, but I don't care. g5. How do you progress? You go here. Do you want to go b4? Rook a4 doesn't really help. You go knight c4. Can go g6 check. Bar ko chhodi do. Then the king comes in. You still can't play b4. Rook a4 is there. Rook and knight would be a draw, no? No, I don't think for b4 I will play takes. Sorry, I won't play that. I think this should be a draw. Takes is a draw. Ooh, that would be a big blunder. So for b4, king f5 is important because the main idea is you're not even going to care about them. You are only going to care about your pawn and maybe a checkmate ideas. So you cannot really, you're just too fast. There's no race. There is just no race there. So yeah, that's the problem with the knight, and with this pawn and king, you are landing in a back rank mating net very, very quickly. Hari is thinking here. Akash says, oh, Samay birthday. Yeah, yes, today is 26th October. It's Samay's birthday. Nice. Rook d5 is also there to defend a pawn. Rook d5. Bishop b3. Will you not lose the pawn? Arjun asked, will Samay stream chess again? I'm sure he will. Pragg says, Sagar in Isle of Man. Women can't go there. PJ. After bishop f6, bishop d7, then rook d5. That was a question. Yeah, bishop f6, bishop d7, then you want to go. Yeah, that's nice. That should be possible. What he played was bishop d6, king went to d7, but look at all black's placement of the pieces and pawns. They're all on light square, so you don't have a disco which will give you material. He now goes king f4. The king wants to go to f6, but black king will stop and go king e6. Still, you can try to take the control of the h file. So suddenly, even if there was this d file open, your bishop has blocked it, and the remaining one you have taken the control. And now that the king is not on g7, black rook can't even challenge with rook h8. So rook h2 here. But what is your idea? Even if you get rook on 7th rank, this is defended What is your idea? Oh, actually, how is the rook going to be, progressing in a way? It is important that white will need to start his majority at some point. So a natural idea is to move the king away and go f4. And then, yeah, maybe this could be the idea. Wow, look at this. Keeping the rook on h6 and going f4, f5 check. The king will have to go back and then you can win another pawn. Okay, that is definitely a clear plan until rook h6 and f4, f5. Still thinking f6 was way better. Arvind is down to 5 minutes. He would have surely screwed something or the other up in that scenario. Rook d5 now, Samar says. Hey, why do you want to go rook d5? Acha, do you want to go rook e5, rook e7? That also looks very interesting suggestion in that sense. But of course, king f4 is the last year. Yahan pe rook d5. This is cool to stop if f6. Then king takes and you have this passer, but somehow the king gets more breathing space here. So I like rook on h2 better. King f4, he plays rook e8. Cristobal plays rook e8. Yeah, let's go rook h2. Yeah, that is a nice idea, Samarpit. If you get that. But you also must just ask yourself at right time. Black getting rook h8. Let me update the bars if at all. Okay. Yeah, I think now the bars are updated well. So also for the women's Vaishali. Vaishali is still playing or what? Should be over, no? King f5. Yeah, no move from black, so it should be over. This should be over. Uh oh, for Hari, yes, he has gone king e3 in fact right now because he has to look at his majority also. But my main question is, right now there is nothing to worry about rook h8 because until the rook, bishop, and the king, all three in one line, we know that a disco pattern always happening. So bishop e5, losing the rook. So king goes to e3. Hari has gone e3. Hari is going to be playing a long game. Yeah, 55 moves, 5 moves to be made, 7 minutes with Cristobal. This is the second second right now time control, where they will have to complete 60 moves to get 20 more minutes. Oops, let me change the 20 more minutes. So king e3. With it still playing after g4. He's started thinking since he had 32 minutes, and it's been almost 20 minutes now. Juan asks, why do men and women have different brackets in chess? Like, why do we have a women's world champion? Very good question. I believe that was done to kind of maybe motivate the women players. That must be the reason. And there's definitely a debate whether it should be there in that way or not. So, yeah, I definitely have the opinion of not of having only one single tournament, and then max to max at least giving separate prizes there, but I think practical problems would be there. So yeah. Narendra says it's in all the sports. In chess, in fact, chess is the only one having open section where women can play. No, it's a long process to change the whole thing, and also it's a lot of different opinions, lot of research. Um, Very surprising that we have only Judith Polgar who could be in top 10 in the world. Uh, that is top 10 in the world in the open section. I mean, in the men's section. So definitely a big question there, no doubt. So it's an appropriate question, but with it still thinking, with it's been on the board for 20 minutes, he's thinking, he knows that this is nothing much. Maybe he is going to resign soon. That is the reason he's just trying to get himself mentally back. Sometimes you just do that on the board, not after the game, but when you get up from the board, sometimes you know that you don't want to be thinking and feeling bad about the game. You want to, whatever time you use there on the board, you use it to feel bad and to do all sorts of those feelings. But finally, today when he goes back home, he will have to start preparing for the next round. You don't have that way choice. So knight c4 check, king d3 will be played, and he will take on a3. That's what he will try practically. In Hari's game, after rook b2, Hari inserted this move. After rook e8, he went king e3. As we saw, king c6 was played by Christopher. He's going to go king b5, attack the e5 pawn. So Hari goes rook b2, stops this king b5 over here. Bishop went to b5, because if he doesn't go there, then there is check threatened, and if king d7, then you lose the b7 pawn as well. So bishop went to b5. Now Hari goes back rook h2, but king b5 has been stopped. Now the king goes back to d7. Now my question is, could you not play anything once again like bishop c4 with the idea of king b5? So what was the problem here? Or even if you consider the same idea with bishop a4, then I have rook h7 because I'm attacking this. Yeah, it makes sense. But if you go bishop c4, I will attack your bishop there. If it goes back, then I can once again go rook b2, and this time your bishop cannot block the rook b6 check. Very interesting, very nice, very cool. So he goes king d7, and Hari plays king d4. Yeah, it's the best move. It's the best move he's made. Is he going to go king d5? But there is check. So yeah, he's improvised his king position here. Black might go king e6 once again, and then Hari might play f4. We will land up here. We will land up here. Any details on Vidit's opponent, says Pragg. Yes, of course, Vidit's opponent Arvind Lami, very strong chess player, second of Anish Giri. He's been so quite well known. In fact, also he's married to Alina Lami, and she's also what's her title? What is her title? I don't. She's an IM, right? If I'm not wrong. So yeah, very strong chess player. So rook b6 here, and you cannot push your pawns, and this pawn's going to come with the king. Can Vidit somehow save this position? No, no way. Oh, Hari goes king d4, bishop c6, and now he goes rook h4. Wow, what a nice move there, guys. Did you figure out the idea of this move? Rook h4. What is Hari's idea here? What is Hari's idea? There can be championship match between women and men, world champion to decide. No, I don't think like we can see how difficult it is to qualify for candidates. So it will have to be something to qualify for. There's nothing to do with gender. It's here. It's all that matters is what's your FIDE rating. अरे नरेंद्र ये कौन सा अकाउंट है? Yes, Judith beat Kasparov. What a milestone. Yeah, she's beaten everybody at the top. Rook f4, exactly. So look at this. We are talking about f4 all this while, which was of course an idea, but he's using that square for the rook maneuver, and very very nice. I like it. Slowly putting pressure, continuously putting pressure on the opponent, and this he makes this is the 59th move. So after 60 moves they'll get more time. Hari gets more time. So yeah, rook h4. Vaishali's game has the result updated there. Wait, let me add. Oh, result not yet updated. Okay, never mind. Sneha is asking, why is there no strong female player who can compete in the open section? I think the problem is that when they I mean, there are definitely female players when they do compete, but here we have a separate tournament. And since if you're a very strong player, let's say you're 7 years old, 8 years old, then you can keep playing in the boys section. But it's going to be so tough that you might not really win any prizes for a long time. And then if you really want to play chess, it's an expensive sport. After, if you want to become stronger and stronger, after a point you have to put a lot of money there. So financially, if let's say if you win a world title or national title, the chances of getting sponsorships and all is pretty high. So that is the motivation there. If you want to keep playing and improving and then spending on coaches and tournaments. So it's a cycle. It's a vicious cycle there. So that's why you play in the women's section and then you kind of get stuck there. I think Judith really was the one to break that cycle, and that was one of the reasons you could see her, constantly competing in the open tournaments. So you have to let go. You have to let go that the phase where you might get nothing much. But if I think I'm sure at some points there will be some some parents who would definitely test this out. Never really put the girls to play in the girls section actually that way. That's something which I really feel is the need, but it's hard. It's very, very hard to do that. Ah, okay. I got it because I know the name. Okay, he's taking his king to c3 now. So rook f4, rook f4, bishop b3. He defends the pawn there. The king goes to c3. What's the plan? Let's say I do nothing. I go back. What are you going to do? Finally, a rook on f4. At some point, it will have to give up. It will have to go here. Also stop rook h8 maybe, right? It might be needed. So rook h4. So after king c3, in fact, yeah, there is no time for rook h8. So bishop moves, rook h4 kind of must. Hari is making it like, Hari is not quickly trying to uh, advance the pawns. He's like waiting and waiting and waiting, taking all the energy of Christabel, who is actually putting in defending, and defending would take, passive, to have this passive position to keep defending is going to take more energy, and Hari knows that after all the energy is over, he's going to, obviously go for f4 later. He will have to go for f4 at some point if he needs to progress. So rook h4 there by Hari. And Vidit, going to Vidit's game, what have they played in the last few moves? King d3 happened. He takes on a3, rook goes to b6, king went to g7, he pushed the pawn to g5, king went to h7, and king e4 with the threat of king f5. You can't push this, you can't push this, you can't move this, you lose this. So in a way, a zugzwang, you can go here, but king f5. And then you push the king back. So it's a zugzwang, and I believe Vidit will resign now or into two moves at the most. Anand says king c3 should have been played before rook f4. Why is SL Narayanan game not in? Ah, no, there is. I must have just forgotten. Nothing more. Last 2 minutes for Vidit. Oh, look at this. You can actually go knight c4 because rook b5 would be a blunder. You lose the rook, only blunder. Obviously, he's not going to take here, but yeah, he should not maybe resign. Maybe for at least a move, he should play knight c4. This is the position right now. Guys, how many of you were able to see Sagar's vlog of Isle of Man and with its birthday interview and just some follow-ups of the Isle of Man event? How many of you were able to check out? Let me know. How did you find his vlog if any of you were able to see? Yeah, he did play knight c4 and Arvind did not fall for the trap. He went rook a6, a3 played by Vidit, and important for Arvind to go king f5 now. Of course, he will find it. But imagine he makes a move like g6 first, king g7, king f5. That's winning. But for g6, wow, this is very good. White, black, where should this king go, guys? Actually, this can give a drawing chance. I didn't even consider that way. Wow, black to play. What is the best move? Oh, amazing. Amazing. Chris says, Vishy commenting on Sagar's game. Must be a lot of pressure. Yeah. Do watch that video with Sagar versus Mark. That was very nice. Sagar says, very nice vlog. VD's birthday, his interview, and Anish's interview, all nice. Yeah, Anish and Pragnanda's Twitter battle. This is not happened. G6 is not happened. How is it decided who plays whom? Sujal, that is based on the software, so it's a Swiss system, so there are softwares who do the automatic computerized pairing is done. So a3, and if at all Irving plays g6, then it's a mistake. King goes to h6, and even if you go king f5, the difference here, important one, is 93 check. Oops. Where do you go with your king? If you go to f6, knight g4 check. If you go to f7, knight e5 check. And then you lose the pawn. And if you go back to e4, then what did he play? He played king f5. But yeah, there was this slight chance. Nice one. King f5, knight e3 check by Vidit. King went to f6. Vidit goes knight g4 check. King went to f7. Vidit goes knight e5 check. But the pawn is still on g5, so king will come to f8. Yeah. So no, resignation was a little bit early because still should play till the end. A bit of chance, yeah, to go wrong. Yeah, but hey, not YouTuber. He did win on time in the end. Sujal says, can you explain the whole format? Yes, it's FIDE Grand Swiss. It's a Swiss tournament. There will be 11 rounds. The tournament ends on 5th November. We have 20 Indians playing such a strong event, and the top two from this event will qualify for the candidates, which is the most important tournament, because from there you qualify to be the uh, you'll qualify to be the world champions challenger. So that's the thing, and we have 100 minutes, 40 moves, like 1 hour 40 minutes. Basically you get time, you have to finish 40 moves, then you get increment 50 minutes each, and then you may have to make another 20 moves in that, and then you get another 15 minutes. That's for the open section, men's section. For women's section, it's a lower time control. Priyanka asked, why is there a different time control in women? Actually, it's a question to me also. I did not really know it until literally I started the stream, to be very honest. So I am wondering, why is it different time control? But if any of you have any information on that, if it has been mentioned anywhere, then do also let me know. Why is it different? King f6 played by Irwin. Okay, with it. Now nothing much. By the way, if you go to Hari's game, still if pawn has not moved and still he's thinking. This was 60th move. So here you see, once the 60th move will be made from both the sides, they will get extra time. They will get another 15 minutes each. So this one is like really a long game. It can last till, you see, let's say 15 plus 15, half an hour more, plus 30 seconds per move. It can easily it can last till also 2:30 a.m. I guess. But of course, I mean, most of the games will get over. We have very few games going on, and they are also almost coming towards some end. By the way, Leon's game, did it finish? Yeah, Leon drew with Van Forest, so that is a draw there. Great result then, because Van Forest tried quite hard. Celsius says maybe less number of women players, but how does it matter? Less or more shouldn't matter. Maybe some other reason, maybe. I'm not sure. Because normally, are you up so late at night? Is it like normal for you to stay up and to wake up late, or maybe to stay up and still to wake up soon? But I guess many of you who are here right now must be waking up late, yeah? Not sure. Oh, king f5 knight. Once again. So, actually, knight g4 check. He went back, gave a check. So, if you go king f6 again, Knight g4 check, and isn't it the same thing? Knight check, king f8. What? And then the knight gives check. Oh, does Vidit have any possibility to draw or what? One second. Because check, if you go king f7 here, knight e5 check. Where's the king going to go? Okay, this is interesting. Right now, king f4 is the move. Okay, if king f4, knight d5 check. I mean, king f4 is the winning move. And then king e5. So you've sorted the checks actually. So for king f4, yeah, you don't have much checks. Knight g2 and knight d5. But, or if you go back knight c4, that's another thing. Very interesting. It's not over. Will he play king f4? Because in the last few moves, what they played was knight e3 check. This is, by the way, was happening on 57th move also. See, here the same position. This one, the second time, the same position. So in fact, if for whatever reason, if they get the same position again, third time it will be a draw. It's called a photographic draw. And before you repeat that move, let's say if this right now was the situation where Vidit is going to give a check for the third time, he can claim to the arbiter that I'm going to make this move, and that's a draw. Oh, so that's happening for the second time. Very interesting. I just want to show you. Look at this. A3, king f5, knight e3. This was the first time. Check, 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 and this one, second time. And Arvin is thinking 61st move, so he would get 15 minutes now, but he was under time pressure. Yeah. Yes, Chetan. I also had Sarvanan who had joined in, so it was very nice to get his insights. Sujal, there is a software which decides the pairings. It's all computerized. It's all nothing manual, Baba. So 93 check. Oh my God. Sir, Arvin has to go king f4. Important. If he goes king e4, just a question to you guys. If he goes king e4, how is this a draw? The bar says it's a draw. How is it a draw? Is knight c2 a draw? Because now if king f5 this time is a photographic draw, but if king e5, let's say, then what is the move you have to find here? Can you go b4? No, that's not working because king f6, and if b3, there is king f7. Look at this. If this king reaches on f7, how much attractive these guys look here just doesn't matter because white has a mate in one. Guys, did you find a mate in one? Very easy mate in one. Tell me, what's the mate in one here? If I go a2, mate in one for white. Give me one moment and I'll be back. हम्म जागे हो काफी लोग जागे हो अर्जुन जागा है गौतम भी जा रहा है, प्रियंका भी, नरेंद्र साकार, not YouTuber, Sujal, Shreya, Rook H6. That's the mate. So white doesn't need to do anything. But Irwin finds King F4. He goes King F4, and now Vidit is thinking, because yeah, this was an important move, but it even came till this point of, you know, giving this bit of chances where I thought that it was not even possible. So yeah, while Vidit thinks, let's go to Hari's game and see what's up there after he won the pawn. Yeah, Hari is like humafying right now. He's gone king c4. Still, let's try to find a plan here for Hari. Okay, he's gone king c4. If I do nothing, I can't go f4 because this will be attacked. This is attacked, so I go king d4. But if I go king d4, should I worry about king b5? Actually, I don't need to worry about king b5 because I always have a check. And if you take here, I take here. So that's not a worry. But he goes bishop e6 check, and Hari will go king d4, I believe. Yeah, he does go king d4. Now if this bishop goes back, now can I go f4? That's my main question. If I go f4, what happens? Am I not progressing? I don't have f5. If I go e5 means it's like a forever lock. So even if I go f4, how do I progress? When the king was on e6, it was nice. Rook h6, f5. I was excited about that. But now how do I progress? Let's say rook h7 and bishop f5, bishop e6. If I go f5, takes, bishop takes, rook takes. But I don't think that should be enough. That can't be enough, yeah? Oops. Giving one pawn and then taking this pawn. It seems like giving some counterplay unnecessarily. No. How do you convert this? Is this like, imagine the computer says +5. But what is the plan, guys? What's the plan? Vikas says, can you please tell us how do we have the 10 minutes again? Yes. Because of this, here you see 100 minutes, 40 moves have been over. Now 50 minutes for the 60 moves have been over right now. And here we get 15 minutes for the rest of the game. Plus 30 seconds increment from move 1. So this is the final time control. You don't get anything addition. You don't have to worry about how many moves to make. And yeah, this is the final one. But I believe it's not yet added, right, for Christopher. Wait a second. 60 moves were done here. 4. Yeah, added. 15 minutes were added here. Look. Oh, so his 15 minutes are getting over. Oh, so here these are his last 4 minutes. In fact, Hari has all the time. So Christopher will have to play with 30 seconds each. Once he doesn't have to, he doesn't get any extra time. By the way, Vidit's game, check after king f. Oh, after king f4 he's thinking. Vidit is thinking. So f4 के बाद तो I didn't find a plan. Even if I go rook h7, guys, what is the plan? Is it a draw? Can't believe it is +5 and it's a draw. How? Do you all have any creative suggestions for White's plan to convert? So now that I look at this, maybe the point where Hari did have an option of this pawn being on e6, could that have been better? Because then there was this isolated pawn and an open file, open rank. Rook b2, rook b6 with c6. But now that there is no bishop e5. Okay. So rook b2, your idea is rook b6, right? I do nothing. And you want to go c6, no? Can I go rook h8? Computer says this is just over, yeah, if I go rook h8. But the reason is because this rook was doing a job. It was stopping my king and now my king will enter. That's cool. So rook h8 is actually not that much of a worry, yeah. Very interesting. Very interesting that it is stopping my king here. But then how do you progress? ठीक है, rook b2 आया, rook b6 आया. How about rook f2 and then f4, f5? Okay. Not ever says no. Seems like it's too complicated for me. मैं white होता तो भी हार सकता. Oh god. Rook b2 is definitely interesting. Yeah, somebody suggested f4, f5 and rook f2, right? f4, let's say I do nothing. Hey, can I not go king e5 here? Bishop d5 or bishop f5 check and then you win the pawn. So rook f2 here with the idea of f5. I do nothing. Now you go f5. I have an option. I still do nothing. But यार, how much I will do nothing? कुछ तो करना चाहिए ना life में. So let's say takes. You get this also. And then, no, they should win. They should win in some way. You are able to create a passer and the opponent has less time. How can it not win? Has to win. What about Vidit? Still playing? No. Vidit has not made a move. Is the game over? Not sure. Not sure. But his time is shown as 0-0 and I don't see any increment added. Maybe. I'm not sure if the game is over. White can win this. Yeah, white. I mean, with time hustle, definitely. But I'm wondering the clear plan. The clear plan at some point you have to create a passer. Without a passer, you can't. Like f4, f5 has to be played at some point. But what a long game, right? I mean, even for the players, if they want to play such a long tournament, it's the amount of energy they have to use is so huge. That's very good because candidates is also a long time format and world championship is a long time format. So it does make sense that if you're actually trying to find a candidate from this event, then the time is also pretty close to something like that. By the way, if you see here in this, we have From here, we will get two spots from this event for the candidates. And you see, one spot will be for FIDE circuit winner. So the FIDE circuit point wise, I think these are the top people. I think Caruana also might be there, but Caruana is already here, so that's the reason. So this is the race between Anish, Gukesh, Wesley, and Arjun. But majorly Anish and Gukesh. No, major, yeah. Actually, all four will be very interesting. Yeah, I think Vidit's game has to be over or it's stuck. Rook b2 played by Hari right now. I think like the chat suggested. You want to go rook b6 or what? What are you doing? Hari is, I think, making his opponent. He will make his opponent reach 30. Will make a few more moves till his opponent has to make them in 30 seconds. And then finally will go for this f4 and all because he has all the time. He has all the time. When he will go for that complications at that point of time, he will not give any time to Christabel. Yeah, I'll definitely sleep after this game is over, but I'm very, very curious to see if this is actually, I mean, how Hari is going to convert this. I do believe Hari will convert this for sure. No, Firuza, that's why he's fighting in this tournament to qualify. Not yet qualified. Any other interesting? Every game is over, almost. Niels Grandelis is playing with Sandro Marico, and that is also a draw. Shamshiddin Wokidov is playing with the black pieces with king and queen, and Matthias has queen, rook, queen, knight, and king. Is Blue Bomb Matthias trying with the queen and seems hard. Then, oh, Ivanchuk is still playing. Queen c4 check. Last move by Ihor, and Ivanchuk still trying with the white pieces, but mostly it should be perpetual. The final game which is going on in with Alan Pichot versus Ramazan Zalmakhanov. That should black is winning. Oh, look at the king, and yeah, this is just winning. So with its game, I would say now definitely it's over. And Hari has played rook b2. So what about Christobal's time? Because he had 1 minute, if I'm not wrong. Christobal, you'll have to play fast right now. You don't have much time. Queen end games are really interesting, says not YouTuber. Yeah, I mean, if you're, just woken up and very fresh and watching them, it's very interesting. But if you are completely dead and then you are watching a queen end game, it's like, कहाँ जा रही है? बाप रे, समझ में नहीं आ रहा है. We want more vlogs of the tournament from Sagar, says Prashant. But yeah, I think normally he does the vlog in the first day. After that, the tournament starts. So I don't think he does the vlogs. But already with a lot of in the interviews, there will be interviews. There will be, I don't know what's up right now and currently on the channel, but I'm sure that Yeah, there were these starting moments. Oh, I could have shown. You see he's put a video. Gukesh, Pragg, Vidit, Hari, Arjun, Nihal, Tanya, Harika, Divya are all here. So he'd put the starting video of the 4 hours ago, which should give you a good feel about the tournament venue and everything there. Vidit has played. No, where after King F4, what has he played then? If he has played. Like, what do you think of future of chess? Like, dominate the game like Magnus? No, I don't think anybody will be able to dominate like Magnus. Um, the generation is so quick, so fast paced there that the next ones will be dethroned much quicker. Can you show progress of Vaishali game? No, Vaishali game is actually over because it's like that since half 45 minutes or something like that. Just an update which must be pending from leeches or I don't know where, but after rook b6, black will be in zugzwang. He could only move his rook. That's okay, even if he moves his rook. So if king d7, rook b6, yeah, he goes rook e6. What do you do? Your king still can't go to e5. You still can't take here. Somebody had mentioned c6. Ah, but c6, are you sure? Oh, nice. Here you cannot take on d6. That is so cool. We Oh, c6 is such a nice looking move, yeah. But you take the pawn there and this is defended. So c6 doesn't work. But now that your bishop is so broken, disconnected from the contact of this f5 square, it's like SIM card nahi chal raha hai. So f4 f5 definitely could. This is the right time. Oh, that's a good. That's leading to a good plan. Who said that? Mango people, nice. Oh, mango people, nice. I believe you love mangoes. Very nice plan. Very nice plan. So rook b2. What else? What else can black do? Because if black cannot move the bishop, otherwise rook b6 and he loses the pawn. So bishop cannot move. Here also, if he moves the rook to h8 or something, then there is king e5. Check. Let's say here, and then you win the pawn because if bishop e6, then there is rook b6 and rook b7. So in a way, you can see finally the use of principle of two weaknesses. You can't take care of both of them. That is how it's working. Just to show you if king e5 was allowed over here. So Hari has gone rook b2 and well, I'm wondering if Cristobal's time is over or his black fell or how is it? Because everything is kind of, or should I just refresh? No, I've refreshed. Everything is fine here. Jay says Hari will play rook b6, then e5, and then c6. Acha. So your idea is rook b6, then e5. Let's say I go back, then c6. But then what? What is the point of c6? It's a question, no? What's the point of c6 exactly? I like f4, f5 to try. c6 would be fine if you're winning the a pawn, then it should be okay. But with the bishop on c8, it's not somehow working. Aam Aadmi. Acha, mango people. Aam Aadmi. I thought you love mangoes. Got it. Irwin 1 says Harsh Goel. Arey Amritadi, you still live. Arey Rakshit, are you studying or not? Okay, Arvind 1. So maybe then let's look at the chess results then, guys. Wait a second. Wait, let me just. यार क्यों दिख रही है भाई? Get the chess results here. Oops. Yeah. Wait, I'm refreshing now, but the results for Hari and Irwin have not yet been updated yet. Yeah, I see four, at least four to, yeah, 6 games going on, but they seem like, at least these two seem like over. Hari, I feel if the game is over, then either the opponent's flag fell or the moves are not updated. We have not got the moves. Irwin was winning against Vidit. So this is the result for the men's. For women's section, oh, they already have a pairing, guys. Oh, Divya Deshmukh on top board against Stan Songi. Wow, on board number 1, Divya Deshmukh with the white pieces. That would be exciting tomorrow. Vaishali versus Aline Rubers. And that's the fourth board. Superb. Fourth board, Vaishali. Then we have Savitha Shri playing against Stefanova on sixth board with the black pieces. Very nice pairings here, which we have. What about Harika? Harika is playing with Hong Tan Trang, and Tanya is playing with Dinara Wagner. Okay, and what about Vantika? Because Vantika had a tough day today. She's playing against Madina Warda Olia from Indonesia. Oh, all tough opponents tomorrow. Great. The pairing is already done. So women's they can actually start preparing and get some rest, and yeah, very interesting. Oh, some moves have happened. Wait, guys, we have got the update. So king d7 was played, and Hari plays bishop e5. For bishop e5, rook e6 was played. Hari goes king d5. Very cool. Now that there is no bishop check on c6, he keeps his king on d5. King d8 played by Cristobal. Completely, it's like collar pakad ke maar types. It's completely, such no movement there. Bishop goes to d6, king d7. But even Hari has to find a plan. Rook e8. He goes rook h7. This time there's no bishop e6 or anything. But the king goes to d8. And now, can Hari take the pawn on f7? Guys, a question for you. A simple question to you, if you are awake. Rook takes f7 is a big blunder, massive blunder. White, black to play. If rook takes f7, black to play. Sujal, if you meet us in real life, you can call us our real names. The Payan says chess24 says Vidit lost. Okay, so yeah, I do think that game should be over. I mean, can't be going on. Rakshit says exciting matchup for sure, right? First board, Divya. Can she create an upset? Click on India and then again on pairing to highlight the Indian players. Okay, I will do that. Bishop e6. Yes, Rakshit, not YouTuber, Sujal, Swapnil, Mango, Armin, विकास अरे भाई कितने लोगों ने आंसर दिया है सो कूल मैन ऑल ऑफ यू सो अलर्ट superb so yes you cannot take this because there is bishop e6 check and you would lose a rook so you cannot do this but what Hari did was king d8 and he goes c6 he's gone c6 right now what is he saying what is his plan if let's say I take the pawn are you going to take here and what are you going to threaten this rook f7 and this checkmate? Beautiful checkmate, but oh my god, is black going to get any chances or not really? Not really, because one of the pawn. Love how his king is also very active, his rook is active, and the a6 is also weakness. So c6, very different plan found by Hari. Something very interesting. We were looking at rook b5, king e, trying to get king e5, later rook b6. But he's gone c6 here, and Cristobal has actually 2 minutes 45 seconds. So the timing at that point of time was not right. Irwin versus Vidit's result has been updated, and Vidit has lost. Bishop e6 check here by Cristobal. Hari goes king c5. B takes c6 now, and Hari goes rook h2. Is he planning a checkmate? Oh, but rook h2. What if king d7 then? Why did, if he wanted to go rook h2, I'm wondering, after king c6, isn't it a better idea? But he goes rook h2, and what if king d7? He wants to go rook b2 for sure, I get that. But this could get complicated, huh? It's possible. Depends on how well Christopher can resist. Resistance is important. What's the most interesting opening? Yeah, Sicilian, I would say, for me. Raksha says from tomorrow take breaks also Amrita D. I know, I can get tough sometimes commentating late at night, especially when Sagar is not around. We'll try to support as much as we can. Yes, no, what I can try to do is today I was, it was day one and certain things, but tomorrow I can in between keep some video which maybe Sagar would put starting moments, which today also he had, but I didn't know. I can make like it can play on for at least some few minutes, 2-3 minutes or something like that. Would be nice to get the feel also of the tournament hall and everything, and can take a break. Yeah, that should be 1 or 2 breaks could be good, short ones. Ron says rook h2, b2, b7, b8, genius concept by Hari. Yeah, I think very creative. He's found something very creative. We were not considering this at all, and it's amazing. Hari plays end games sometimes really amazing. Because says, I just remembered something. Isn't it Samay's birthday today? Yes, it is. I think he's now 26 years old and 26th birthday. You can take 15-20 minutes longer break with bars on the screen and some video of CB India, and then you can have dinner and relax. Okay, that's a good idea. सिर्फ बार को देखते रहने का. And I can always keep saying, okay, this is +1, +2. That is a good idea. I would do that. If this time is correct, then Cristobal is now left with 40 seconds. 40 seconds. What is it? King c8. No, king c8 nahi. I think king d7 natural, no? Look at the quality of black's pieces. मतलब कुछ कर ही नहीं रहा है ये रुक. Only one job. It's like only one thing. Every day you wake up, you do the same thing, then you go back to bed. But then there are people who do love that kind of life as well. So nothing wrong in that. Rook d2 and bishop h3. What is the idea? Is he giving any discovered threat here? Anything there? I'm not. What is the idea? Okay, check and maybe then takes here. Bishop e5 check. Sorry, king c8 and then take here and then try this meeting nets. So rook d2 he played, but Cristobal moves the bishop to h3. A very, very nice move in his given situation, still finding the best ways. So he is making Hari's task difficult, as difficult as possible. Also, have to take care of, soon the counterplay, now that the pressure, the closeness of the position is now opening up. So these are the things, counterplay will be more. Only thing is, if Hari finds something for the king, then it should be over. So hurry to play, hurry to play, hurry. Hurry must hurry now. 8 minutes, he's down to 8 minutes. He's gonna play till the last minute of today. I never thought that, people will be playing such long games with 100 minutes and then 50 minutes and then 15 minutes. Totally, they have played 2 hour 5 minutes that way. Yeah, 2 hour 5 minutes each and 30-second increment. That's the total. No, it was wrong. Sorry. 100 plus 150, 160, 165 minutes. 165 minutes. So 2 hours 45 minutes each. 2 hours 45 minutes each. Hari's king goes to b6, attacks the a pawn, and Cristobal will go bishop f1 and defend. Is this giving any chances? The bar doesn't like too much for white anymore, as much as before when this weak engine was giving +5. Now it is saying it's around +2. But I still feel king b7 with the check ideas, you might win the c6 pawn. Well, I would rather win the a pawn so that this is a passer. Winning the c pawn, uske aage kya? Ooh, not easy. Can Hari win this? Very tough. Oh, sorry, I just didn't see the chat. Suhas Banshiwala, super chats, 400 rupees. Thank you, Suhas. Hats off, ma'am, for your dedication. Doing such long streams for the viewers, still with all the enthusiasm and energy. That too alone, while Sagar sir is not there either. Suhas, thank you so much for your super chat. Yeah, we had Sarvanan actually from in the first. He was there 7 to 11 almost, I believe, or 10:30, something like that. That was very nice. So yeah, not all alone completely yet, but thank you. Are Rakshit, thank you रे, thank you. पर बचा के रखना थोड़ा. You're a youngster. Hurry must hurry. Rakshit says 7 hours since stream started. Really? 7, 8, 9, 10. Ooh. Oh, yeah. Amrita showing off her math skills at 2 a.m. Exactly, yaar. ऐसे मत करो. I keep counting. If you see sometimes the way I count, you would go mad. Bishop f1 and bishop f4 check by Hari. Where is this king going to go? King e6, yeah, king c8. Actually, good question. Because I would first feel king on c8 back rank issues there. But king c8 is the strongest move. King c8. I am very doubtful now about Hari's position. But one thing is definitely favoring him. The 1 minute to Cristobal. That is favoring him. Why the heck playing king b7 when you can just play bishop f4 and then take c6? Yeah, whatever you do, you land up in the same scenario. My question is, what's the next plan? Because Hari did show quite a lot of creativity with king d5 and c6 and completely different ideas there. But I didn't understand why he still did not take the pawn on c6, because here a bc6, he could take king c6, right? King c8. Maybe we would reach a similar position like now. Wouldn't have been much different. Mango People says, I think GM doesn't like simple ways to end a game. Otherwise, Rook b6, then f4, f5 was very simple to end a game. No, it was not ending actually. F4, that moment, yeah, that moment I think he missed the plan. That was a great plan, by the way. The Rook b6 idea and then the f4, f5 was amazing. I don't think it was happening so smoothly in other places, but he must have missed that, I believe. Or he thought this is a stronger one. It did feel, even I felt that, now this is winning. Somehow Cristobal is just resisting very well. King takes c6 after king c8. Okay, and then what? Next. Can I give rook e6 check, by the way? Rook e6 check, king d5. And then what is my rook doing here? कैसे हो रहा है? ठीक है, I'll get it back. Rook e7. What do you do? You can suggest some moves then. I don't. Uh, I think this is more about thoda sa tricking and getting it slow, and at the right time suddenly f4 f5 jumping in. But now this bishop has a lot of breathing space. Vishal says, I went to sleep when the stream started. Woke up now and it is still running. Oh, 7 घंटा सोए तुम. But ऐसे कहते हैं कि 8 घंटा सोना चाहिए. You should get 8 hours of sleep. So Vishal, 1 more hour of sleep is pending for you. Rakshit says, ये तो knockout event भी नहीं है. All streams are going to be this long. ऐसे तो you will get very tired. Maybe start the stream at 8:30. Or maybe, okay, I don't think everyday top games, maybe we can do is like, if in top 15 boards or something, if the game goes long, then we should do it. But I think I'm doing this because I myself am very curious. I don't think I can, sleep without knowing what happened to Hari's game. It's so interesting that you have this advantage, you have this very consistent advantage, and then suddenly you feel this excitement ki, oh, now is the breakthrough. I'm getting this rook here, I'm getting this pawn, I'm getting, the king is weak, this a6 is weak, and suddenly you feel excited. Once again, it's like, okay, black resists really well, and you don't know how to progress. So, yeah, I think this game, I'm very, very curious what is going to happen. Rakshit says you are curious because it's day one. Wait करो. हाँ ये देख सकते हैं. वेट करते हैं. मैंगो पीपल इज सेइंग क्रिस्टोफर की जगह हम होते तो अब तक 7-8 ब्लंडर्स कर दिए रहते और सबका टाइम बचाते रिजल्ट के लिए वेट करने का. नाइस. Okay, event king c8. Guys, moves are happening. Don't hurry. Wait. Be patient. King c6 played. Bishop b5 check given by Christopher. Christopher है नहीं वो by the way. Cristobal. Then Hari goes king d5. King d7 played by Cristobal. Hari gives a check. Cristobal goes to e7. The king was nicely going to c8. See, there already Hari has to find a plan with the king on c8. Cristobal goes to e7. And now Hari finds a good move here. In the given situation, the best move, Hari finds bishop c7. Now, what is the meaning of this move? Do you understand? What is the idea of this move? Can there be one idea that white takes his king here and is able to give the rook for these two guys so that, that is an idea. But rook h8, he went rook h8 and now king went to b6. Yeah, look at this idea, king b6 and you can maybe sacrifice or what. I am very interested to see that. But he went rook h8, king b6 and now Cristobal has a way for counterplay. Rook h3, attack the base of the pawn chain. But I would say that white had to play f4 anyway, so what's the big deal? But there is a big deal. There is a very, very big deal. One is that I go rook e3 and behind the pawn and attack this pawn here. Because if you go e5, it's like, it's like locked. Tala lag gaya hai, darwaza nahi khul raha hai, there is no plan. But there's also I do nothing much and I go rook b3. And the way you are attacking me, now I can also keep giving you checks. So it is somehow the rook starts getting activated and there are too many open files. And seems a little tough. Again, why is this move so much changing the assessment of the position? Was there anything better to do? The mistake was on move 68 when the king was set diagonally to the pawn to be captured on f7. No. रात के 2 बजे क्रिस्टोफर और या क्रिस्टोबल एक ही लगेगा ना. बात से मे बी व्हाट आई कैन डू इज लास्ट के 1 घंटा ओनली हिंदी में बात कर हिंदी बिकॉज यू नो इट्स इजियर टू स्पीक इन हिंदी देन बिकॉज समहाउ फिर तो मैं बोलूँगी मराठी में कर लूँगी. रुक d3. ओके सो यहाँ पे रुक d3 नहीं, यू मीन रुक d5 रहेगा. आई बिलीव रुक d5 was the best move. But what is the problem for rook h3? So this was the problem. Look at this. This was the problem. You couldn't attack the f3 pawn because there was a check. If you go king e6, then you are having a mating net. Guys, can you find a mating net? What is the move white should play to threaten a checkmate in 2 moves? And luckily, very, very luckily, while you threaten that, you also defend an important check to yourself. Yeah, bishop f6, Rushil. Well done. Because if rook takes f3, there is this checkmate. Anyway, it doesn't even matter, by the way, forget that. But wow, what a pattern. So not, you cannot go king e6 here, man. You have to go back to e8. Yet you go the same way, bishop f6, with the threat of checkmate. And he has to stop once again, block your rook. But then this bishop, what was it doing? What was it doing? The duty of guarding. Like it was this watchman, right, for this a6 pawn. But now rook d6, you attack the pawn. So if he takes, then you take, and not just take, but threaten a mate once again. So it was very, lot of intricacies were there. Going to the game, he played bishop c7. So this was somewhere he wanted to keep an idea. Rook h8, that's why it was fine. King went to b6. But rook h3, and the problem is with the same situation, if you give a check this time with the king on e6, now if you would have gone bishop f6, rook f3, there is no check because you played your king to b6, and that's why it became this subtle error. You see, you don't have this mate where black can, if you go back king c7, black can just challenge this d5 finally. It's like if he lived for 80 years, 79th year, he found this is my passion. He found that I want to be a singer now. Whatever, dancer, jo bhi hai. But he found his passion, and rook f2, he had to go back, but now this is a draw. This was very difficult actually, because such a natural move. But the whole point was this checkmate. The king was, oh, nice, very nice. नींद में तो नोटेशंस भी नहीं समझता सेज रक्षित. हाँ, रुक d3, रुक b3. Deepak says this game is going from 7 hours. These guys are real or what? Yeah, they're playing for 7 hours. That's the chess, guys. That's the chess that used to be there in the old times. So, dancer at 79. Why not? Not YouTuber says अगर ये draw हो जाए तो hats off to black. What a defense, man. Yeah, I mean, amazing resistance actually shown by Cristobal. Surely, agreed. King e6, king c5. Once again, somewhere he is trying to create this thing. But Cristobal goes rook h1. What has Hari played now? Hari goes bishop f4. But why not rook d2 now? Or could he go bishop d8? Could he go bishop d8? Rook c1 check is the threat. So he goes bishop f4 and stops rook c1. But the main road, you got the entry, you paid all the toll. Now you go rook d1, because this was the file where it was like a happening file. Yeah, happening. बोलते हैं ना, कौन टू घूमने गए और ये गली में पक्का जाना. पूरा शॉपिंग मार्केट है, पालिका बाजार, हैपनिंग. देवाशी सेज क्या मस्त जगह है यार आइल ऑफ मैन. आई जस्ट सॉ द व्लॉग. मन ही कर गया कहीं ठंडी जगह जाने का. By the way, did you know Isle of Man, the place where this tournament is having? I think I don't know how it's pronounced, but Douglas, Douglas maybe or Douglas, I don't know, but it's also known as the Little Switzerland. It's because it's very beautiful. So yeah, definitely a beautiful place. Rook F1 played. Rook D2. Hari gets the rook on the D file, but a check from behind. Rook C1. And Hari is saying मैं पूरा वसूल करूंगा. Not going to hurry. I'm going to वसूल all the time in the world. नर साकार से कल से आर्बिटर चद्दर लेके आएगा. Oh god, that's a good one. इनको से चित्रवाल की जगह मैं होता तो मुझे मेरे सारे बाल नोचने पड़ते, फिर भी ऐसा डिफेंस नहीं कर पाता. फुल कॉमेडी. रक्षित से इस क्रिस्टोबल को आइल ऑफ मैन नहीं घूमना क्या? 7 घंटा कौन चेस खेलता है इतनी सुंदर शहर में? No, it's like a very nice promenade there, and that full road. And they have all the hotels on one side, the small hotels, and on the other side there's this beach view. There, by the way, a lot of Indian restaurants there. I was just seeing some things for Sagar, and there were Indian restaurants. Yeah. Draw incoming soon. We are at this position. This is a live position. Hari's time is showing 0-0. Cristobal at 1 minute. Seems a bit stuck there. But I'll also make sure to keep checking chess results. Oh, in fact, for men's, all the games are over, guys. All. Only Hari's game is going on. It's the last game. So in fact, after this game, the pairing will be done very quickly, I believe. Let me just quickly show you. You can see here. Yeah. All the games are over. This is Hari's game going on. Yeah, you can't see till the end, but usually he's gone to just cover the event. He will do the interviews and everything. So we'll have it all on ChessBase India. Likely VD Adiban tomorrow. Are you serious? Oh. But I hope not. I hope not. मैंगो पीपल पेयरिंग करने वालों का नाम ही आर्बिटर है. आर्बिटर. तभी साकार बोला ना, आर्बिटर चद्दर लेके आएंगे. Okay, is this game over or what? Rook c1. Any chance still? King b6. Rook c6 check. King b7. क्या करूं कुछ करने की जरूरत तो है नहीं. Just go back. No, not on c1 because I don't want to. Oops, that's the blunder. Is it a blunder? I thought rook d6 check. But king e7 and you can't take here because take. But rook b6. Can I take rook a6? This I wanted to check if this is winning. No, but not in this scenario. Not in this scenario. Okay. So maybe it's not a good idea at all. Not a good idea. Why did Vidit play king at 6? No, in general, Vidit, it was a tough day for Vidit because I think he played really amazing and they had a very interesting time pressure moments which were a little bit of a roller coaster at 2-3 places. But the the right result would be a draw. But I think on 40th move, the blunder he made completely flipped the game. Would be very sad for him actually, that blunder. But yeah, happens as we saw even in Qatar Masters. What happened with Arjun? So rook c1 check here. I don't see final anything. Because if you go back king d4, yeah. Okay, come on. This is a draw. This is a draw. This is going to end in a draw. We'll wait for few more minutes if they are going to update the result or the moves. Otherwise, definitely will end the stream. Yes, yes, Rakshit, good night. And guys, I think this is ending in a draw. We have the pairings tomorrow, very interesting day for women's. The pairing is out, and we have Divya on the top board, so that is going to be exciting. Uh, Also in men's section, chances we will see if we will have anybody on the top boards there, but be alert. Come tomorrow around 7 o'clock. I think with 15 minutes delay, the games will start at 7:15. So maybe we will also start around that time, and do join us at 7:15. I'll be there with Sarvanan, international master, a well-known trainer, amazing stories. So do join tomorrow, and every round, even today's round, is nothing like first round or 11th round. It's all going to be equally tough. So that is the reason to qualify from such an event is going to be a big task. uh if he would have played king g7, it would be a draw. कहाँ कब 2 बजे रात के, अभी ज्यादा कुछ मत बताओ, कुछ पता नहीं चलने वाला है, बट yeah, with its sad thing. ठीक है, so कल मिलते हैं, and I would say this game would be ending in a draw. No, but imagine if I end the stream and suddenly I see there is something which happened and there was a blunder, and then let's say, oh, I would really. Let's see, let me check chess results. It's hard to leave, yeah. Is the result updated anywhere else, guys? If you can help me, chess 24 पे या किधर और एक बार बता दो. Guru Prasad, oh USA, that's cool. All the USA people, I think, if you're in USA and if you have to go to Canada, do you need a visa? Like if you have a green card or something, do you need a visa to go to Canada, or how is it? Because it would be very cool to go and visit the candidates in April in Canada. विदित गेम का कह रहा है वो. Yeah, no, anywhere. Not if you have a green card. Otherwise, yes. Oh, moves have been updated. We have reached almost like 96 moves. So king b6 was played. Wait a second, let me, yeah, rook c3. Here, yeah, rook c3 was played. Rook d6 check, king went to e7, Hari goes bishop e5. Oh, Hari does get a chance, man. Rook takes f3, king c7, and he goes rook d3 here, bishop d4. Can he create any mating net? King goes to e8, rook d5 by Hari, king e7, a super blunder. Why so? Why is this a big blunder? Oh, did Hari miss it or what? Rook e5 check. But if you gave a bishop, if you would have given bishop f6 check, the point is, where is the king going to go? If king f8, ah man, white to play, white to play. अरे रक्षित तू भी आ गया वापस. It's very hard to leave. I think it does. It's a good thing because the moves have been updated. But this was suddenly like a mind shift. And look at this. Wow, brilliancy. I will show you. As Sagar says, boom, boom, boom. Rook takes b5, a takes b5 and a6 there. Rook a3, king b7, a7, 8. So that would have been winning. Rook b5 was such a nice blow actually. Even for king e8 would be the same thing, I believe. Or maybe you can give a check and then take. Oh, this is what Hari missed actually. Bishop f6. But this was just super winning if he would have gone there. He went rook e5 check. King f8. Let's see if... And bishop c5. No, no. He loses the chance. King goes to g8. Goes bishop e7. Now he wants to plan anything like bishop f6 and try to get his rook on the h5. But rook goes to c3 check. King went to b7. Rook went to d3 again. And once again, Hari gets this moment. Rook takes b5. Will he find it? Will he find rook b5? Because it is... Okay, if he doesn't find rook b5, can he first play bishop f6? Oh, no, 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 no. No, even bishop f6 was important. Very important. Because you have, the whole idea is you don't have this check, it's covered. But if you go to c file, then check and check. How do you stop this? And the other one is that, so it's from everywhere. Back rank, either this file, or this rank, h file or the last rank. But he goes king b6, rook goes to d7. Once again he gets the chance. Come on. But what was the defense with the black pieces? What was the defense? Oh, this is crazy. I am so glad I have not ended the stream. But the defense for black, 200 people watching. I don't know how many of you are awake. Like literally awake. So for black, if he would have made this move f5, can you believe it? Just get the king out of this. I mean, it's so hard, yeah, to make such a move f5, feeling like you're giving a passer. And it's very understood that white was missed. So rook went to d7, and Hari goes bishop. So they're just not even looking at this at all. Both of them, in fact, both of them are not looking at that move. At least I believe Hari would be looking at rook b5, because if you remember, I was looking at this exchange sack again and again because of the a pawn. But that does... Oh, finally f6. 99th move by black. 99th move. And when does Sagar say boom boom? अरे कहता तो है ना वो कितनी बार boom boom boom. Rook b5 too difficult, I think. No, not too difficult. You're considering an exchange sack there. But f6, and all the hopes are gone now. All the hopes. Or am I wrong? Am I wrong? Because already at some point there was zero hope. But then it was like full of hope. So King F7, man, look at the energy these guys need. Hari and Cristobal, like Hari and Henry. Cristobal, why have we been calling him Cristobal instead of Henry, which is much easier? He goes Bishop E7. Okay, another chance for Hari. If he gets a check, and if he gets F7, F8, he's winning. Rook D4. But he has these two passers. It's a great practical chance, no? Still. So rook d4 is played, which means you can't move this rook anywhere else. Otherwise, you lose the e pawn. So you will have to first attack this rook, but then the rook attacks this other pawn. Then you might have to save it with this bishop here and threaten rook. Rook e7 threaten doesn't mean anything because there is no disco. So king c5 played by Hari, but they have crossed 100 moves. So guys, Hari and Henry OP because 7-hour game, 100 moves and a lot of interesting moments. Mango says boom boom chop chop. Arey ha, chop chop chop. Yes, let's not forget that chop chop. नॉट यूनिवर्स says मेरे को डर है हरी हार न जाए. नहीं, हरी हार नहीं सकता इसमें. नो 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 वे, नो वे. Rakshit says one of the longest streams of ChessBase India. Really? Ah, interesting, interesting. Should find out. Yeah, sounds like it, but no, maybe. Don't you think sometime when those midnight streams we used to do on one day, I think Anish and Sagar and Raja, they all were talking. That kind of went early morning, so I'm not sure, but still maybe not as much. Rook d2 played. Hari gets chance. Hari is getting chance, quite a lot of chance. But now imagine how much our brains are working. Like I'm really trying to use all the reserve energy. So for these guys, 7 hours intense mental analysis, calculations, decision making. They would not have had dinners and all of that, of course. I mean, they would have had some food, but at this point of time, they are at their lowest energy levels. So we cannot expect perfect chess to chodo, but it's going to be very hard to even just keep playing here. King d6. What now if rook takes a5? Oh, that's, look at this, guys. Rook takes a5 would mean it's over because of e5 and then e6 and then boom, queen. That's the reason. But of course, his opponent Cristobal is alert. Cristo says rook d2 check. Hari goes king e5. Now he's defended these guys. Isn't his plan now getting clear to move the rook back? One good thing about opposite colored bishop is that this bishop ऐसे कुछ ज़्यादा डर नहीं है इससे. If any for this ये ठीक है, but you don't really have to worry too many loose pieces tactics because opposite colored bishop है and very less pieces on the board. So game has end. How do you know? According to chess results. Oh, they did upload. I mean, so in fact, Hari, isn't he getting a chance here? He's rook g3, rook a5, rook h3. क्या ही ब्लंडर कर दिया मैंने. Oops, sorry, arrows भी ठीक से. check, and that's a blunder. So he goes bishop d8. But here, if they have uploaded on chess results, no, it's not a 15-minute delay. I don't think it's 15-minute delay. Does anyone have an idea? Then it means it should end in now only, like very soon. 2-3 minutes. Bhakta says WR Chess Masters 2023 day 1 7 hours 8 minutes. Ah, okay. At that point of time, I think, wasn't it Saravan? Hari again winning. Longest World Cup 2023 stream was 5.5 hours. This has crossed 7 hours. Okay. So, okay. So the only stream which can challenge, I believe, would be that when Anish and Raja and everybody were talking. I'll check that out, how long it went. I believe it should be 6 hours or something, but we'll check that out. But that is interesting statistics. Amruta, you can sleep. Yes, I can sleep, but the chess instinct, I can't sleep. I can't. I was so involved in this game that I want to see the final position. So rook h2. Okay, go rook g1. Suppose I go rook g1. Then there is check. Oh, that's happened. He went rook g1. Rook h5 check. King goes to d6. And then he loses an important pawn, king f6. But can you give this check? He gives this check because rook e5 would be a big blunder because of bishop d4 and there is a pin. So you cannot take the pawn. Also, king f7 should be a mistake, yeah, because e6 comes with a check. So that means that the king has to go g7 or f5, something like that. Henrique Villagra Cristobal is thinking. Narendra asks, how long was the World Championship game between Magnus and Nepo? 6. World Championship 6. Yeah. Yeah, one game they played, like such a long game, man. Oh, what did he play? 110th move we are at. And he goes king f5. King f5. Hari goes e6. g5. ये तो बंदा is like इसका कुछ भी नहीं हो रहा है. This guy is enough to stop that. So g5 e6 है. Will you wait for open pairings? I think if the game ends in a draw, then they will put up the pairings very quickly. So maybe we can check the pairings tomorrow. That should be fine. This time control is insane. Yeah, actually, I mean, I'm wondering whether this time control in general, but then they have, until they have this world championship with the current time control, it does make sense that they will have to follow up. But the change, the world which is changing, where the attention span, the time of the things, basically everything is getting shorter. Yeah, this is very interesting. In fact, could be a debatable thing, that not debatable, could be a survey thing, that what do the viewers, how do they like it? Because you can add a lot of quality in this. So rook e1. Okay, but can you not go g4? Yeah, because e7, g3. No. Oh, I blundered. Even if I get this piece, that's also winning. But I thought that is a draw because this pawn is reaching. But more importantly, there was a check, and if king g4, wow, what a move here, guys. Not take, but take away the control. Take away the control and free your pawn and make it a queen. So rook e1. Rook e1 played. I believe Henry would have played g4. If the result is drawn, maybe he plays g4. Rakshit says, imagine doing something for 7 hours and the result is not conclusive. That it's a draw. इससे अच्छा Petrov draw कर लेते, would be fresher for tomorrow. Dhruva says, can there be chess tournaments for engines? They do have correspondence chess where you can send it via email. And there are also these computer matches. So, rook h2 played. I think bar we shouldn't believe here. मतलब bar आगे पीछे जा ही रहा है. Like rook e5 check. It says if king goes here, then once again it's not sure what to do exactly. So maybe bishop d8, attack this guy here, and also win that, and then free your e pawn. But there's too many things. Like for black, this rook suddenly starts getting active and it just doesn't allow you to progress. So rook h2, he goes e7, 113th move we are at. Are they already going to play the longest game of FIDE Grand Swiss on day 1? d6. But now check. Both men with 83.8% accuracy. Rakshit says 25 plus 10 is a best time control for viewers. For viewers or for you? Many people like 10 minutes plus something. 10 plus 10, no? But yeah, 25 plus 10 is good. I also like that. Has also some quality. Mona says again, Hari has advantage now, but it's gone. Rook at 6. Yeah. I don't know how much the the up and down of the bar, but it has to be a very deep end game. I guess there were some beautiful, amazing points in terms of the mating nets which were happening against this king with the rook and the bishop and the king, all three pieces beautifully coordinating. I think that was the beauty of this end game. Also, at the moments where Hari is going to go home and see that he's missed this rook b5 idea, definitely going to haunt him because such a long game. He's put all the energy. He got such nice position. If you all remember, this bishop went to b6 on move number 16. Then it stayed there for many moves. I don't know, maybe 30 moves or something like that. And then finally, after doing all the hush and bush, he really got the breakthrough. And then finally, you land up in this position. It is the main thing. Tomorrow, Hari will need his rest, not to prepare. He won't be able to put all of his energy into preparing for the next game. So some edge in that sense for the opponents of Hari and Henry tomorrow. Rook c6 check there. This time format is too much, says Nitish. Oh, Abhishek, thank you. You saw the interview with Supiko. She really speaks so well and always a very joyful person there. So it was very, also we had Danny and Michael for a few moments. So it was very cute to do that interview for me. I really enjoyed. Whoa. Okay, now that's the last phase. Takes takes. Rakshit says I can predict the future. It's going to be a draw in the next 5 minutes. बढ़िया रक्षित, बढ़िया. प्रोफेशन चेंज कर लो रक्षित. इवैल्यूएशन बार फॉर योर फ्यूचर. मस्त रहेगा. अरे अभी खुशी 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 बढ़ रही, खुशी बढ़ रही है. अभी खुशी जा रही है, खुशी जा रही है. ऐसा एक बना लेना टाइम पास प्रोजेक्ट. रुक टेक्स E8. Happiness meter. Is really always said to Sagar that we have to, if there was a happiness meter, then I would really think the world would be different. Okay, this definitely is going to be a draw. They will accept. Takes by result दे दो. Result आ गया है chess results पे, like everyone said. So I believe this is the last move. I don't think they're going to play there anymore. And there we have the result. Oh, we also have the pairing. First board, Fabiano Caruana versus Hans Niemann. Oh, they just played in US Open as well. So US Championship as well. Second board, Backrot versus Richard Drapo. Aronian versus Shaparino. Predke versus Duda. Yu Yangi versus Shiro. No Indian in the top 5 boards yet. And Nadirbek Abdusatara versus SL Narayanan. Now in Qatar Open, they had drawn their game. Anton Gujaro versus Arjun Erigaisi. Okay, 2653. Then we have Rant Melkumian versus Parham Maksudlu. Samuel Sevian versus Arvind Chidambaram. Everybody's black here. Nair Evgeny versus Marty Rosyan. Fedosiv versus Erwin Lamy. And yeah, then going next, where is Ronak Sadhwani versus Hikaru Nakamura. Wow, मजा आने वाला है, man. Ali Reza Firuza versus Mamedov. Rasmus versus Anish Giri. Gukesh versus Ponomar. Oh, Gukesh is playing a former world champion, actually. Murzin versus Pragnananda. Another interesting match, yeah, Murzin. Aryan versus Vincent Keimer. Aryan Tari versus Hari Krishna. Also interesting. Murli Karthikeyan versus Sam Shankland. Artime versus Leon. And Nihal versus Aydin Suleimanli. Oh, this guy, very upcoming, quite strong. Yeah. Vidit versus Abhijit Gupta. Arey yaar, 2 Indians playing. ठीक है, but इतना बड़ा टूर्नामेंट है, it's hard to. Okay, I think what you had suggested, Sakar, was to click on India. And then we get the Indian pairings. Got it. That's cool. So these are the pairings actually for us. And guys, tomorrow, most interesting game definitely is Ronak versus Hikaru Nakamura, for sure. But of course, on the board, the openings will only determine which is the most interesting game. But the most interesting pairing is Ronak versus Nakamura. So 7:15. कल मिलते हैं. Bye bye. Take care, guys. See you tomorrow. Have a great night. जल्दी सो जाओ. इतने रात को जागे हो. Drink lots of water there. And सपनों में चेस देखना. मतलब देखोगे ही 7 घंटा अगर स्ट्रीम देखिए तो.